Brothers in Chaos, Book 2 of the Max series by Simon King. Read to you by Nate Gothard. Introduction from Jack. Dylan Moody's story isn't the only one worth telling, despite that one starting it all for me. It had been his idea for me to put his many notes and letters into some sort of order, so that his life hadn't been completely in vain. But after I began sharing that story with so many people, something interesting happened. People wanted more. That was when I realized I had more to tell, because during my time in prison there were many tales worth sharing, but none could compare to that of Jason Torrance and the mystery of the $1 million robbery he and his crew were suspected of committing. There is so much to that story that it would be unfair for me not to pass it on. 1964 was a strange year for those in King's Court, including one of the most brutal riots in the country's history. A lot of good people lost their lives that day, and maybe some who were not so good. But the rumours about the real cause behind the riot are another good reason to tell this sordid tale, because it also involved a name many will recognise: Durran. Not Richard, who was still a few years short of wearing the uniform, but his father, Stanley. He was the only one not to wear the infamous Mr. Knuckles on his belt. Not that he needed it. He had another way to make a name for himself, one far less honourable than the other members of his family eventually had. While more stories will follow, I think you'll enjoy this one next, because it has all the ingredients I know you've come to love. Plenty of intrigue, lots of gripping questions, and above all, the kind of violence only prison life is truly capable of. Now, let's not sit around wasting time and get right into it. Here's the tale of the man who thought he had the best alibi in the world, only to see it turn and bite him right in the arse. 1. Jason Torrance had always been a loner, but not in the way most people thought. He was quite popular with the rest of the kids in his class, and even more so as he moved into high school. But it was the things outside of his school life that just seemed to follow him, and so he kept to himself. His mother was a voracious alcoholic since the death of his father during the onset of World War II. George Torrance had been part of one of the first battles involving Australian troops, falling in North Africa in January of 1940. She took it hard, and although Jason had only been a 5-year-old kid at the time, he still held on to some vague memories of the father he would only know through letters and old photographs. Despite remembering a doting mother from the same era, things changed drastically as she fell into a deep depression after receiving the news of her sweetheart's death. That was when the first bottle appeared and everything changed. At first, the alcohol seemed to have a positive effect on her. Jason remembering a mum that laughed a lot, joining in games with him and his friends. But soon, the laughter faded, replaced by a bitterness that eventually pushed his friends away. It was his own choice to no longer invite them around, instead visiting their homes. But with his mother constantly asking where he spent his time and why his friends no longer came around, Jason figured it was just too hard. If anyone had asked the kid whether he felt isolated or alone, he may have just looked at them curiously, because as far as he was concerned, he just preferred to do things alone. It helped with the questions at home. That was until the summer of 1946, and the first meeting with the kid he would eventually call the brother he never had. Lewis Cruikshank moved to Daylesford with his father during the summer holidays of 46, taking up residence just 2 doors down from Jason and his mum. Jason had a habit of sitting in the front yard of his home reading books. He'd once found a copy of Gulliver's Travels in an old trunk that had belonged to his father, and after finding out the man loved Jules Verne, decided to try it out. More of a way to connect with a man he wanted to understand. Lewis happened to walk past one afternoon and saw the kid lying back on the lawn, a book held in a way that shielded his face from the sun. "Is that 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea?" he asked. briefly pausing by the fence. Jason shifted the book aside and peered between his folded legs. The kid staring back at him looked of a similar age, although quite a bit taller, sporting a wild hairdo as bright as the sunshine Jason was trying to shield himself from. "Yeah, it is," Jason replied, feeling the twitch he always had when nervous. It felt as if his eye was winking, embarrassing him more as he wondered whether it was visible. The kid held up what he'd been holding, and Jason grinned back instantly. "From the Earth to the Moon. I still need to read that one." He stood, excited by the prospect of reading the one book that had eluded him the past year. "Lewis," the red-headed kid said, grinning as Jason approached, his hand held out. The pair shook, and 10 minutes later had exchanged books. That was the first meeting of the two boys that would eventually be linked to one of the biggest robberies in the country's history. The boys became the best of friends from the very beginning, often spending time at each other's houses whilst imagining the wild adventures they would go on once old enough. Jules Verne had filled their minds with the endless possibilities life had to offer, and they wanted to explore as many worlds as possible. They weren't always alone. A couple of other boys sometimes joining in. Jason's second cousin, Tom Kaczynski, would often drop by if he was around. His family, from Jason's father's side, owned a farm outside of town and would listen to the boys exchange Verne stories, changing them to include the sorts of things teenage boys needed in their tales. Bruce Thompson would also join in at times, the others calling the kid from the end of the street Brewster. But as time passed, Jason's mother continued to drink heavily, until she eventually died from alcohol poisoning when Jason was 15. This was around 1949, and not a great period of time. Despite having his cousins living on the farm just a few miles from town, the family refused to take him in, their own debts too great to take on another mouth to feed. And so, Jason was moved to the home of his mother's sister in Sydney, a woman he hadn't seen since before the war. She lived a strict Catholic lifestyle and had refused to accept her sister's alcoholic choices with the passing of Jason's father, preferring instead to separate herself. Once Jason was under her roof, she enforced strict house rules on the boy, denying him any chance at a somewhat normal upbringing for what remained of his time as a teenager. He was sent to a boys' school in Cabramatta, a place where he quickly learned to protect himself. The school was notorious for the many disciplinary issues it had, the teachers often ordering replacement canes on a weekly basis with which to deal out corporal punishment. But while Jason often thought of running away and returning to the only real friends he'd ever known, it was the meeting with the Asian kid that changed everything for him. Duck Lee moved into the apartment above his auntie's one weekend in 1951, and although the pair didn't officially meet until the following month, had seen each other in the stairwell several times. A chance run-in at the corner store brought the two teens together, with Jason caught short buying some cigarettes. Duck had been in line behind Jason, watching as the kid rifled through his pockets for the 5 pence he was short. Duck stepped forward with a £1 note in hand, set his bottle of Coke beside the smokes, and waved the bill at the shopkeeper. "I got this," Duck said. Jason looked at him surprised, recognizing the face from his building. "Thanks, man," he offered, taking the cigarettes. He waited outside for his generous donor, introducing himself as Duck walked outside. "Jace," he said, offering his hand. "Duck," the kid replied, shaking it firmly. "Duck?" "Yeah, Duck. Problem?" He sounded a little annoyed, but Jace set him straight immediately, not wanting to insult the man after he'd paid for his cigarettes. "No, sorry. Just making sure I got it right." While the relationship with Duck would never be as strong as the one he'd had with Lou, it took a sharp upturn during the spring of '52, when Duck came knocking on Jason's door. "You looking for work?" Duck had asked. Jason looked at him for a moment, the words taking longer than usual to properly absorb. "Yeah, sure." His auntie was becoming more and more restless with his lack of employment prospects, never hopeful of her nephew finding a reputable career. "My uncle works for one of the stables down at Warwick Farm, and they're looking for a stable boy. Know anything about horses?" Jason shook his head. vaguely recalling his aunt talking about a racecourse nearby, the kind that only allowed racing of the four-legged variety. "Probably won't matter," Duck said, waving the question away. "Interested?" "Definitely," he replied, more anxious to finally have an excuse to leave the house and the ever-watchful eye of his aunt. "Drop by my joint around 4 tomorrow. Try not to be late." Jason considered, knew he'd only be sitting in his room at that time of the afternoon, and nodded. Duck acknowledged with a nod of his own and turned to go. Just as Jason was about to close the door, Duck stopped and turned back. That's 4 in the morning. He didn't know how he managed to drag his ass out of bed, but by the time Duck answered the door early the next morning, the fog was finally lifting from Jason's brain. He was wearing jeans and a t-shirt, the temperature already quite warm for the season. Duck wore a similar getup, his uncle in grey overalls. When he was introduced, his uncle, Bo, the man shook with Jason but didn't speak. His smile was a little on the unwelcoming side, and as they shook hands, Jason felt the lack of enthusiasm in his grip. "Did I do something wrong?" he whispered to Duck minutes later as they descended the stairs. "Nah," Duck replied quietly. "Doesn't speak much English and isn't a fan of new people. He'll be fine once he gets to know you." They drove in Bo's old GM, with Jason sitting in the back seat. They picked up a fourth person along the way, Duck introducing the newcomer as Hunter. The new Asian man sat in the back with Jason as they continued on to the racecourse. The job was a mixture of stable hand, shit sweeper, and errand boy. While Bo set off for his own duties with Hunter each morning, Duck and Jason remained around the dozens of stables, with workers and horses turning the site into a small town of activity. The track was given a real workout with an endless lineup of horses using the time to train for that weekend's race meeting. Several stables were set aside for a horse trainer named Jimmy Telford, who'd gotten a number of horses over the line in some pretty big-name races. But what many in the industry didn't know, particularly the horse owners paying for the man to train their animals, was that Jimmy Telford trained a lot more than just horses. "Hey kid," a voice called to Jason one morning in early April the following year. This had been around 7 or 8 months after he started working with Duck and his uncle. He turned to see where the voice had come from and saw Jimmy standing by an open stable door, leaning against the frame as he smoked a cigar. "Me?" Jason called back, unsure if it was he'd meant as his eye began its ritualistic twitch. Jimmy nodded, then waved Jason over. The man looked him up and down through the cloud of smoke that hovered around his head like a morning fog. Jason could smell the rank cigar smoke as he neared, his own cigarette weakly held between his fingers as he felt the irony wash over him. "You're the kid that comes here with that gook and his nephew, yeah?" Jason nodded meekly, unsure of what he'd done to attract the attention of one of the leading trainers, a man considered far above mere mortals. "Yes, sir." "Even a sir?" He began to chuckle as he puffed on the cigar, releasing a fresh layer of cloud. "Kid, you'll go far." He briefly looked from side to side, then waved for Jason to come a little closer, lowering his voice as he spoke. "I need a driver. You looking to make a little extra coin?" The scar that ran down the side of his face flinched slightly as he spoke, and Jason wondered just how he got it. The thought that the job may have been illegal wasn't something that initially crossed Jason's mind, the mere mention of money piquing his interest enough to push all other thoughts aside. "Yeah, I'm interested." Jimmy looked impressed and nodded his head appreciatively. "Okay. See that man standing by stable 14? His name's Bob. Go and tell him you're the driver for the Kitchener job. He'll point you in the right direction." As if an afterthought, the man held his hand out and Jason shook with him, feeling the confidence through his grasp. "Yes, sir. Thank you." Jimmy laughed again, puffed on his cigar, and walked back into the building behind him. That was the first time Jason met Jimmy Telford, the man who would eventually end the reign of one of the worst criminal gangs in Sydney, the infamous Kowalski brothers. Unbeknownst to him, it was a first meeting that would influence the rest of his life in a way no one else would. and steer him on a course that would lead all the way to King's Court Prison. The job was simple, and one a naive kid accepted with open arms. It was to head down to a specific address on the following Sunday night at precisely 10:30 and pick up a ute with the keys hidden under the passenger seat. He was to drive to the rear of number 244 Montgomery Way in Mascot and park right beside the second window along the back wall at precisely 11. If he was early, he was to wait around the corner until the right time. If he was late, he'd better continue driving and hope none of Jimmy's boys caught up with him. Once he was there, he was to wait until some packages were dropped off to him, and once he was in possession of them, return to the house, carry the bags inside, and lock the door. For the job, he would be paid £100, the equivalent of well more than a month's wages for him. The instructions were clear, and Jason had to memorize them, then repeat the words precisely back to Bob twice before the man was satisfied. The job, although slightly unusual with the time it was scheduled for, never raised a red flag with a dewy-eyed Jason, unaware there was anything afoul about to happen. The ute was parked exactly where it was supposed to be, and once he found the keys, climbed in and started the car, feeling a flush of excitement at sitting behind the wheel of the first car he'd driven since getting his license a year earlier. Although he stalled the car twice in the driveway, once it was out on the open road, it drove like a dream, Jason carefully working his way along the almost deserted streets. After 10 minutes of driving, Jason flicked on the radio, played with the dials until he found the four aces bellowing out, "Tell me why." He sat back, gripped the wheel a little more confidently, and sang along, feeling like the world was lying at his feet. Doris Day followed with "A Guy is a Guy," with Jason giving his own best performance. As the ute turned onto Montgomery Way and Jason began looking for the house numbers, he flicked the radio off, checked his watch, and saw he was a little early. The road wasn't a major thoroughfare, nor a quiet suburban backlot. There were still occasional vehicles passing him, even at that hour, and so he carefully pulled alongside number 228 and waited for the time to get a little closer to 11. The night was warm, and he'd driven with his window down the entire way. But now, as he sat waiting, it creeped him out a little. Questions began to surface for the first time, wondering what the hell he was doing this close to midnight on a Sunday, out in the middle of Mascot. It had been Duck that had told him to watch himself, saying that Jimmy wasn't the kind of man he'd want to cross. His friend's words repeated themselves as he slowly wound the window back up, wondering just what the cigar-chomping James Patrick Telford was really up to. Jason knew he had money. That fact was obvious by the watch he wore, a thick chunk of gold Rolex. He always had women hanging from his arms as well, and one that definitely weren't looking for a marriage proposal. Duck had told him that money attracted all sorts of people, and those women were the types he called gold diggers. He checked his watch. The minute hand now 2 minutes shy of 11. A car passed him as he started the ute again, made sure the road was clear, then slowly began to roll along, counting off the buildings as he went. The businesses along the road weren't anything mainstream. They were the plumbers' yards, auto repair shops, and storage places that wanted to pay minimal rent for a bit of space, regardless of location. It wasn't exposure they were looking for, and so a few of the street numbers didn't exist. The lighting wasn't the best either, with a street lamp only every 50 yards or so. Thankfully, one of the lights hung right in front of number 238. 242 was a vacant lot, and 244 was a large 2-story brick building that looked a perfect cube. The driveway looped around both sides, and Jason first passed the building, then pulled in via the far driveway, the headlights illuminating the long path. There were 2 cars parked along the street in front of the house, and 2 on the opposite side. The ground floor windows were dark, but a number of lights were on upstairs, although Jason didn't pause long enough to check them in detail. By the time he was rolling down the drive, he was more focused on where he was heading than what was going on around him. The rear of the building was also deserted as the rest of the place, and he saw the row of windows along the wall as he carefully turned the wheel. The creepiness of the job came back much stronger as he neared the second one, slowed the car, and lined himself up. He looked around as he stopped, keeping the engine running as instructed, Bob specifically repeating himself on the matter. He wasn't sure whether he should wind the window down as he sat waiting, a shiver suddenly gripping him as it rolled down his spine. Apart from himself, it appeared there wasn't another soul around. Something suddenly crashed right behind the cabin of the ute, loud enough to make him jump. He whipped around as a second explosion went off, instantly aware of his pulse, beating much too fast as he spotted what looked like 2 suitcases lying in the tray of the car. He couldn't quite make out their color, but knew they were dark, lying near the back. He wasn't sure whether that was the only cargo, and so carefully opened his door and stepped out. He peered around but couldn't see anyone. The only sound, the still, idling engine. A voice suddenly spoke to him, coming from somewhere above. "What the fuck are you waiting for, kid? Get out of here!" He didn't recognize the voice, but followed it up to a second-floor window. A face was peering back at him, but before that face had a chance to repeat itself, Jason swung himself back into the driver's seat, closed the door, and slowly rolled down the other side of the driveway. This time, as he drove, the radio remained off. The kid, more focused on making sure his cargo remained exactly where it was. If he didn't have any thoughts about the dealings of the night being shady before he headed out, they were all but erased when the suitcases crashed into his lap. He didn't know why, but something told him that Jimmy Telford wasn't a man to mess with. If he fucked this up, there was a very good chance they would fuck him up. The drive back to the house took a little longer on the return journey, Jason desperate to get the cargo back to where it belonged as quickly as possible, but without attracting unwanted attention. He wanted to be free of the responsibility, rid himself of whatever had been bestowed on him. A sigh of relief hissed out of him as he finally turned the ute back into the driveway of the house. It looked as abandoned as when he'd first arrived, and didn't hesitate to do what was required of him. After stopping the ute and killing the engine, he hopped out, walked to the back of the car, and grabbed the handles of the suitcases. They were a lot heavier than he'd expected, and it took an effort to lift them up and over the side of the ute's tray. They almost fell to the ground as he finally slid them free. Carrying each on either side of his legs, Jason walked the cases up the short flight of stairs, then set them down to open the door. He suddenly realized he hadn't been told about a key to unlock the door, and he stared at the handle for a brief moment. But as he slowly gripped it and began to turn, felt relief as the door creaked open. Gripping the case handles as tight as possible, Jason lifted them and carried both into the darkness of the front room of the vacant home. There was no light, and the shadows seemed to pull him in more. "Walk him inside, then lock the door as you get the hell out of there," Bob had said, enunciating the word out as if to make sure there was no doubt about its meaning. Jason set his cargo down near where a doorway led into a narrow hallway, the darkness absolute down that hole. He was about to turn and leave when he stopped, his eyes drawn down to where the mystery contents sat just a foot away from him. What had been so important that it needed a late-night mission to collect? He thought to himself. But before he had a chance to bend down and give in to his curiosity, a lowly voice crept from where the ghosts and monsters hid in the darkness. "Beat it said, and Jason took a moment to realize the voice was as real as the room around him. He turned and walked back out without hesitation, the familiar thumping in his chest back with a vengeance. That second voice hadn't just surprised him in the way someone might be caught off guard by an unexpected visitor. That voice had scared the absolute shit out of him, because he knew what it stood for. There wasn't a single doubt in his mind that whomever that voice had belonged to also carried their own cargo, a pistol or a knife, something that would end him and make him disappear for good. Once he locked the door and pulled it shut, Jason walked back out into the night without so much as a single peek over his shoulder. He knew the eyes were watching him through the window, ensuring that the only real witness to the cargo's delivery was going to finish his job. Once Jason had crossed the street and was making his way back to the main road, he broke into a jog, his heart already pounding as if he'd been running the whole time. And nothing he would go on to do in his life would ever compare to the overwhelming sense of excitement he felt as he ran from his very first job. Not until the day of the robbery that would make headlines around the world. 2. It was the very next day that Jason's ears began to prick about a robbery that had occurred the previous night. It was from an unmarked storage facility in Mascot, and had netted the robbers close to £160,000. That was a hell of a lot of money, and the radio continued to repeat the story all day, authorities claiming it was an inside job. Jason walked around in a daze that day, each time the news broadcasts came on, lowering his head close to the speaker for fear of missing a crucial detail. But every time he listened, the words were the same, with the police following very few leads. The only statement they would make was that whoever was responsible had meticulously planned and executed the robbery. Jason's insides churned with excitement as he quietly listened. It wasn't until the next morning that he finally got the answer, although still not a complete confirmation. After arriving at the stables with Duck and the others, and the four of them heading off in various directions, Jason was walking to stable 8. As he rounded the corner, a familiar sight greeted him. Jimmy, standing in the doorway, his signature cigar stub in his mouth.
"Here he is,"
he croaked as Jason walked by. He waved the kid over, and Jason, feeling the familiar surge of nerves, did as asked.
"You did good, kid. Part of the chain. And you know what happens to every link in that chain?"
Jason, unaware of what exactly was meant by the words, simply nodded. He didn't want to question the man for fear of being labelled a douchebag. Jimmy smiled, took a puff on his stub, and reached into his pocket. He pulled out an envelope and handed it to Jason, who took it with trembling fingers. As he watched them, shaking like some pussy, he felt a flash of embarrassment. But Jimmy didn't seem to notice, the same smile almost frozen on his face.
"Every link in the chain earns their share. Come back and see me on Thursday. I might have something else for you to do."
Jason held the envelope and nodded, unsure of what the man meant. But when Jimmy turned to leave, his next words were anything but vague.
"That's what you get when you keep a secret. You never want to know what happens when you don't."
He stared at Jason for a few seconds as if to drive the words home, then turned and disappeared into the stable in a cloud of smoke. Jason stood watching until he was gone, the final words repeating themselves in his mind. That was the kind of statement you took to the bank, instead of what he held in his hand. Once he was sure he was alone, Jason finally opened the envelope and almost dropped to his knees as he stared down at the wad of cash in his hand. There were too many notes to count, and as he held the envelope open, someone came around the corner of the stable, whistling as they walked. "Hey man, been looking for you." It was Duck, sounding cheerful as he bounced an apple in his hands. "Uncle Bo needs to head off early and I'm going with him. Think you can find your own way home?" Jason closed the envelope and stuffed it into his jeans pocket, Duck peering at him curiously. "You okay?" he asked. Jason looked back at him for a moment, almost comatose with surprise. Duck stopped and they stared at each other before Jason finally spoke. "Yeah, sure. All good," he said, trying his best to sound in control. But his tone was far from normal, and Duck knew it, eyeing him off suspiciously. "You sure you're okay?" Jason simply nodded. "Okay. Well, I better get back to it." After finishing work a little after 11 and catching a taxi home, Jason ran up the stairs to his aunt's apartment, burst through the door as she began to yell at him to slow down, and locked himself in his room. A moment later, 50 neat and tidy 20-pound notes stared at him, Jason gawking at them slack-jawed. He'd been handed £1,000 for simply driving a car back and forth a single time between two places in a little over an hour. £1,000 for only 60 minutes of his time. His mind raced as the excitement threatened to burst from him. With a huge grin on his face, Jason knelt down and screamed into his pillow, trying his best to stifle it. From the next room, his aunt cried out again for him to quieten down. "Oh, I'll be quietening down all right," he whispered as he came up for air. Laying before him was almost a year's wages, and what it represented was worth far more. What stared back at Jason at that moment was his independence. This was the ticket out of the home he'd been forced to live in since his mother's death, made to live in almost complete silence for fear of being acknowledged. Despite the words never passing between them, Jason knew his aunt didn't care for him being there. She did it because it was the right thing to do. But that's where it ended for her. Jason knew his place ever since the first day he set foot in her apartment, and now he could finally remedy her issue. It took him another 3 days, but once he'd secured himself a place to live, Jason left a note on the table for his aunt, together with £50. It was brief and to the point, and ensured she understood what the deal was. Unsurprised by the fact, Jason never saw her again, neither seeking the other out. The house he'd rented was close to Warwick Farm, and the day after he moved in, welcomed his first roommate with a warm smile and a cold beer. Duck took the other bedroom the home had, happy to finally be out on his own as well. The pair celebrated in style that night, heading out on the town and spending their evening in several bars. It turned out to be a big week, with both boys not only winning their independence, but also losing their virginity with a couple of girls they met at the Royal Oak in Balmain. Whilst the long-term prospects for a relationship were never on the cards, for Jason, it drove home the true attraction to money. If he continued what he'd been doing, he could build any life he wanted, with any woman he fancied. All it took was the cash. If you asked Jason in the years to come what had been the greatest influence on his life, he wouldn't hesitate to tell you that working for Jimmy Telford was the key. It opened his eyes in a way nothing else ever could. After a couple of months, Duck was invited in when Jimmy needed Jason to travel to Newcastle and drop off a shipment of something. That was the beauty of it. Everything was just a something to Jason, because he never wanted to know what it was he was carrying. It was always a suitcase here or a bag there, a box uptown or a barrel to another town. This particular trip required a small truck, the shipment consisting of several large crates. The deal was much the same, with Jason tasked with bringing the truck to a certain location, waiting for it to be loaded, then heading straight to his destination. But this time, it wasn't a midnight run. The initial pickup set for 10 a.m. one Sunday morning. Jason drove the vehicle to the factory, parked where he'd been instructed, and then waited with a nervous Duck beside him. "Relax," he told his partner, gripping the steering wheel confidently as he bounced quietly in his chair excitedly. A few minutes later, the side door to the small factory opened, and 2 men began carrying out the cargo. Jason and Duck paused as the truck rocked with each crate that was loaded, until the familiar bang of a fist on the truck body signaled for Jason to get moving. The trip north took a couple of hours, and as per instructions, the boys didn't stop once. They could grab food on the way back if they needed, but never whilst the cargo was on board, and Jason understood the consequences if he went against instructions. The drop-off point had been another factory, this one on the edge of the city. Sundays in any part of the country meant almost complete desertion around factories and warehouses, and their destination was no different. The streets around the warehouse were completely abandoned, not a single vehicle passing them as they turned into the street. Once they found the right warehouse, Jason turned the truck into the driveway and drove around the back where 3 men were standing beside their own truck. As Jason killed the engine and the 2 of them hopped out, he suddenly had a bad feeling. The 3 men walking towards them, not appearing welcoming. "You were supposed to be here an hour ago," one of the men said, lifting the cap off his head and wiping his brow. Jason looked at him and shrugged his shoulders. "We left when we were supposed to and drove straight here." "Don't get fucking smart, kid," one of the others said, that one sporting a mermaid tattoo on his forearm. The third simply climbed into the back and began to open the crates with a jimmy bar. "Hey!" Jason cried out. "We're supposed to get a bag first." "You'll get the bag when I'm ready," tattooed guy said, shooting a wink up at the one in the truck. Duck looked nervously from tattooed guy to Jason as the second man paced back and forth between them. Tattooed guy was watching him intently, a weird grin on his face as he stood, leaning against his own truck. "What's the Chinaman here for?" he suddenly asked. Bring him for protection? Duck is my friend, and he's Vietnamese, Jason said, taking a step forward. The other two began to laugh. Duck? Like a fucking chicken? Oh, man, Tattooed Guy said as Duck kept watching uncomfortably. Before Tattooed Guy had a chance to continue, the one in the truck reappeared. It's all there, he said before jumping down. With the air filled with tension, he walked to Jason, his hand outstretched. Keys. The demand was final, and Jason knew they were in trouble the moment the pacing guy stopped next to Duck. You can't take our truck. We needed to get home. Jason tried, but the outstretched hand remained. Give me the fucking keys! The man screamed into Jason's face, a large wad of spit hitting his cheek. When he didn't move fast enough, the man swung the jimmy bar, hitting Jason in the stomach as the tattooed guy punched Duck in the face. As Duck dropped to his knees, the third man stepped in and began kicking the fallen kid in the stomach and face, his grunts echoing around the small yard. Jason also dropped to the ground, the wind knocked from him as he gasped for breath. The jimmy bar swung a second time, catching the side of his face, and he felt the warmth of blood as it ran down his face in rivers. As he began to fumble through his pocket for the truck key, the jimmy bar came a third time, this time robbing him of consciousness. It was Duck that finally managed to shake him awake, his head thumping from the open wounds. When Jason eventually opened his eyes and tried to sit up, he could see the extent of the injuries inflicted on his friend, both eyes almost completely shut from the bruises. Both trucks were gone, and the sun was hanging low in the sky, casting long shadows along the dirt they were sitting in. Jason tried to sit up and instantly regretted it as the pain flared in his side. He thought he must have copped a boot in the ribs. The pain intensified with each breath. You okay? He asked Duck. But despite nodding, Jason knew the answer to the question, his friend grimacing with every movement. Despite being a long way from home on a Sunday afternoon, he knew what had to be done, even if there were consequences to deal with. Jimmy wouldn't be happy and may even dish out his own punishment on the two of them. But at that moment, all Jason could think of was to ring his boss. Can you walk? Duck looked at him with a faded grin. I'll manage, he croaked, wincing as he rose to one knee. There was a phone box just up the road, Jason said, feeling the fire erupt throughout his own body as he stood. Once both of them were back on their feet, Jason couldn't help but laugh a little, Duck looking up at him a little shocked. What the hell is so funny? Big bad gangsters right here, he quipped, taking one of Duck's arms and looping it over his shoulders. One of his legs looked pretty banged up, and his friend began to limp beside him as they slowly made their way back around to the road. 5 minutes later, the tiny sense of humor that had remained all but faded out as they saw the smashed phone box lying across the gutter, the glass shattered along the road. Motherfuckers, Jason muttered as they hobbled past it, the glass crunching under their boot heels. It took another 20 minutes of painful limping to find another, and finally call the help they needed. When compared to others, many would say that Jimmy Telford was one of the easiest going thugs around. He only had 2 rules that he demanded from those he dealt with: keeping your word and playing fair. So, when he heard that Snowy Thompson's men had broken both when dealing with 2 of his boys, he immediately set out to right the wrongs with his own special brand of retribution. As soon as he heard the news of what had happened to his delivery to Newcastle that Sunday afternoon, he made 2 phone calls. An hour later, a convoy of 3 cars, each filled to near capacity, was heading north along the Pacific Highway, Jimmy himself driving the lead car. Once in Newcastle, the convoy briefly stopped to pick up 2 disheveled-looking young men, both appearing as if they'd been through a very rough time. Jimmy took one look at them, and at that moment, considered his payback. He knew where to go, having had dealings with Snowy numerous times before, but the relationship had been strained in previous months, with Snowy's men routinely overstepping their mark. This time, they would be taught a lesson in ethics. Both trucks were parked around the back of the warehouse as the 3 cars pulled up beside them. Within seconds, all of them were emptied, save for the 2 injured men. The trucks were opened, and each man grabbed one of the items, with several metal pipes, a couple of baseball bats, and one shotgun on offer, the latter left for Jimmy himself. After storming inside the open door of the warehouse, Jason heard the commotion start almost immediately, followed by anguished screams. A couple of voices could be heard protesting, but were quickly cut off in a hail of thumps and bangs, most notably the unmistakable sound of timber on knees. 5 men had been enjoying an afternoon beer, sitting around a table and talking about their win that day. Snowy wasn't among them, himself back in Sydney on other business. It was probably a good thing, because what Jimmy and his entourage did to the 5 that were present is nothing short of life-changing. The brutality of the attack can only be described as barbarous. As the first of Jimmy's men began to emerge from the warehouse, Jason and Duck thought that they were the ones beaten senseless, not the other way round. Blood was splattered across their faces and clothes in great streaks. But when the boys saw the grins, knew the opposite was true. There was still half a dozen men inside as the first 2 neared them. The metallic smell of blood had followed them, like flies buzzing about a corpse. "Boss wants to see you inside," one of them said, jerking a thumb over his shoulder. The other pulled a pack of smokes from his shirt pocket, flicked one into his mouth, and offered the rest to his friend. Just as the boys started walking towards the door, the shotgun exploded into life twice in rapid succession, followed by a gut-wrenching scream. Jason felt his stomach do a double-take as his own pain suddenly disappeared. Once inside the warehouse, it took them a moment to make sense of what they saw. 2 men were lying unconscious to one side, their faces resembling fresh roadkill. A 3rd man was rolling around on the ground. Both of his legs looked like a bulldozer had minced them, the shotgun making short work of his knees and everything else below them. The 2 other men were kneeling in the middle of Jimmy's men, the crime boss leaning on the butt of his shotgun. Tattooed guy was crying as he waited for his punishment. "Honestly, Jimmy, we didn't mean nothing by it," the prick wailed, the others standing around him chuckling.
"Ain't nothing by it," Jimmy asked sarcastically. "You disrespected these guys. You disrespected me, and you disrespected your own boss."
He leant down a little to get his point across.
"If a man can't stick to his word, then he ain't no man."
Without warning, Jimmy lifted the butt of the shotgun and drove it into Tattoo's guy's face, his lips exploding as 2 teeth went flying. He cried out in anguish, but Jimmy grabbed a handful of hair, dropped the shotgun, and punched the guy for good measure. He half collapsed as the blood poured from his mouth in great fountains of claret. Jimmy was about to turn and ask Jason and Duck to dish out their own punishment, a fitting way to get some of their own back. He bent to pick up the shotgun, and that was probably what saved his life. The 2nd man, still kneeling beside his writhing accomplice, suddenly flicked one of his own legs out from under him, reached into his sock, and pulled out a snub-nosed revolver. Whether it was nerves, blurred vision, or just a shaking hand, something saved Jimmy's life that day, the bullet missing its mark by the hair on his head. Some even say they saw the hair part as the bullet screamed past. But while it may have missed its mark of ending the life of the crime lord, the bullet was sent out seeking blood, and blood is what it found. It entered just under Duck's left eye, the ball exploding its gelatinous ooze across Jason's face, who was standing beside him. While the gloop started slowly running down the shocked kid's face, his friend simply stared out at the world through his one good eye as silence gripped the onlookers. When he dropped first to his knees and finally onto his face, Jimmy screamed something unintelligible, lifted the shotgun by the barrel, and brought the butt down flush on the shooting man's head. The crack that whipped the silence in the room away sounded as if the stock had split. Instead, it was the man's skull, unable to protect its precious cargo as the shotgun's timber butt came down a 2nd time. The first hit had only fractured the skull, the second caving it in. As the 3rd and 4th rained down on him, his body began to shake like an epileptic, fitting with spasms as the brain matter rained across the shocked onlookers. Even those who'd witnessed previous beatings dished out by the man were visibly shaken. Jason stood, frozen, first watching as the blood trickled from his friend's wound, then back at the man avenging Duck's death. The punishment raw, brutal, and final. No one moved. Not a single one of them daring to interfere as Jimmy continued to beat the man's head out of existence. Only when the rifle stock finally broke did he pause to take a breath, the headless corpse lying before him like a freshly butchered animal. The head was completely gone. Blood, brains, and bits of skull splattered across the open floor in a wide arc. The body was still twitching a bit, but nothing would bring the man back, his executioner ensuring there would be little chance of an open casket, if one was an option. Tattooed Guy was still kneeling beside the headless corpse, himself covered in enough blood and brain matter to fill a bucket. Jimmy looked at one of the men standing behind the kneeling man, nodded, and before Tattoo Guy got more than 2 words of his plea out, was shot in the back of the head. He collapsed across his accomplice as Jimmy took out a handkerchief and started wiping his face, the blood splatters streaking across his stubbled cheeks. Jason stood where he was, still frozen in shock. In the space of 30 seconds, he had watched his best friend killed and another man practically obliterated from the world. His hands were shaking, and he was sure he'd pissed himself. But as he looked down at his crotch, he saw a chunk of bloodied scalp that had shot across the room and clung to his pants. Jimmy's men started carting the bodies out of the warehouse and into the back of one of the trucks. What none of them knew was that they had just started a war with a man almost as crazy as the one they'd worked for, and within a year, more than half of them would be dead. All Jason could do was look on as they carried his friend out with the rest of them. At one point, he tried to object, but the words refused to come out. Instead, Jimmy walked to him, put his arm around the kid's shoulders, and slowly escorted him back to the car, whispering something about keeping one's mouth shut, regardless of who came asking. Once back in the car, Jason found himself in the back seat with Jimmy, one of the others taking the steering wheel for the trip home. During the next 2 hours, the crime boss coached the kid as best he could in how to answer questions that would come his way, particularly from Duck's family and the cops. Jason did his best to listen, nodding at the right moments and repeating everything he was asked to. But in his mind, he knew that if Jimmy suspected him of cracking even the slightest bit, he would end up in a ditch with a bullet in his brain, just like his friend. This man wasn't going to risk everything on a kid that could bring it all down. The cops did come knocking, just as Jimmy had predicted, and with them, a multitude of questions. And just like he'd been told, Jason answered them all, convincing them that he knew nothing about his friend's disappearance. He had a small moment of weakness when Duck's uncle came, but again, played his role to perfection. Despite the events from that day, Jason returned to his work and did his job to the best of his ability. He didn't see Jimmy much the following few weeks. His kind of work temporarily on hold as the issues with the Northerners were dealt with. As weeks turned into months, Jimmy sent the odd job to his young accomplice, mainly driving him around here and there. His main bodyguard, a man named Jose Milano, always accompanied the mobster, never more than a few yards from his boss. And sometimes there were women, the kind that charged by the hour and loved the sort of money Jimmy paid with. That money also landed in Jason's pocket from time to time, and whenever he laid it out on his bed, just like he did the first time, he understood that this was the way to make serious cash. Those no-hopers working their 9 to 5 for measly takings were nothing more than sheep. This was where the serious money would always be, and he needed more. It was the days where he wasn't working for Jimmy or at the racetrack that he began to look for alternative sources of income. One simple way was to drive around the state in one of the trucks Jimmy had and break into warehouses, stealing as much liquor as they could carry. Once back in the city, Jason would visit several bars and restaurants he already did business with and on-sell the goods at a decent discount to what the establishment would purchase the alcohol for from legitimate suppliers. It was a win-win situation for everybody, and pretty soon, Jason had serious cash lining his pockets. There were 2 others who joined him regularly, the 3 of them making short work of the surrounding towns. One was Peter Lineman, the other, Benji Taylor. Benji lived with his mother across the street from Jason and had dropped over during one of Jason's many parties. He later introduced Jason to Pete, and the three had hit it off immediately. Jimmy would still call on Jason for odd jobs, but things had changed, with Jason mostly doing the work for free as a payback for his own jobs. It was, after all, Jimmy's town, and if Jason wanted to work his own crew, he had to pay for the privilege. There was something about Jason that Jimmy respected, enough to see him as his own son, in a way. He felt a real connection and often dropped by for a chat or a drink with the kid. Sometimes he would take Jason out on the town, the pair of them going from one strip bar to another. There was a certain respect between them that even Jimmy's crew couldn't understand. But while things between the kid and the crime lord were great, relations with the Northerners continued to deteriorate. Snowy Thompson and his crew were still seeking retribution for the loss of their men, continuing to disassemble Jimmy's organization a shooting at a time. Telford knew that unless he hit back hard soon, his days might be numbered, and he'd be the one at the end of a rifle butt. It was towards the end of 1954 that the war between Jimmy Telford and Snowy Thompson came to a head. The back-and-forth shootings that had gripped both cities for more than a year kept the public on edge, with newspaper headlines plastered across front pages almost weekly. But by the end of October of that year, one of the main men would be dead, the other missing. The last time Jason ever saw Jimmy was when the latter dropped by one Sunday afternoon to give the kid a package. It had contained a pistol, wrapped in a piece of cloth that was stained with blood. Once unwrapped, Jason looked at the weapon lying in the palm of his hand, unsure of what to make of it.
"That's the pistol that shot your friend. I'm not sure why I kept it all this time, but I think you should keep it."
He paused, as if reorganizing his thoughts, then added,
"I'm sorry for what happened that day. Sometimes we make wrong decisions that end up hurting more than those we intend to. I fucked up that day, kid. My temper got the better of me, and I fucked up."
Jason nodded, then shook hands when Jimmy offered. He'd never spoken about that day before, and it really hit home to hear the man own it. Jason's respect for the man grew exponentially that day, appreciating the gesture. Before he left, Jimmy hugged Jason, then told him to make sure the gun was kept put away. Jason nodded, then watched Jimmy walk outside and climb into his car. He waved one final time as the car rounded the corner, never to see him again. The scene that the police attended the following morning was one straight out of a crime movie, one of those classic mobster flicks like the original Scarface. It included machine guns, a lot of dead bodies, and a burnt-down mansion. The home belonged to Jimmy Telford, himself found dead in the downstairs living room. It was also where the fire authorities believed the blaze had started, although knew that it wasn't responsible for the owner's death, that being put down to the bullet still lodged in his brain. The side of his face the fire didn't burn was lying on the floor, the scar the only visible feature remaining. The rest of his body had been burned beyond recognition, leaving it nothing more than charcoal. The fire was one of the most intense the firefighters had witnessed. Lying beside Jimmy was Jose, the gun responsible for 3 other bodies in the room still in his hand. 2 other Telford men were on the property, both dead, lying out on the driveway, right beside a car owned by Snowy Thompson. While the other mobster was nowhere to be found, 2 of his men were found in the back seat, a suitcase of cash sitting between them. Despite the fire and the murders leaving authorities with more questions than answers, it was agreed that the gang war that had ravaged the 2 cities would now finally be over. Sydney's own Scarface mobster was dead, and Newcastle's one was missing. The shootings and murders that had wreaked havoc across the cities for well over a year were finally considered over, and to the police hierarchy, that was all that mattered. While James Patrick Telford was laid to rest the following week, Harold Snowy Thompson was never seen again. While some say he fled and changed his identity, others believed he met his own fate that night, murdered by a couple of his own men that had vanished alongside him. Jason attended the funeral of the man he considered one of his biggest mentors, standing alone under a tree while watching proceedings from a distance, The people standing around the open grave didn't number many, and very few shed a tear for him. But for Jason, he would always be the man who showed him how to make things happen and live the sort of life people like him could never have. Not unless they went out and took it. 3. The years after Jimmy's death passed with the kind of speed only experienced during times of fun, like holidays and weekends. Jason and his crew of 2 continued to work the circuit of alcohol thefts, sometimes venturing over the borders into both Queensland and Victoria. They recognised the danger of growing too big if their operation was to expand, instead preferring to remain as low-key as possible. The money they were making was more than enough to provide the 3 of them with a comfortable lifestyle, Jason continuing to work the racecourse for the sake of keeping up appearances, until another option came up. None of them flouted their cash around, not wanting to draw unnecessary attention to themselves. It kept the trio comfortable, out of jail, and with enough of the folding stuff to save for an early retirement. To legitimise their income and keep the taxman happy, the trio invested some of their funds into a mechanical workshop, the storefront a great way to launder money into their lives. LMT Mechanical Repairs ran successfully from the very beginning, thanks to a couple of friends who knew how to use spanners. Pete's brother and cousin, together with a school friend of Benji's, ran the place as if it was their own, their clientele growing along with the business's reputation. Both Pete and Benji married in 1956 and 1957, and before the decade was over, had themselves a couple of children to add to their respective tribes. Jason would often drop by to visit his adopted families, named godfather for both sets of children. It was an existence that suited him, still able to be the crook he wanted to be, without jeopardizing his freedom through silly mistakes. But it was a chance introduction in early 1961 that would change everything in the young man's life. It was the kind of encounter that had words like fate and destiny hanging over it from the very beginning, and would eventually lead to the largest haul in Australian robbery history, thanks to a man already buried for several years. Jimmy Telford may have been dead, but there was one lesson he'd shown Jason that would play out in the young man's mind again and again. It had been something the crime lord had passed on not once, but twice, without ever mentioning a word about it. While the jobs Jimmy had organised may have come from him, the answers to Jason's questions came from his own poking around. Answers that would open the doors to a world of opportunity. The first job Jason ever did for Jimmy netted him an even £1,000. The second big job, almost 9 months later, netted him twice as much. 2,000 quid for doing nothing more than drive. Again, he kept his ear out, and again, the newspapers and radio broadcasts went nuts, talking about a robbery that had grifted the culprits close to £250,000. It wasn't until a few months later that Jason had finally gotten enough courage together to ask his boss about it. Jimmy looked at him with steely eyes when the question was first aired. The seconds before an answer came, some of the longest of Jason's life. But instead of ignoring the kid's genuine intrigue, Jimmy had first poured the kid a whiskey, then shared the basics of the job, describing how important it was to have all the chess pieces in place before launching an attack. Not only that, but it also helped if you had some of your own pieces in the opposing team's colours. He never came right out and told him what the job was, although both men knew the truth. It didn't take much of a genius to work it out, but what Jimmy did share was the organisation it took to pull a job like that off. The planning, the intel, the countless hours of surveillance, the inside men that would pull the whole thing together. Jason listened to it all, hanging on every word Jimmy shared. There was a kind of connection between the two that neither could explain. A bond reserved for those with a paternal link. One considered the other a student, a type of protege that may one day fill the shoes of the teacher and take over the family business like an heir apparent. The other considered the teacher like a genius, a man full of insight and teachings that would lead to a perfect life. The conversations continued on until the very end, Jimmy taking a real shine to the kid and keeping him tucked under his wing. Those very conversations were what Jason remembered the most, using the information in almost every aspect of his life. And it would be that very advice given by his late mentor that would drive him to become one of the most wanted men in Australian history. Their meeting could have been coincidental or accidental, but either way, once it happened, there was no turning back. Jason had never been one to believe in love at first sight, but Benji's wife, Maddie, had often told him that the reason he didn't believe in it was because he hadn't met the right woman yet. He often shook his head, grinning away the silly saying, knowing better than to believe in fairy tales. But when Cindy Allen crossed his path at a Sunday afternoon barbecue in late February of 1961, he was smitten from the very beginning. She had an effect on him few could ever compare to, almost hypnotic. Cindy had attended the get-together because she'd been working alongside Benji's wife for a few months, and the two had hit it off. As she walked out from the back door of the home and onto the small decking, her ankle gave out as she was about to descend the stairs, and she fell sideways. There was no railing on that part of the porch, and she literally fell into the arms of a surprised Jason. Once their eyes met, it was all over for the once proud bachelor, the woman stealing his heart and soul that very moment. Her long dark hair had been pulled away from her face in a bun that sat sideways on top of her head. It revealed eyes that glistened bright green in the sunlight, reminding him of a movie he'd once seen with Ava Gardner. The two stared at each other for almost a full minute as she lay in his arms, laughing in a near fit from the shock. Once he set her safely down, the two were introduced in a more formal manner, before peeling away from the crowd and finding a secluded place in the shade of a nearby beach umbrella. They sat chatting for hours as the rest of the party played out around them. It felt like only the two of them existed, getting to know each other with the other partygoers giving them a wide berth. The whispers about the couple began almost immediately, Cindy becoming the woman who managed to tame Jason's heart, effectively ending his playboy lifestyle the moment she landed in his arms. The relationship blossomed with the pair becoming inseparable. The only time they parted were for work reasons, and even then, Jason did his best to convince Cindy to stay home. It wasn't as if they needed the money. Jason was making more than enough from the liquor he and the boys were still peddling. But as the months began to pass, there was one question from Cindy he found himself unable to answer honestly. "What do you do for work?" She'd asked him that very first day, and he began the relationship with a lie, something that he never forgave himself for. "I run a mechanics business with a couple of mates," he'd answered. It hadn't been a complete lie. He often told himself, but inside he knew. The truth had a way of guilt-tripping you from the inside. At one point, he considered telling her the truth, but the thought of losing her because of his illegal activities scared him. He even put the question to both Benji and Pete one afternoon while Cindy was at work. "Why not just tell her?" Benji had said. "Our women know the truth." "And you can't start a relationship with this woman by bullshitting her. Gotta be honest up front," Pete had added. Jason tried to listen, but something kept telling him not to. "I can't. She's not that kind of girl." "What kind is that?" Benji asked. "She loves you, man. Maddie says you're all she ever talks about at work, like a fucking obsession or something." "She said that? An obsession?" Jason asked. "No, dickhead, I said that," Benji laughed. "She'll understand. Besides, you'll never hide it forever. You'll have to tell her the truth eventually." Pete sat beside Benji, nodding along as he sipped his beer. "What if I didn't have to?" Jason said, staring absently into nothingness as he spoke. "What? You gonna give up the business?" Benji asked, surprised by the words. Pete set his bottle down and stared at him. "What if we no longer needed to do the business? It's not like we do it for the fun. It's about what? The money. That's it, nothing more." Benji and Pete looked at each other. "The hell are you talking about?" Pete asked. Jason stood and began to walk back and forth. "I'm talking about what if we had enough money in our back pockets? Enough that we never needed to do another job in our lives. That would take a shitload of cash, man." Benji said.
And a shitload of risk, Pete added. I thought we weren't going to take that sort of risk. Isn't that why we do what we do now? To lessen the chances of getting caught?
Jason stopped pacing and looked down at his accomplices. Part of him knew the reasons behind their need to remain low-key. They both had families, neither of which would be jeopardized through stupidity. But the other side of him knew of the potential, and that's what was driving him. But what if by taking one last chance we effectively end the risk forever? One final job to last us for the rest of our lives. The three stared at each other for a long time before Benji stood. Jason could see the thoughts running through his mind written all over his face. The words he spoke not needed. I've got a family, Jace. I can't afford to take that sort of risk. What we got here is already a good thing. Fuck, half the places we knock off make more from the insurance payouts as a result. It's like they want us to rip them off. Benji looked at Pete for a moment, then back at Jason. I fucked this up because some chick's got your dick in her purse. That comment stung him a little, and at first the pain flared. But he held it together, aware of the risks they would take. All I'm saying is there's risk with everything. What if I found something that took it all away and left you with enough to set you up for life? A car pulled up outside, and Jason looked through the curtains to see Benji's Ford stop in the driveway. Maddie had taken it to work that day and had given Cindy a ride. He watched as she climbed out from the passenger side, the long legs hidden beneath the skirt he'd watched her slide into that morning.
I trust you, Jace. We both do, Pete said. But you know that a job that size will have every cop in the country looking for us, and more.
They both stood and went to the door just as Cindy reached the front steps. Maddie waved at Jason as he stood in the window, briefly returning his gesture. But his mind was caught up in a whirlwind of thoughts as he tried to build a plan that would be the final one ever needed.
Every great plan ever hatched had three very important elements to ensure success. If they didn't, they would surely fail.
These were the words of Jimmy Telford, and Jason had never forgotten them, carving them into his subconscious. The first was the point, the reason, the purpose of the job. What was it you needed to accomplish? In most cases, it was money. Few robberies were ever about anything else. It was the size of the haul that determined the risk. Too high, and everybody came looking for you, and not just the cops. There were plenty of crooks around that came for their share when they sniffed an opportunity. The second was execution. The how, the where, the when, and of course the most important part, the who. The who was what mattered most because it could determine the ins and outs of the job.
It doesn't hurt to have a few pieces on the other side of that chessboard,
Jimmy had said, and a phone call the previous day had given him that very thing. Someone on the inside of a plan that had been set aside in his mind for several months, left to expand like a fine pizza dough. As time passed, the plan continued to grow, but without a single key ingredient, the final element. That third element is what every reactive robbery failed, leaving those dumb enough to try them in the firing line for pickup. The cops didn't take long to bust those without a third element, because it was what ultimately mattered. Without a solid alibi, they would be as good as in cuffs the second they initiated the robbery. It was the alibi that everything else was dependent on, and as far as Jason's grand plan was concerned, he didn't have one. It was a simple phone call that had given Jason the initial idea for a substantial robbery. Duck's cousin, Mooch, had moved to Melbourne the previous year and had begun working at Flemington Racetrack a month later. Jason's ears pricked immediately as he had listened to the excited voice on the line telling him about the new job he had. His initial thoughts would hit the day after the running of the Caulfield Cup, a race held at a nearby racetrack. Despite not being as grand as the almighty Melbourne Cup, it still held its place amongst the richest horse races in the country. But hearing the news that Mooch was now working at Flemington itself changed everything. His mind running wild before the call had even ended. "You still there?" Mooch asked, his previous question ignored. "Jace?" "Yeah, still here, man. Hey, listen, I gotta run. We'll catch up soon, okay?" After hearing the man bid him farewell and the connection finally broken, Jason grabbed a notepad and began writing a list of names. Names he needed to be 100% foolproof. These would be people he trusted with his life, and nothing less would do. At the very top of his list was Lewis Cruikshank. Other names included Benji, Pete, Tom Kaczynski, and Brewster Thompson. Mooch was also put down, but Jason added a little question mark behind it, kind of like an afterthought. He trusted the man enough to involve him in small-time jobs. Would this one be too rich? He thought about adding Trevor Mortimer to the list, one of the men he knew from Jimmy Telford's crew. The man had been present during the brawl where Duck had been killed, and Jason held a certain respect for him. He initially scratched the name down, but after toying with the idea for a few more moments, drew a line through it. 6 names. 7 if he included his own. That was more than enough for the job he had in mind. A job he knew could be done with only 5, because that's how many it took to rip the previous winnings off from the bookies. The plan was as simple as they came, and until Jimmy had given him the rest of the pieces to solve the puzzle, one not many people knew to be possible. The key wasn't the horse race itself, but the offered prize pool for the winners. That determined not only the size of the crowd attending, but also to the amount of money bet at the track itself. Because it was what happened at the end of the day's meeting that would ultimately make Jason's plan possible. It was that very sequence of events that Jimmy used once he caught wind of it. In the 50s and 60s, Australia was dominated in horse racing by those meetings held in both Melbourne and Sydney. As far as Jason knew, Jimmy never mentioned south of the border and thus remained in the Sydney area for the jobs he carried out, 2 of which Jason was directly involved in. The gambling that happened during those single-day events was huge, bookies often raking in tens of thousands of pounds each, the numbers hitting 6 figures more often than not. And that was just the regular races. Throw in a premier event like the Caulfield Cup, Cox Plate, or something similar, and the money hit 7 figures. When it came to the Melbourne Cup, estimates were but mere guesses, like a piss into an ocean. The banknotes changing hands needed regular collection, security guards often doing hourly rounds to each of the bookies. The bags of cash would be taken and stored in a safe room, located somewhere out of the public eye. But that's where things got interesting. Horse races, those popular enough to draw in substantial crowds, usually ran on a weekend. This made depositing all that money impossible, as the banks were closed until the Monday. Many assumed that the money would simply go to the Armed Guard Centre, ready for transportation to the bank the following Monday. Others assumed each bookie simply took their own wad of cash with them, although given the sizes of some of the purses, this was impossible and too dangerous. Those that thought of the armoured cars were only half right, because they too believed themselves a target given the size of the purse they were tasked with carrying. That's where the drop house came into play, like the one located at 244 Montgomery Way. These drop houses were used for overnight stays until the banks opened their doors the following morning. But driving an armoured truck from the racecourse directly to the drop house would raise too many eyebrows, and thus armoured truck companies would allocate a couple of decoys, usually 3 or 4 trucks leaving at the same time, each heading to their own house to wait the night out. Jason didn't have all the answers in the beginning, Jimmy only passing on half the information. But what Jason didn't know, he soon found out through the contacts he still had around the place. Some pretty big guns would normally be hired to watch the money, the 4-man crew remaining with the cash from pickup through to eventual delivery. A lot of the racers, those with substantial crowds and gambling budget, employed this method for storing the day's takings, effectively deflecting the risk away from their depot. There weren't many crazy enough to try and rip off the bookies, because that posed another problem. The bookies were a hit squad themselves, normally surrounded by enough muscle to be called an army. These self-funded armies had connections where it mattered, including both sides of the proverbial fence. Many bookies were known to have links that stemmed from the shit kicker in the street right up to the serving politicians and many in between. It was a given that plenty of cops made a pocketful from offering some extra services outside of business hours, normally making up the four-man crews watching the takings at the drop houses. All of this information had already crossed the mind of Jason Torrance, the man with the evolving plan, giving each bit of intel the tick and flick treatment. Everything that stood in his way had an answer, all the problems already solved, and his plan continued to grow. Everything except one. That final element. The one piece that would save him and his friends. The alibi. It was during a phone call with his old buddy Tom Kaczynski that the final piece dropped into place for him. He'd called to wish the loser a happy birthday, making a crack about him never losing his virginity if he didn't get a girl soon. Tom had been that kind of guy, holding out for the one he was sure was waiting for him somewhere down the line. "So, what did you score?" Jason asked, puffing on a smoke as he talked. "Mom got me a new windscreen for my Holden," Tom replied, sounding a little deflated. "A windscreen?" Jason asked. "That's what you asked for?" "Well, I had to. Cops pulled me over and said that I had to change it, or else they were going to take the keys off me. Mum couldn't afford anything else, and so I just asked for that." He came across a little defensively, and Jason felt embarrassed for ribbing him about it. "Dude, that blows." "Nah, it's all good. Just need to wait for my paycheck and I'll get myself something nice." "Paycheck?" Jason asked. He'd been under the impression that Tom was still unemployed, having been fired from his role at Townsend's supermarket for sleeping on the job. "Yeah, working out at the salad bowl." At first, Jason couldn't place the name, despite feeling some sort of familiarity about it. Then it hit him. "Wait, you're working out at the prison?" The Salad Bowl was a minimum to medium security prison about a half-hour's drive from Daylesford, located just outside of Bacchus Marsh. Locals and prisoners called it the Salad Bowl because the facility also grew a lot of the local community's salads and vegetables. The governor of the prison had organised deals with many of the surrounding businesses and used the proceeds to upgrade prison amenities and equipment. But salad was the furthest thing from Jason's mind as his thoughts imploded, leaving Tom talking to an empty receiver. "Jace? Hey, Jace?" But Jason couldn't hear him, feeling the excitement building deep inside him as he cradled the receiver beside his leg. Kaczynski worked at the Salad Bowl, a prison, a place where inmates were locked up for the night. "Tom, I'll call you back," he snapped into the phone, then cancelled the call with a push of his finger. Once he removed it and heard the new dial tone, he made another call. This one with a definite purpose that he hoped would breathe life into his plan. Because without them, the plan was as good as dead. 4. Before a cold April night in 1962, Jason Torrance had never considered the prospect of marriage for himself. He knew he loved Cindy more than anything, but the thought of actually going through the process and walking down the aisle with her frightened him. What scared him the most was that she would say no. He'd asked Benji about it one afternoon, during a round of drinks while the women were gawking at the latest hair trends in one of Maddie's many fashion magazines. Benji looked at him, stunned for a few moments, then began to slap him on the back, as if already congratulating him for proposing. It took a bit to convince him that he had no intention of asking the question, just needing a bit of brotherly advice. The conversation that followed made sense to Jason in a certain way, but it did nothing to ease the fear lurking inside him at the prospect of popping the question. It was Cindy herself that brought up the idea, stopping just short of asking him herself. The pair had moved in a few months before, and although his secrets remained firmly in place, the relationship felt as if it was headed in the right direction. "If I had to move somewhere far away, would you come with me?" He asked the question as a response to hers, and she looked at him puzzled. You have to move? Maybe, he said. Possibly. I know you have your friends and family up here, but what if we move to Victoria for a while? Just for a year, maybe. Her expression changed from surprise to confusion as Jason sat up, watching her. It was her piercing green eyes that still sucked him in, unable to pull his gaze away whenever she stared the way she did at that moment. You don't want to marry me? She asked. Yes, of course. But before we do, before I officially ask, there's something I have to do first. Do first? Like what? He considered telling her, hating himself for still lying to her about who he really was. He never felt good enough to be by her side, counting himself well short of deserving the love of a woman as classy as her. It's work-related. Kind of a surprise, he lied, although thinking of it more as a white lie than a real one. You planning to steal more liquor? She asked, and Jason felt the colour drain from his face. Cindy leant forward, reached for his hand, and cupped it in her own. Please don't be angry. It was my fault, really. I insisted she tell me, and I refused to leave until she answered my questions. Maddie, Jason replied, staring down at his feet. Don't blame her. She reached forward and with a single finger lifted his gaze up to hers. Whether to protect me or not, I need to know what's going on. I love you, baby. And if we're going to make this a long-term thing, you have to be straight with me. The lovemaking that followed Jason's complete revelation had been the best they'd ever had. It was intense on every level, and with the wall finally torn down between them, left nothing but honesty in its wake. Cindy turned out to be so much more than a lover and partner to him. She became his confidant, his critic, and his protector, all in one. The passion grew to such an extreme level that there were moments where Jason felt as if he needed her completely inside him, unable to get close enough to her. Cindy became involved in the subsequent plan in a way Jason had never expected. She offered opinions, made suggestions, and created in-depth plans for nearly every aspect of the robbery. It was as if she was an old hand, experienced as if a direct protege of Jimmy Telford himself. Cindy took to planning the crime like a duck did to water, understanding a lot of the key aspects from the very beginning. The pair worked on the plan together, making it presentable for the rest of the accomplices, all of whom would eventually agree to help. In September of 1962, 3 families moved their belongings from the suburbs of Sydney to a small country town called Daylesford. They didn't arrive together, each family making the journey a week apart. They didn't live close to each other, with only one of the 3 actually living within the township itself, Benji and Maddie moving into a modest 3-bedroom home near the primary school. Pete and Bree moved their tribe a couple of miles from town, while Jason and Cindy purchased a small farm near a tiny hamlet called Glen Lyon. A couple of the locals had used the term hamlet when Jason and Cindy had walked into their store for a couple of Cokes, surprised that half a dozen homes and a corner store would qualify. But having a place away from prying eyes meant the gang could hold meetings in relative secrecy without rousing the suspicions of nosy neighbours. The nearest were located almost half a mile away, hidden behind a low-lying hill and a row of thick trees. With their property having direct access to the main road, it also meant no one taking notice of which cars regularly drove down a side road. To avoid further suspicion, Jason organised get-togethers with only a single other member at a time. He planned to only have a single meeting involving everybody, and that wouldn't be until everything was finalised. The risks would be too great, and for the final plan to work, he would need everybody to be on the same page. The Salad Bowl, or Pike's Prison as it was formerly known, sat on the edge of a small water reservoir and became the final piece in Jason's intricate plans. It was where he and the rest of the active team would find the perfect alibi to avoid arrest, because of a single key ingredient. How could they be out performing robberies when they're all locked up in prison already? The following months were spent planning and performing a lot of reconnaissance. Once every couple of months, Jason drove to Melbourne and followed the armoured cars as they transported hauls of cash from the racetrack to drop houses. There were a large number, with several trucks used as decoys. But it didn't take long for him to work out what was going on, because as he'd been told by someone a lot wiser than himself, it doesn't hurt to have a few pieces in the opposite team's colours. Peter Lineman approached the armoured car company and after finding common ground with the manager, got a job as a uniformed guard. While initially put on bank runs for the first few months, he soon built up enough favour with the boss to get himself transferred to where he was needed. This meant that Jason no longer needed Mooch's input. Meanwhile, Tom Kaczynski was working himself into the good books with the prison management, working long hours and taking on plenty of overtime. He was getting moved around the prison between both the minimum and medium sections, separated from each other by high walls. Finally, Jason and Benji travelled back up north and purchased a further 2 mechanical workshops. They would eventually own 6 all up, 2 for each of them. Every workshop part of the larger chain. Tom, Lou and Brewster already owned legitimate businesses with which they could hide extra income, although both Lou and Brewster had already made clear of their intentions to travel abroad a few months after the dust had settled. It was a great plan, and one everybody hoped would come true. In November of that year, the crew did a blind test run of the job at hand, effectively working their way through each part of the process in real time. They timed each section, Jason taking careful notes to ensure they had exact numbers. Although they couldn't get as close to the prison as they hoped, they began the operation a quarter mile from its gates. Jason, Benji, Brewster, and Lou walking to where a vehicle was waiting for them, parked by Cindy herself. She didn't hang around, instead leaving the keys under a nearby rock. She would have another job to do on the actual day, this one more important than any other. She would wait for Pete's phone call and write the address of the drop house on a piece of paper and leave it in the car's center console. Once in the car, the 4 of them drove to Melbourne and picked up a truck left at an abandoned warehouse. Once there, Benji waited with the truck for exactly 25 minutes, then drove it to whichever drop house the money had been taken to. The other 3 drove ahead, picked up Pete, who on the night would be waiting nearby to the actual house. Just as Jason had done years before, the truck pulled up behind a vacant house, the pretend bags were dropped in the back, and then Benji took it to another location. 30 minutes later, they were standing in an abandoned lot, shaking hands, pretending to celebrate. After a few minutes of fake jubilation, they returned to the truck, and while Pete returned to where he needed to be, Jason and the others drove back to where they had picked the car up from, before eventually returning to the spot near the prison. "You sure no one will see us going in and out of there?" Benji asked as they stood in the field, looking at the prison in the distance. Tom said there's only one other guard that patrols after dark, each of them taking it in turn throughout the night. The day staff don't return until 5 in the morning, so as long as we're tucked up in our beds by then, we should be fine. It all sounds fine and dandy, but we still need to find a way to get sent there. What if the judge is in a pissed-off mood and he sends me somewhere else, like Pentridge or worse, King's Court? Lou sounded worried, and Jason understood his concern. The thought had crossed his own mind on more than one occasion. "We're working on that. Maddie, Cindy and Bree are studying the court's sentencing as best they can. The offences, the sentences, the prisons they're sent to, and Bree has applied to work at Ballarat Court. Apparently they're looking for some sort of receptionist or something." "Court recorder," Benji said of Pete's wife. "Yeah, one of those," Jason said. "Look, I know this is huge and the risks everyone is taking are astronomical, but unless we are 100% certain that we can do this, it won't happen. There's too much at stake." Jason tried to sound reassuring, but wasn't sure whether it worked. Lou simply nodded at him while Benji continued to stare at the prison, sitting a mile or 2 in the distance. Brewster coughed, then farted loudly. His face went from glorious appreciation to horrified realization in an instant as the smell hit the others like a dust cloud. "Dude, what the fuck?" Jason began, trying to wave the stench away before seeing Brewster's expression. "Did you—" he began as the laughter ripped from him. "Did you—" he tried again, the words falling from him like the piece of shit now travelling down the inside of Brewster's pant leg. "You followed through, you prick," Benji said, unimpressed. But Lou, almost collapsing from laughter, let him in on the joke. He doesn't wear jocks. Once Brewster had run off to the nearest bush and the laughter had died down again, Jason turned towards the prison a final time. He stared at what would soon become a stepping stone on a path leading towards their fate. The wise mentor's voice crept into his mind as he stood and stared towards the horizon, Jimmy's words now ringing true more than ever. A man afraid of risk will live but a single life. A man willing to venture along the path of uncertainty will live 1,000. Melbourne Cup Day on Tuesday, November 3rd, 1964, was set as the official date a few weeks after that first dry run. The majority believed that it would benefit the team to give it another year, as rushing may lead them towards unnecessary risks and unforeseen mistakes. Jason agreed, starting the countdown in his mind almost immediately. Over the coming months, the intel continued to grow as more information came to hand. Bree began work at the Ballarat courthouse and initiated an intensive log that included the names of the presiding magistrates, their demeanours, interests, bad habits, sentencing practices, and personal beliefs. She kept a running tally of offenders who fronted each court, including their past rap sheet when fronting court, their crimes, as well as their subsequent sentencing. Finally, she included tracking of where each crook was sent to in the state, with more than a dozen choices at the magistrate's disposal. It didn't take long for a distinct pattern to show up, one the crew would follow to the letter, with one minor exception. It was more of a safety net than anything else, and everyone had agreed to accept Jason's judgment as final regarding major decisions. So, when he paid a visit to Benji one July evening, he knew the decision he carried with him would be accepted. "You can't go," Jason said as they sat around the fire. The drum Benji had cut in half and used as a camp stove amplified the crackling of the logs inside. It somehow enunciated the silence between them, Benji staring into the flames as the words sank in. "But Jace, I can—" he began, but Jason cut him off, his eyes starting to twitch. "No, it's final. Your record isn't squeaky clean, and with the recent sentencing trend, you'll end up somewhere where you're going to be of no use to anyone." Benji knew it was no good to argue, left out in the cold like an unwanted mutt. He stared into the flames, his fingers gripping the can of beer tight enough for it to crinkle loudly. "What if I drove the car? You know, wait for you guys to come out of prison and drive down to Melbourne with you guys?" Jason considered this option for a moment, almost as hopeful as Benji himself to include him somehow. But after a moment, his eyes dropped back into the fire, only too aware of the problem. "If you did that, then why would any of us bother going to prison? It's for the alibi, bud. Remember? We need the alibi. Without it, we're fucked." Benji stood, sculled the rest of his beer, and crushed the can. After looking at Jason in disgust, he threw the dead soldier into the fire and turned towards the house. Jason let him go, only too aware of his disappointment. He'd run the scenario through his mind repeatedly on the way over and each time knew the outcome would be the same. There was no alternative option. Benji returned a few moments later carrying a bottle of Jack Daniels and 2 glasses. He held one out to Jason, who took it with a surprised look but remained quiet. Benji cracked the top, poured a generous amount into each glass, then sat the bottle on the ground beside his chair. "For the good of the many," he said, holding the rim of his glass out to Jason, who tapped his own glass against it and drank deep. "For the good of the many," Jason repeated, and drank again, this time finishing the drink. After finishing his own, Benji reached down and brought up the bottle, refilling each glass again. They repeated the act twice more before resuming their hypnotic staring into the fire. And as they reminisced about past times, they let the liquor do its job. It was agreed that Benji and Maddie would receive 5% of whatever the group made. They had contributed enough to warrant as much, regardless of whether either of them participated in the actual theft or not. Despite a couple of grumblings from within the team, the matter was settled as quickly as it had been raised. With the final details all falling into place, the crew settled in for the final months before the job reached its critical moment. Jason and Cindy decided to head off to America for a 4-week vacation in California, Florida, and a week in Hawaii on the return flight. Pete and Bree headed to Europe to visit Bree's parents, who lived in Dublin, while Brewster, Lou, and Tom spent a week on the Gold Coast. Only Benji and Maddie remained at home, not feeling in a holiday kind of mood. It wasn't that they were bitter with anyone, more just disappointed, something only time would heal. They remained close to home for the duration, keeping their ears to the ground for any news. But the plan that had been laid was almost foolproof, with the only outside influences with the power to affect them being the race itself. As September turned into October, the crews slowly began to return from whichever corner of the globe they'd gone to. The last ones to return were Jason and Cindy, flying back into Melbourne on September 6th. After spending another week on their property, Jason decided that it was time for their final get-together. This time, it was an all-in at his home, although they still took precautions. Benji and Maddie, still as much a part of the operation, were picked up by Pete and Bree, while Brewster and Lou drove out together. Tom arrived alone, riding his motorbike as always. By the time everybody was seated around the fire pit, the daylight had made way for the stars to shine through. Once the food had been served and dealt with, Bree and Cindy made short work of the crockery, rejoining the group a short time after. Only once everyone was seated did Jason finally stand and take center stage. He began by looking at each of them in turn, a proud kind of smile in his face. These people were his family, another adopted group like he'd been forced to acquire his entire life. Only these people were different, sitting before him by choice. His eye twitched a little, but that was one of the few times he didn't loathe it, instead feeling honored by the nerves. Just as he was about to start talking, he suddenly had a thought, a small bit of inspiration hitting him. Glasses. Everyone grab a glass. At first, everyone just looked around, unsure of what he meant. But Cindy was up and back with a bottle of champagne before anyone could object, already pouring a small amount into a dozen glasses. Once they were shared out, Jason stood before them, his own glass raised. His face wore a strange smile, one that reminded them of a man about to recite some piece of wisdom. And that was exactly what he wanted to do. The only words he felt appropriate for the moment. A man afraid of risk will live but a single life. A man willing to venture along the path of uncertainty will live 1,000. It took a moment, but when the words sank in, they all raised their glasses and toasted the saying, drinking their champagne as a final salute. Once the glasses were empty and set down again, Jason began the meeting in earnest, relieved to finally feel the wind in the planned sails. Each member of the robbery team had a single job to complete that was of the highest priority. Nothing else compared to the importance of this single task, not even the eventual stick-up itself. It was the crime that would have them arrested, tried, and sentenced to prison. With well over a year of data to guide them, it was decided that each of the members would choose a crime that would net them between 30 and 60 days at the salad bar. With Benji ruled out from joining them in prison, it was decided that he would do one minor job. He would pick up the money once it was theirs and drive it to their own safe house, somewhere far enough away. The rest would wait for their moment, biding their time while relaxing in comfort, courtesy of Her Majesty the Queen. The list of crimes wasn't a huge one, but each of the participants decided on something different, ensuring they weren't linked in any way. Brewster believed that a simple drunken disorderly would do the trick, possibly adding a resisting arrest charge as well. Drunken disorderly wasn't enough alone, but adding a little something seemed to do the trick. Lou walked into an antique store and began arguing with the owner over the authenticity of a vase. It wasn't until said vase went sailing through the mirror of a nearby dresser that the police were called. Jason was the last to go, opting for a simple drunken disorderly. His plan almost came unstuck when the arresting cop suddenly stepped left just as Jason let fly with a fake punch. It caught the officer in the shoulder and could have resulted in an assault on police charge. 2 previous assaults on police had ended with sentences of 6 and 9 months, so it was lucky that there was no mention of the incident. As it was, Everybody except Brewster received 8 weeks when eventually sent to the courthouse. The sitting magistrate seemed a little on the annoyed side that day, but none minded the extra couple of weeks, all thankful that the plan had mostly worked. Brewster was the only one to receive a harsher sentence of 10 weeks. Despite the minor setback, by the time the final few days of October dwindled away, all 3 were busy turning the earth at the salad bowl, incarcerated in a minimum security prison that sat just 40 minutes from Flemington and their future winnings. On October 31st, half a dozen men were working one of the fields near the outlying perimeter of the prison when a fight broke out. One of them had been hoeing a neat line heading east to west, when another prisoner repeatedly stepped on his work as he himself dug his own row ready for planting. After putting up with it for almost an hour, tempers flared enough between the two for them to start swinging their tools around wildly. Another crook quickly became involved as the scuffle encroached on their own progress. 3 men ready to beat each other's brains out, while another 2 watched on wide-eyed. The 2 officers standing guard at first stood back, not bothering to interfere. If the crooks wanted to bash their own heads in, then so be it. But as one of the prisoners copped a hoe in the side of the head, Officer Tom Kaczynski pulled out his baton and ran in swinging, shouting for the rest of them to drop to the ground. The other officer fired his weapon into the air and raised the alarm. A few moments later, several more guards rounded the wall and came rushing to their brother's aid. 2 prisoners were taken to solitary confinement. The governor giving each a week in the hole to cool their tempers. The 3rd prisoner was taken to the medical wing for assessment, then, after being cleared with a minor concussion and a couple of stitches, joined the others. Tom Kaczynski was called to the governor's office once the offending prisoners were all locked up. He stood before his boss, cap held by his side, feeling like a soldier ready to salute. "Do you know the difference between courage and stupidity, Kaczynski?" Lachlan Boyle finally asked, looking up from his paperwork. "No, sir," Tom replied. "Control. Nothing but a very fine line of control. Take a seat." He did as the man reached into a drawer, pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Tom. After taking one, he flipped the lid off his Zippo and held it out, chasing the tip of the nervous man's smoke until the clouds of goodness began to fill the room. They smoked for a few moments before Lachlan continued. "I like to keep up with the affairs of the prison. You know, the general mood around the place, who's doing what they're supposed to, who's being a dick." He took a puff, held it in for what felt like an eternity, then slowly exhaled, the smoke joining the rest of the fog that was slowly circling above them. "I've been watching you for the past few months, and I have to say, I like what I've been seeing." "Thank you, sir," Tom said, feeling a little uncomfortable. "Married, Kaczynski? Got a special woman in your life?" Tom shook his head. Know what a man does while he waits for the one to come along? He works. He works his butt off to get enough money saved so he can provide her with a decent life." Tom wasn't following and simply nodded as he drew on his own cigarette. The governor took a final drag, blew the smoke up into the room, then stubbed his butt out in the ceramic ashtray. "With your permission, I'd like to make you a shift supervisor. It means longer hours and more days, but it also brings with it a pay rise and extra benefits. Interested?" For the first time since he started the job, Tom was left speechless, the offer taking him completely by surprise. He began. "Okay then," Boyle said, rising to his feet with an outstretched hand. "Congratulations." Surprised, Tom simply smiled, stood, and shook the governor's hand, his head in a spin. He never expected the position to actually lead him anywhere. He'd originally applied more as a dare with himself, to see whether he had what it took to spend time in a place such as this. It wasn't maximum security, but there were still prisoners. "Thank you, sir," he finally said, just as he was ushered out. "I really appreciate it." Once Brewster joined them, the gash on his head taken care of, the 3 of them sat in their own cells inside the unit known as the dungeon. Although the unit could house half a dozen more prisoners, Jason and his gang were its only occupants that night. "Brewster, you okay?" Jason called out once he heard the guards slam the outer door shut. Something rustled down the hall before a voice drifted back to him sounding weak and deflated.
Yeah, just... Why the hell did you hit me so hard?
I'm sorry, man, I got carried away. Think I just needed it to look real. What did the doc say? Jason called back. Said he didn't have a brain to worry about. Lou chipped in and laughed. Fuck you, Brewster snapped, sounding unimpressed. 4 stitches! Just think of what you'll get because of it, Jason said, and the rest of them grew silent, suddenly more than aware of the impending windfall headed their way. As the 3 of them laid back on their pillows, each staring up at the ceiling, thoughts of riches and grandeur circled their imaginations as they realized the job was finally at hand. 5. Tuesday, November 3rd began with a very faint drizzle that many thought might keep the crowd numbers down for the running of the Melbourne Cup. But by 9 a.m, the sun had broken through, and within a couple of hours, the heavens had cleared completely, welcoming a crowd in excess of 100,000. The previous races all featured prominently, with punters staking their hard-earned cash for a chance to take home some winnings. But nothing compared to the race that stops a nation, the running of the Cup starting at precisely 3 p.m. Though none of the 3 men sitting in isolation cells heard any of the action, they could feel the electricity in the air as their moment was fast approaching. When the guard finally did his rounds a little after 5 and brought them their dinner, he revealed the winner of the Cup to be Polo Prince, a 12-1 chance from New Zealand. The news brings an instant smile to Jason's face as he briefly stared at the closed door, his meal tray in hand. Once he heard the main door close again, Jason sat down on his bed, his legs feeling weak with excitement. "Did he say Polo Prince, Jace?" Brewster called out. "Yes." "That wasn't the favourite, was it?" Lou asked. "No," Jason replied, shoveling a piece of broccoli into his mouth. He can barely close his mouth to chew as the grin refused to leave. With the favourite well and truly beaten, it meant more money in the kitty for them, with the bookies retaining more than they would have paid out if the favourite had won. As each of the men ate heartily, they knew that the game was finally at hand, with the gun already in the hand of the starter. Despite hearing the snores of his 2 accomplices, Jason couldn't sleep a wink. The mixture of nerves and excitement was too much, and he simply paced slowly around his narrow cell. The time for Tom to come and unlock them had been set at exactly midnight. It was an hour after the final prison personnel left the jail and gave Tom enough time to make sure his offsider was asleep, courtesy of a spiked drink he'd made available. Jason's mind raced with a mixed bag of both negative and positive outcomes. He knew the chances of success laid on their side, but was only too aware that failure wouldn't be far away. The money was already there, ready and waiting for them to simply come and take. It was theirs for the taking, as long as they followed the plan and kept to the script. Shortly after midnight, Jason was roused awake by a faint metallic rattling. He'd been dozing lightly on and off for the previous hour, his eyes growing heavier the more he tried to stay awake. The rattling paused briefly, then was followed by the unmistakable squeal of a rusted hinge. He stood, listening to the quiet footfalls of boots as Tom slowly made his way down the dark corridor, feeling his way along rather than using his torch. Jason took half a step back from the door as he heard the key slide into the lock, slowly turning, then snapped as the door cracked open. "Game time," Tom whispered once the cell door was open far enough. He looked like nothing more than a shadow to Jason, but the hall behind him was slightly more illuminated than his cell. After unlocking the other 2 cells, Tom went along and relocked all the doors before leading them outside. "Follow close," he whispered. "Some of the crooks like to sit in their windows during the night. Can't have them see us." Jason nodded, looking across the yard. There was no moon, and he suddenly realized that it helped them more than he would have thought. Tom led the way, slowly making his way around the outside of the yard. The main unit ran along one wall, 2 floors of cells, running almost a dozen barred windows along each. The 4 men crept slowly through the shadows, aware of the eyes that could have been watching them. There were no guard towers, the minimum security division held in by a simple wire fence. Not even razor wire was used for it, nor the medium division behind the wall. "Place is full," Tom whispered as they crept along the fence.
Every bed is used. Make sure you're back by 4, no later. Staff will start rolling in just after.
It was a change to their original plan, but with the influx of extra prisoners, it meant more staff were needed.
That's going to be pushing it,
Jason said, frowning. He calculated the journey ahead in his mind. A little over 3 hours to drive to the city, pick up Pete, do the robbery, and drive back in time to be tucked up when the day shift arrived.
It'll be fine, he said, nodding confidently.
They finally reached an old gate in the bottom corner of the complex. It sat behind another gate in the internal fence line, and Tom unlocked the first one, then the other, before swinging them open and waving the crew through.
Remember, back by 4. I'll be here at exactly 3:55 waiting for you.
Jason nodded, then shook his hand.
Good luck,
Tom finished, then watched as they disappeared into the darkness. The car was parked just as they had planned, with a change of clothes for each of them in the back seat, as well as the all-important note in the center console. After changing and storing their prison uniforms behind a tree, they climbed in, Jason taking the wheel and heading them out onto the open road. Within a few short minutes they were on the main road. A minute after that, the highway leading into the city. The traffic wasn't substantial, but there were still enough vehicles out and about to allow the trio to blend in nicely. Chatting was at a bare minimum as they drove, nerves keeping them silenced for the most part. Each man knew the risks at hand and were now only too aware of the consequences if failure came for them. Brewster sat in the back seat with the street directory on his lap, carefully flipping the pages as he searched for their destination with each street lamp they passed. The light was barely enough to see, but he slowly managed to map their way, carefully guiding Jason with each turn. According to Pete's address, the money had been taken less than a mile from the racetrack, guarded by 4 men, 3 of whom were cops. The 4th was a regular he'd worked with a few times, but not enough to make them best friends. Lou had read the brief message out to Jason as they drove, the latter running the words through his mind. He couldn't risk losing another person. Already down 3 men through circumstances and planning. With the crew already losing Benji, Pete had to step up. As he continued on, closing the distance between them and their cash, his mind settled on each man's position in the job, with Pete remaining as inconspicuous as possible. It was all Jason could do, the plan too far in play for last-minute changes. Pete was waiting just where he'd written, behind an abandoned house on a side street off Ballarat Road. The car barely stopped to pick him up, Jason steering them back out onto the road within a second of Pete climbing in.
"Showtime, lads,"
he said, shaking hands with each of them.
"They've got it holed up in a small warehouse over near the rail yards. If I know Roger Banks, he'll be snoozing in some corner with his feet up."
"And the cops?" Jason asked, but before Pete could answer, he sneezed 4 times in quick succession. It was a weird sound, because he squeezed his nose shut, resulting in something sounding more like a strangled cat.
"Sorry, damn hay fever,"
he said once back under control.
"Hard to say. But from what I've heard, most are there for the extra money. They're usually young blokes fresh out of the academy. That could work in our favour. Rush them and use the element of surprise to scare the shit out of them. Stick a shotgun barrel into their faces and who knows? Maybe we'll see some piss flow."
Jason paused and considered. "Gonna keep you by the door, bud," he said just as he carefully turned into the estate by the river. They were now just a couple of 100 yards from ground zero. "Brewster and I will rush inside, Lou following to cover us. If the warehouse is as open as you think, there's a very good chance most will be sitting close to each other, maybe a table with a card game." The other 3 nodded, too nervous to speak. Jason slowed a little more, then stopped completely and checked his watch. Now 1:20 a.m. Benji was due at precisely 2, which gave them enough time to try and scope the place out. They were still 100 yards or so from the warehouse entrance when Jason finally killed the engine. "I'm going to go check things out," Jason said as Pete sneezed again, repeating the same sequence. The others almost collapsed trying to hold their laughter in.
"Just watch for the patrols. They usually do a couple of perimeter checks through the night, if they're playing by the rules."
Jason nodded, then slowly crept into the shadows, leaving the others to prepare the weapons. There were no patrols. The warehouse surrounded by a chain-link fence that had more holes than a colander. Jason carefully crept along to one big enough, then slowly climbed through, ensuring none of his clothing snagged on a stray wire. Once through, he crept along the ground to the nearest wall and stole along it, remaining in the shadows as best he could. There was a set of stairs that led to the second-floor fire escape, and Jason walked gingerly up each step, aware that each could creak and alert those inside. But it was made of metal, and the only thing creaking were his bones. Once up top, he was relieved to find an open window by the door. As he peered inside, he could see everything he needed to. The layout, perfect for what he planned. The space below him was a wide open area devoid of anything substantial. The racking that may have lined the floor at one time was now assembled in rows along the left wall. There was a small office in the far corner, but the door was closed. A round table was set up just in front of the office, and two of the officers looked to be engaged in a serious round of cards, most probably poker, judging by the pile of chips at the table. The third, possibly the one Pete called Roger Banks, had slid a chair opposite him and was sleeping across his makeshift bed, his head rolled back far enough on his shoulders to completely disappear. Jason couldn't see the fourth officer for a moment, at first panicked that he may come up behind him at any moment. But once he saw two legs stretched out through the armored truck's open door, the feet wedged into the corner of the window, he allowed himself to breathe again. 4 guards, each with a pistol hanging from their belt and 2 visible shotguns leaning against the table, both within easy reach should anything happen. They would have the shotguns in their hands before any of them had gotten more than 3 or 4 yards into the warehouse. He continued to scan the building, looking for anything that would tip the advantage in their favor. After a few moments, he did find something. There was another door on the direct opposite wall to where he now stood, and it stood far enough ajar to let someone inside. The gangway that led from the door was suspended from the roof beams and cut the space in half, hanging right above the place where the officers sat. After nodding to himself a few times and taking inventory, Jason slowly retreated from the window, made his way back down the stairs, and returned to where the boys were waiting for him. The time read 1:47 as he reached his waiting accomplices, each already masked, armed, and ready to play. Brewster handed Jason his shotgun and mask, who took it and began to prepare while sharing the change in plan. Walking in a line like Wyatt Earp and his gang towards the OK Corral, rifles by their sides and adrenaline charging through their bodies, Jason and his posse made their way towards their own date with destiny. Everyone knew their job, and with timing now critical, walked with purpose in their step. Benji wouldn't be far behind, and this would be the moment that would make or break their entire futures. Just as they reached the warehouse's fence line, Brewster peeled off and headed towards the far stairs. The others could barely make him out, the night dark enough to breed deathly shadows as he was all but swallowed by them. But the outline of the warehouse was visible, and before long, they watched as his faint silhouette somehow floated up silently along one side. "Let's do this," Jason whispered as they reached the side door. This one was the perfect choice, because the armored truck itself mostly shielded it from where the others sat around the table. If they managed to open it quietly enough, the gang could almost be on top of their victims before anyone saw a thing. Jason carefully grasped the door handle and pulled it down as if handling sweaty dynamite, his own perspiration already beading on his brow. Once the handle was all the way down, he tried to pull it back. There was a slight creak, but suddenly a shout floated to them from inside. "Anyone want anything?" Jason, hearing the noise, pulled a little harder and the door let go, silently floating open on its hinges. Once the door was fully open, he waved the others inside, the armored truck sitting a dozen yards before them, the front facing the right side of the building. They crept inside, weapons held at the ready, as they shuffled, hunched over towards the rear of the truck. Jason could smell the nerves in the air. Either that or it was stale piss from the bums that occasionally used the building for shelter. Looking up, They could see Brewster carefully walking along the suspended ramp, his own shotgun held at the ready, its barrel already aimed at the target audience. As Jason watched him, he suddenly held up a hand in a stop gesture, then held up 3 fingers. Jason looked at him curiously, mouthing the question back up at him. Brewster closed his fingers, then held up 3 fingers again, as if enunciating his message. Jason carefully dropped down to his knees and peered under the truck. He couldn't see the table, but did make out the legs sitting around it, watching it as 2 sets were in view. The third man was missing. Jason held his hand up to the others, halting for the time being. He checked his watch. 1:53. Benji was mere minutes away, and they still hadn't secured the building. They would need time to get the truck open before he came. Time was becoming an issue, and he wondered whether to simply rush the remaining men. Just as he stood and was about to start the countdown, a voice suddenly rose from somewhere behind the truck.
"We can go in there for a while. Slightly toxic,"
the voice cackled, sounding proud of its recent deposit. Jason gave a final nod, held up his hand, and slowly folded each finger in turn. The others watched as the silent countdown began. The 3 of them ran around the corner of the truck, shotguns held high as they charged the table. Only Lou peeled off and headed to the front of the truck, his barrel pointed towards the open door. Above them, standing in his sniper's nest, Brewster began to shout. The men at the table were completely surprised, one of them falling off his chair. Their hands shot skyward faster than a startled jackrabbit as the colour drained from their faces.
"Don't fucking move!"
Jason snarled, thrusting his barrel within inches from one of the seated cops' faces. "You," Lou told the one in the front seat. "Get out and join your mates." The man didn't move fast enough, and Lou jammed the barrel into his side.
"Move!"
he screamed. The man nodded furiously and fell from the vehicle. He tripped to his knees, stared up at his captor, and shook his head wildly. "Please, I have a baby," he whispered, almost petrified from fear. Lou waved for him to get moving, and he did. Jason walked around the table, nodding as he went, then stopped next to the only man that would hold the combination for the truck's rear doors, Roger Banks, looking up defiantly from his seat.
"You'll never get away. You know that, right? They'll chase you to the ends of the earth."
"Let's go," Jason said calmly, pushing his barrel into the side of the man's face. The man didn't appear to be intimidated in the least, unlike his fellow officers, who looked ready to piss themselves. Roger walked to the rear of the truck, then paused as he faced the door. The combination dial sat in front of his face, and he knew what it meant if he unlocked it. But he also knew what was at stake, and risking the lives of the others for some gambling profit wasn't something he was willing to chance. Lou remained with the others, with Brewster covering him from above, as Jason and Pete watched the shaking hand work the dial. A distant engine suddenly broke the silence, and Jason knew the time had come.
"Hurry up!"
he spat, watching the old man stall for time.
"No one is coming to save you!"
Finally, with a last spin of the wheel, the lock clicked open and Roger stood back as the door slowly creaked open, revealing the hidden treasure within. Jason felt a little like Aladdin, discovering the treasures within the cave, but knew there was no lamp, just bundles of beautiful cash. He stared at them, wide-eyed as more than a dozen white canvas bags stared back. "Get inside and slide them forward," Jason said, and then watched the guard climb aboard. He nodded at Pete, then quickly went to the door as headlights illuminated the windows announcing Benji's arrival. "I'll carry them over, you hand them down," Jason said, leaning his shotgun against the side of the truck. He looked up at Brewster, then across to where Lou was still covering the others. He nodded to each for confirmation, then reached for the first 2 bags. Almost running but unable to get his speed up due to the weight, Jason walked his precious cargo across the warehouse floor towards the door on the other side. Once opened, he lifted them into the back of the truck as Benji remained in the front, just as they'd planned. Jason ran back inside and a moment later returned with the second load, then the third, then the fourth. By his 5th return run, the others were wearing grins that looked painted on, unable to wipe them from their faces as the cash value continued to rise before their very eyes. By the 7th run, they realized that each man would already get 2 of the bags, each holding countless banknotes. By the 9th run, The gang started exchanging weird looks with each other, as their surprise first turned to nervous curiosity, then into a near fear.
How many more?
Brewster called from above, but Jason didn't answer, still running as his breath fought to catch up. Finally, after the 13th run, they all heard Jason close Benji's truck doors, then clap the back, the metallic thump piercing the night. The engine revved, then dipped as Benji slowly rolled away from the door, heading off to the safe house he'd arranged. Inside, Pete kept watch as Roger stood in the back of the truck while Lou covered the others. Jason returned to the armored truck, intending to call the other guards over to lock them all inside. But just as he reached the open door, Pete began to sneeze. First once, then twice, 3 times, and finally a 4th. He'd squeezed his nose again, the strangled cat back with a vengeance. Above them, Brewster let a small giggle go. Jason looked at Pete, then shook his head, his own grin hidden beneath his mask. But Pete wasn't looking back at him, the man's attention firmly focused on another, his eyes appearing panicked. "Pete?" Roger Banks whispered from inside the armored truck. Jason felt his stomach drop as he heard the name, a massive surge of adrenaline hitting his system all at once. There was a moment of silence as the name hung in the air. Then time seemed to slow. Jason could only watch as movement seemed to sedate considerably for himself, while it sped up for everyone else. Before he had a chance to fully register what was happening, Pete raised the shotgun up, pointed it at the face of the man standing hunched over before him, and squeezed the trigger. Jason had just enough time to turn his eyes to where the old man stood before the face disappeared in a cloud of gore. The head all but exploded before him, blood and brains spraying out in all directions as the blast ripped it apart from point-blank range. Brewster and Lou would later tell him that his scream seemed to echo around the warehouse long after the explosion had faded out. The old man collapsed to the floor in front of them as the others seated around the table began to scream in terror. Jason stared down at the body in horror as a vision returned to his mind, one he hadn't thought of in a very long time. The man reminded him of another headless victim, one beaten to death by Jimmy Telford in a warehouse from another time. He stood, momentarily frozen, before the others finally brought him back. "What the fuck have you done?" Jason snapped at Pete, grabbing him by the collar. "What had to be done?" Pete replied, as cold as the calmness in his voice.
In the back!
Jason screamed, turning towards the cops at the table.
Move!
After hesitating for a moment as the others tried to push the shock aside, Pete ran to where they were sitting and began herding them towards the bloody scene waiting for them. A couple began to cry, while the other one simply walked with his head down, too scared to speak, as if accepting his fate. They looked like men sentenced to death as they walked to the back of the truck. Once standing before the bloody mess, they briefly paused before the shouting men coaxed them up and inside. But rather than murder 3 more, Jason simply closed the door as the men inside whimpered like condemned dogs. "You gonna leave him alive?" Pete asked to the shock of everyone else. Jason looked at him for a moment, his eyes clearly conveying the message his mouth didn't need to speak. Jason grabbed the dial once the door clicked shut, then spun it wildly, as if trying for a prize on the weekly spin-to-win wheel at the pub. Brewster had already disappeared back through the door, and the others began to run outside, Pete and Jason simply staring at each other. The problem was, Jason knew he was fucked, long before the gang ever set foot inside the warehouse. He'd known Pete to be the weak link in the chain, not because of his temper, but rather because of his lack of alibi. He knew that it should have been Pete driving the truck, with Benji left out completely. But Jason also knew he needed 4 men, not 3. In the end, it came down to the numbers he needed versus the risks involved. As the pair finally turned and followed the others back out into the darkness, breaking into a run once clear of the fence, Jason wondered whether the fuck-up could have been avoided, and if the job could have succeeded with just 3 guns instead of 4. But the dilemma had lived in his brain for weeks before that night, running the scenario every which way possible. He needed 4 guns. 3 to cover the men, while a 4th ran the money. 3 men would have meant just a single man watching 3 guards, and those were odds he couldn't agree to. No, it had to be 4 guns. As they neared their car, he could already hear the fighting ahead. Lou and Pete were facing off, with Brewster in the middle trying to quieten them down. Jason, still running, lifted his shotgun up by the barrel, and as he neared the pair, swung it hard. The butt of the gun smashed into the side of Pete's leg, the crack sounding like a branch splintering. He moaned, reached for his wounded leg, and dropped to his other knee, his head thudding into the rear of the car. "Shut the fuck up!" Jason sneered into Pete's face as he pulled out his revolver. With Pete still moaning, Jason slid the barrel into his mouth and cocked the hammer, the sound silencing everyone. "If you so much as fart, you'll join that body back there, do you understand?" Pete remained silent. "Nod if you understand." Pete nodded. Jason stood again, pocketed his pistol, and threw his shotgun into the trunk. He looked at Pete a final time, then took out the car keys. "Get him into the car," he muttered before walking to the driver's door. "This'll cost him." 6. As Jason laid back down on his prison bed a little more than an hour later, he simply latched his hands together under his head and stared up at the darkened ceiling above. He'd fucked it. Inside, he knew he'd messed up big time, despite the money, the sum of which they still didn't know. But with Pete murdering the guard in cold blood, it turned the robbery into a murder scene, and that meant a whole new investigation, one the cops would never stop with. After dropping Pete back to where they'd picked him up, the others returned to the same spot they'd found the car, leaving it exactly the same. They first redressed into the prison uniforms, then took the guns and walked them to the nearby reservoir, throwing them into the water one at a time, starting with the murder weapon. Tom was already waiting by the gate, and he returned them to their cells as his partner in guard snoozed in the staff room, just as had been hoped. The passage was all clear all the way back to their beds, with the prison silent as they crept along the walls. Once locked in, Tom returned to his previous rounds, whistling as he went. But Jason was far from sleep, the weak link in his chain remaining at the forefront of his mind. Pete had fucked up in a big way, and would now be an even bigger liability. He had considered making him disappear, just shooting him and dumping his body somewhere in the scrub on the way back to the prison. But that would raise too many questions. An officer vanishing the same night as a robbery on one of the armoured trucks he worked with. Jason wondered how intense the questioning of all the guards would be, maybe sniffing an inside job. Would Pete stand up to the interrogation? Of course he would. Of that fact Jason was positive. But would they smell a rat? Then, his mind turned to the guards, the cops locked in the back of the truck. Would they be able to identify anyone? He doubted it. For one, Roger Banks had only whispered Pete's name before he was silenced. The others had been sitting quite a distance away, and the rear of the truck faced away from them. Any sound that did make it out of the steel can would have travelled backwards, away from the group. As he lay on his bed, the wild thoughts running through his mind, he heard a loud snoring from somewhere down the corridor. He recognised the distinct sounds from his teenage years, having heard them many times. Lou had already nodded off. Jason looked at the window and saw the hint of night fading out. Soon, it would be daylight, and then the first lot of guards would come through. He turned on his side and closed his eyes, hoping for at least an hour of sleep. It was what he needed, to escape the nerves that were refusing to relinquish their hold. Maybe a dream ready to help him escape. But as he drifted barely beneath the surface of sleep, it continued to push him back up, keeping his mind active as it withheld any possibility of dreams. It was Tom that finally brought the news to them 2 days later, the radio eventually revealing the first indications of the huge sum of money that had been stolen. Jason heard the words as Tom whispered them through his trap, but they failed to properly register, his brain somehow numbed by the numbers themselves. He took a couple of steps backwards, staring back at the smiling eyes peering in on him. "Jace, you hear me?" Tom repeated, then looked to his left and closed the trap. Jason looked at his hands, the fingers shaking uncontrollably as he mouthed the number to himself. £2.7 million, the largest in Australian history. As the bed struck the back of his legs, Jason fell backwards, thumping down onto the mattress. His stomach cramped relaxed, then cramped again. He felt his mouth start to water and lunged for the toilet bowl in the corner before watching his lunch drop before him. The gang were eventually let out of their isolation cells 3 days later and returned to the main unit. During their absence, an influx of new inmates needed housing. The guards had taken a few single occupancies and turned them into duals to accommodate everyone. The nerves still hadn't quite settled for Jason, who'd ended up with the medical officer for severe nausea. The doc had given him some reflux medicine, which tasted like a combination of shit and chalk, and by the end of the first day, had given up on it. But now, being back out in the fresh air and sunshine, Jason began to relax a little, despite a single train wreck constantly crashing into his mind. Pete. There were a million questions he needed answers to, but because of their prior agreement, knew they wouldn't come for a long time. The robbery's plan hadn't been the only one set in motion the night Tom had let them out of their cells. So too had been the one that came after everything had happened. Benji had already moved his family into a house in Mornington a few weeks before the hammer dropped. It was a farm, next to a national park that would serve as the hiding spot for the money. Only Benji and Jason knew the exact hiding place, having scoped the spot out during a hike the previous year. Benji's farm was within walking distance of the treasure, and he would keep an eye on things during the year the gang agreed to lie low. An entire year, without contacting anyone, without touching a single note from the hall. The three prisoners didn't even mix, keeping their distance from each other as best they could. But there would always be the weak spot. The man who'd nearly fucked everything on the night, with a murder. A murder the cops were now spending countless man-hours on to solve. Pete would be their weak link until everything cooled off enough to try and get back to a normal life. Pete was the reason for the nerves. The reason Jason had so many questions. He was the only face that would stare back at him from the shadows at night, when sleep refused to take him to where he could escape from the questions. The day before the first of the three was due to be released from prison was one of the longest days for them. It was a hot day, one of the hottest of the season so far, with the temperature reaching somewhere north of 100 degrees. Still pissed from the fight they had, the governor had ordered a dozen men, including the three troublemakers, to work the western field, the hard earth needing turning. Whilst the tractor would normally make short work of the job, the dozen were handed shovels instead, dealt out by Boyle himself. The rock-hard earth had reflected the heat back up at the men like a running radiator, the sweat pouring from their faces as they leant over their tools. The water breaks were few and far between, the only reprieve coming when the lunch trolley arrived, loaded with sandwiches and freshly made tea cakes. There had been little conversation throughout the morning, and as the men sat down to eat, the heat had taken away any urgency to talk. They ate in silence, then sat with their hats over their faces, the shade of the gum tree offering very little shelter from the still rising heat. After a reprieve that lasted a little over a half hour, the men returned to work, slowly carrying their shovels back into the blazing sunshine. To try and remove himself just a little, Jason let his mind wander, thinking of a better place where he and Cindy could make use of the almost £400,000 that was waiting for them. That night at dinner, the boys were all eyeing each other, aware that within a few short hours, Lou would be a free man. He's already planned to leave town and move further east, using the excuse that he needed a fresh start after a stretch in prison. It was as good a reason as any, offering him somewhere new to explore, find a new career, and build a new life. A number of other crooks had heard about his impending release and were walking up and offering him handshakes, together with good luck wishes. Jason and Brewster used the opportunity to also join in, blending with the others perfectly. That night, as they were locked into their cells, Lou gave Jason a final nod before turning in, disappearing behind the door where Brewster was ready for sleep. Jason stood watching for a brief second, grinned slightly, then turned into his own doorway, the screw locking him inside a minute later. Exhausted from the day spent digging in the raw heat, all three collapsed into bed and were asleep well within the hour. Jason felt good about things, his own release less than 2 weeks away, with Brewster 2 weeks after that. They were getting closer to completing the second stage of their grand plan, with the third being nothing more than a waiting game. All things continuing as they had been, within a short year, they'd all be rich and free. Nobody quite knew how the fire started, but they did know where. Cell 16 was located on the bottom tier and housed an old crook named Ray McPherson. He'd been in and out of the system for the better part of half a century and did time as easily as some people changed their socks. He was also due to be released the following morning, together with Lou. But what some would believe is a simple mistake on his part ensured neither would ever see the outside of the jail again. By the time the fire brigade managed to attend, the unit housing 60% of the prison's accommodation was completely gutted, with 22 prisoners missing and 12 already in the medical wing. The rest had been herded into one of the holding yards near the isolation unit, with officers frantically trying to douse the flames with badly connected fire hoses and piss-poor water pressure. The flames that roared through the building and were belching almost 3 stories above the roofline instantly evaporated the water sprinkled onto it. The firefighters would later say that the officers may as well have stood in a line, dropped their trousers and tried to extinguish the fire by pissing on it. Over in the exercise pen, Jason looked through the crowd around him, frantically searching for the familiar faces amongst them. But neither Lou nor Brewster were anywhere to be found. The flames could be seen from the holding yard, the light from it casting crazy shadows over the men, dancing around them like epileptic demons. The shouting from screws and firefighters filled the air, joining the occasional exploding windows, the glass tinkling through the roar of the flames as the fire consumed the building and everything within. The screams from those trapped had been cut short long before the fire brigade ever arrived, the heat from the flames too intense for anybody to go and save them. Jason's had been one of the first cells unlocked, the smoke already too thick to see the door directly opposite, the one holding his friends. He wouldn't find out their fate until the sun finally rose to reveal the true horror of the night. While 2 men had entered cell 28 together and fallen asleep on their bunk beds, only one managed to walk away alive, saved by a last-minute decision. The heat from the day had remained in the unit, unable to fully vent from lack of airflow through the building. That very heat had contributed significantly to the subsequent fire, but had also been the reason Brewster decided to sleep on the floor rather than in his bed. Though not much cooler, the man had felt a slight drop in temperature when he threw his pillow onto the carpet. Brewster had even told Lou of the much cooler floor, but he'd only laughed at him, telling him soon they would all be sleeping in castles. Sleep took them quite fast, and neither woke to the smell of smoke. But lying on the ground had meant Brewster slept beneath the cloud of toxic smoke that slowly filled the unit, creeping beneath the doors and filling the cells from the ceiling down. Lou, sleeping soundly on the top bunk, never woke from his sleep, the noxious assassin killing him silently, just as it did a dozen others. The cigarette that had started the fire took less than 2 minutes to erupt into one of the most lethal fires in the state's history. By the time the alarm was raised, screws raced to the unit and began unlocking cells as fast as they could, ripping the doors open and simply shouting for those awake to run outside. They didn't bother waiting, the flames bursting from one cell to the next as if guided by rails. There was very little order in the ensuing panic, with men running in all directions, screams coming from those cells too hot to get near. They were prisoners until the very end, only the stink of their broiling skin replacing their guttural screams as the flames silenced them forever. All anybody could do was stand and watch as the building was consumed from the inside out, several silhouettes briefly dancing in the barred windows until they too gave in to the blaze. Jason did eventually find a familiar face, Brewster amongst a group of late additions to the holding yard they were still waiting in. His face was smeared black with soot, and Jason could see the telltale streaks of tears down his cheeks. "Brewster?" Jason asked quietly, kneeling down beside where his friend had seated himself, leaning back on the fence. Brewster looked ghostly beneath the dark smudges, his eyes wide from whatever he'd witnessed. He looked up at Jason and didn't speak, his lip quivering with emotion. "Brewster, where's Lou?" It took Brewster a long time to answer, repeatedly looking from the floor to Jason as his mouth tried to work noises into legible words. But whatever horror he'd witnessed hadn't had time to fully absorb, still raw enough to strangle him with fear.
He's dead,
he finally managed to whisper.
I tried to wake him, but
his voice shook bad, and Jason squeezed Brewster's shoulder for comfort.
I pulled him from the top bunk and he just fell. His face all blue. His eyes stared back at me and...
But that was as far as he got. His mouth snapping shut, lips taut as he fought back the tears as one escaped, slowly rolling down the side of his face like a traitorous escapee. Jason felt his own anger building, his friend lost, betrayed at the final hurdle by fate itself. The surviving prisoners remained in the holding yard for most of the morning as the firefighters finished putting an end to the blaze that had claimed so many. But the deaths weren't the only issue for the prison staff. Now a unit and 74 beds down and dozens of crooks with nowhere to sleep. The medium security side of the prison was at near capacity, unable to accommodate any of the survivors, and the other unit was also full. That left the correctional department with one almighty problem: what to do with 49 prisoners. The final death toll was 21, including Lou. It had been one of the most intense fires most of the firefighters had ever seen, the building virtually consumed, leaving behind debris that had to be seen to be believed. Some say the heat of the day had contributed significantly, while others whispered of a conspiracy involving guards having set the fire on purpose, although that was never substantiated. While one option was to house the prisoners in makeshift tents in one of the fields, it was quickly shelved due to the risks involved. 3 other prisons were contacted, but none had the space for more than a dozen men, and authorities didn't want to spread the population too far and wide. But there was one option that kept presenting itself, although not a first choice for many, given the location. King's Court Prison, located less than an hour from the Salad Bowl, had the resources to clear an entire unit for the survivors, giving the prisoners a whole yard to themselves. It was a maximum security facility and had the reputation to match, a hellhole filled with the worst society had managed to produce. King's Court, or the Palace, as those inside liked to call it, was a living cesspool of the nastiest and craziest of them all. Monthly assaults in the place outnumbered all the other prisons in the state combined, and there was at least a murder every couple of weeks. The facility was run by one of the hardest governors to ever walk its halls, a man called Stanley Durran. That man was one of the few governors to rise to the position through the ranks, working his way from a lowly prison guard right through to the top gig. By his side was a man equally as bad, a screw named David Holland, also known as Dutch. That officer had a reputation for beating in skulls before asking questions, his temper one of his infamous qualities. Boyle knew that King's Court's reputation wasn't just made-up bullshit to scare new inmates. It was real, based on factual instances that he himself had witnessed on the few occasions he was forced to make the trip and meet with his closest counterpart. He'd read the reports that would occasionally cross his desk, particularly from crooks being transferred to or from the place into his own. So, with very few options and even less empathy from those higher up in the ranks, the decision was made to transfer the entire 49-man crew to King's Court and house them in the newly built yellow block. 2 buses had already been arranged by the time the men were given their dinner, having spent the entire day in the yard. For Jason and Brewster, it would be a cruel twist of fate, compounded by a friendly gesture that would severely backfire. The men weren't told of their destination until they were already seated on the buses. Boyle made the announcements himself, Jason seeing the apprehension on the man's face. He'd been separated from Brewster as the screws jostled them onto the 2 buses, and now found himself sitting alone, listening to the news of where they were about to head. His stomach felt like it was throbbing, almost in time with his twitching eye. He'd only heard a few rumors about their destination, enough to know this wasn't a happy detour. They were about to enter the gates of hell itself and face the wrath of screws prone to use their batons before speaking.
Just 13 more days,
Jason whispered to himself as the door finally closed after Boyle stepped off.
13 more days,
he repeated as the bus engine roared to life and the bus kicked a little as it began to roll, inching its way towards the impending nightmare. 7. The buses rolled through the front gates of King's Court Prison a little after 9 that night, a faint mist of rain shrouding the overhead lights like little domes. All the men on the buses had their faces pressed against the windows, eyes wide as they watched the passing scenery. An officer boarded each bus as it first entered the entrance compound, directing the driver down a narrow path flanked by high fences. They looked like mere shadows in the night, but briefly came into view as the bus passed the overhead lights. Once the buses had passed through a second gate and entered another compound, each stopped in front of a building, a line of officers waiting to greet them. "Everybody off!" the onboard screw shouted once the door opened, and Jason watched as everyone stood around him. He joined them and slowly followed the line as it wound its way down the stairs and into the damp night. The row of officers waiting for them suddenly split in two, with half heading along his own row as Jason squinted with the increasing rain. "On a line!" one of them shouted, pointing to where a yellow line had been painted on the road's surface. A single officer remained where he stood, his hands on his hips, as he watched the procession line up before him. He wore a peaked hat, adding another couple of inches to his height that was already well above 6 feet. His bus was emptied first, Jason lining up with the other 23 men in 3 even rows. The man fronting them waited until the shouting had died down, then held a hand out for a clipboard another officer handed to him. He briefly stared at the page, flipped over to the next, then stared back at the faces watching him intently. "Welcome to the palace, ladies. I'm Mr. Holland, head of the guards. Because you're already inmates of that nursery you call a prison, you won't need a proper introduction. You'll be identified here, then walk to your new unit. You will have the honour of living on the top tier. Your compadres behind you, the bottom. Once in your unit, shut the fuck up and follow my officer's instructions. Do you understand?" No one spoke. The only sound coming from several roof runoffs, the water splattering onto concrete in dull, repetitive plunks. "What about food?" someone suddenly asked from behind Jason, and Holland tilted his head a little, his teeth slightly bared as a grin bloomed. "Always one," he muttered to himself. A split second later, Jason heard a dull thwack, followed by a raspy groan and a cough that sounded more like an emphysemic wheeze. He turned and saw the crook standing behind him fall to his knees, holding his stomach. The officer standing there saw him turn and gripped his baton a little tighter. "What the fuck are you looking at, homo? Want to help your boyfriend up?" Jason didn't answer, simply turning back and facing the front. He waited for the baton to smash his skull, but the hit never came. "Here," Holland said to the screw by his side, handing him back the clipboard, then watched as the identifying began. The walk to the unit took the line of men down long corridors that were flanked by high fences and walls. No one spoke, and Jason wondered if this was the start of a nightmare he would never wake from. For some reason, Pete crept back into his mind as they walked, and that was the first time Jason felt relieved that nobody knew the final location of where the money was hidden, a precaution he took on a whim. The guards opened each gate, then herded the men through, their batons held at the ready, in case someone wanted to question. But nobody did, simply following the path silently as the rain continued to fall all around them. Only when they reached what they would later learn to be the movement control yard did a voice rise loud enough to echo across the yards. "Look, boys, it's the kiddies from the salad bowl!" The shout came from a mostly darkened building off to their right, red block looking almost ghostly in the shadows. Soon, more voices joined in, the insults coming from various windows of the unit. Before long, more voices joined from the opposite unit, Blue Block's tenants adding their own welcome greetings. Shouts of "Bring 'em here, boss," and "Check out the pretty boys" soon filled the night air, the abuse soon turning into one continuous chorus that many found hard to understand. Words like fag, queer, buttfuck, and freshies did rise a little louder, but after Holland appeared in the middle of the yard with his baton resting on his shoulder, appearing ready to rain down blows, the shouting quickly diminished, eventually fading into the night. As he turned to see most of the new arrivals stopped and staring at him, he shouted his own command.
Move it, ladies!
The officers continued to lead them, eventually opening a gate at the end of the control yard that led into Yellow Block's compound. Their unit stood before them, illuminated, light spilling from dozens of barred windows that didn't look welcoming, despite the rain now falling substantially heavier. Once the first busload of prisoners was standing along the top tier of the unit, 2 officers began to call out names, then locked each crook that stepped forward into a cell. Jason ended up in the middle of the line, eventually entering cell 32, located in one of the corners at the end of the tier. From the moment the cell door slammed home with an intimidating metallic clang that seemed to hang in the air, suspended for a long time, Jason knew he was in trouble. There was the faint underlying aroma of piss, mixed with another scent, one close to body odor. Jason looked around the room, its simplicity further adding to the intimidation of the whole experience. There was a single bed, which consisted of a concrete base with a thin, foam mattress lying atop. This prevented the occupant from hiding anything underneath. A toilet bowl, minus any hint of a seat, sat diagonally in one corner, a small sink hanging from the wall beside it. Beside that, jutting from the wall like a hanging eye, was a small shower head. There was a small section of wall that acted as a divider between the bathroom area and the bed, and a prisoner could hang a towel in between the sections to act as a kind of shower curtain. It felt almost sterile, like a hospital room, with no creature comforts to lessen the sting of the situation. An empty shelf hung above the bed with an old book lying discarded and forgotten on its side. From where Jason stood, he could see the book had seen better days during its life, much like himself at that moment. Standing almost glued to the spot, he looked slowly around the room, the sounds of others being pushed into their own cells continuing to float through from beyond the door. The pile of linen lying on the mattress looked old, worn, and something someone might find in a donation bin outside a charity shop. The towel had raggedy edges with long strings of cotton hanging from it. The pillow that topped the pile was flat and uninterested, covered in drool stains from previous clients. "Just 13 days," Jason whispered as he finally stepped forward and picked up the linen, dropping it onto the floor. He picked up what could have passed for a bedsheet sometime during the previous decade and began to make up his bed. He already knew sleep wouldn't come easy, so wanted to get as much of a head start as he could. Surprising himself, sleep didn't hesitate to drag him down within a few moments of his head resting on the rolled-up pillow. His snores soon filled the room as the rest of the unit slowly followed his lead. No one keen to remain awake, using sleep as a perfect way to escape. Jason would likely have slept soundly through until the morning, were it not for the visit he received at some point during the night. The first indication he had of his visitor's presence was when one of them shone a torch into his face, then slapped him hard with an experienced backhand. "Wake up, bitch! Governor wants to say hi!" A voice taunted mockingly into his face. Jason felt his cheek throbbing with heat as his brain struggled to wake fast enough to make sense of the situation. He tried to rise, but a baton caught him in the side of his chin, the skin splitting beneath it. He rolled away from the light and tried to sit up again, warm blood running down his front, but strong fingers suddenly grabbed a handful of his hair and pulled him from the bed, his knees painfully crashing into the floor. "Hurry the fuck up and get dressed!" As Jason grabbed for his shorts, he could make out 3 sets of legs, with a 4th standing out on the tier. The torch illuminated him for all to see, his penis swinging from side to side as he pulled on his shorts as fast as he could. "Damn, must have been a cold morning," one voice said from the shadows, and the customary snickering followed. It always did. Men prone to either belittling or commending penis size. It's just how it was. Once he had his shirt and shoes on, a hand reached from behind the light and grabbed his shoulder, pulling him forward. A second hand took hold of his other side, and shortly after, Jason was led along the tier, down the stairs, and out into the cold night air, still thick with the moisture of the endless drizzle that continued falling. The men aimed him towards the only building in the yard. There was a single window lit up in the whole building, located on the top floor, just above the entrance. In the window, Jason could see the silhouette of a man standing just inside, staring out at him and his tour guides. The man took a puff from his cigarette, the temporary glow illuminating his face just enough for Jason to confirm the mystery figure watching him. Once inside, he was pushed towards some stairs, the escort remaining at the base. "Go on up. You're expected," one of the screws said, the others standing behind him, silently watching. Jason gave them a brief glance, his chin still burning from where the baton had opened a small gash, then turned and climbed the stairs. It wasn't just one man waiting for him in the only room at the top of the staircase. It wasn't even a room as such, just a wide open space with a few desks scattered around the walls. In the middle of the floor space stood a single chair, one Jason instantly knew would hold his own butt within a few short seconds. The two men stared at him blankly for a moment. Jason could see the window where the first man had been standing, noting the blind had been closed. All windows had been blocked, and he suddenly felt panic wash over him. Was this one of the infamous welcome to the palace greetings he'd heard about? The kind where a single prisoner was chosen and beaten to a pulp as an example to the rest. "Jason Torrance, the man of the moment," one of the men said, stepping forward. To Jason's surprise, he held his hand out, meaning to shake with him. "Stand, Durran." His hand remained outstretched when Jason didn't immediately return the gesture. Thinking better of it, he reached out and shook, noting the firm fingers trying to squeeze their dominance over him. The other man standing in the room was Officer Holland, the man who'd first greeted him and the others when they first stepped from the bus. "Listen," Durran began, turning slightly back to his head officer. "I wonder whether you might help my friend and I settle an argument. Would you do that, Jason?" His grin looked as fake as the gold watch on his wrist, although Jason knew that there was every chance the garish piece of jewelry was real. "Sure," Jason said, taking a seat to where Durran was pointing. "Tell me, just what is the best way to eat pussy?" The question hung confusingly between them, both men staring down at him. The grin on Durran's face grew wider, revealing teeth far too white to be normal. "Excuse me?" Jason began, but Durran continued. "See, Dutch here thinks simply lapping away at it like a dog attacking his water bowl is the way to go. Me, I think it takes teasing and intensity. A man slowing the whole process down to build the pleasure up, tasting the honey pot as it struggles to contain itself, and boom! She grabs you so fucking hard that she practically grinds you until half your face ends up somewhere near her stomach. What do you think?" Jason looked from one man to another, unsure of the purpose of his visit. "I don't know," he finally replied, but it wasn't what Durran wanted to hear. "Well, sure you do. Having a little bit of mystery and intrigue is always better than a mutt lapping his water bowl. Take Cindy, for instance. How do you eat her pussy? I mean, she is one delightfully sexy-looking firecracker, don't you think?" Jason's heart missed a beat as his stomach instantly knotted inside him. The eye, so prone to nervous twitches, went crazy, comically dancing to its own rhythm. Jason stared back at the two men, feeling the heat rise in his cheeks as Durran continued. "Man, what I wouldn't do to get my face between those legs. He said, appearing to lick his lips. "What is she? Mid-20s? Have to be with a tight ass like that." He turned back to Holland. "Remember the last time you stuck your dick in an ass like that, Dutch?" "Too long ago," Holland said, giving his dick a squeeze as if to make sure it was behaving. "See? Too long. And yet, you can fuck that ass every hour of every day, just as soon as you get yours out of here." "What do you want?" Jason finally asked. Durran had his arms folded across his chest, fingers drumming on one arm as if contemplating. "The answer to a very simple question. Now, this is the serious one. The actual question. So pay attention, because I don't want to repeat myself. You ready, kid?" He took a step forward, bent over and put his hands on his knees, bringing his face down to Jason's eye level. He stared at him for a long time before speaking again. "Where's the money?" Jason gazed back, his heart pounding much too hard as Durran kept eye contact. Behind him, Holland placed a hand on the butt of his baton, as if waiting for the order to use it. Durran turned his face a little, turning his ear towards Jason, as if deaf. I don't
I mean, I'm not sure, Jason began, but Durran held a hand up for him to stop. Come here, Durran said, but this time projected his voice past Jason. There was a rustling from somewhere behind him, and as Jason kept eye contact with Durran, a lonely figure stepped from behind him, remaining in the shadows until almost nearby. Jason turned his eyes and felt the world close in on him all at once. Hey, Jace, Tom Kaczynski said, looking sheepishly at his friend. Jason's mind raced as he tried to make sense of seeing him standing before him. If you're going to pull off a heist of the size of what you did, you need to make sure the boys by your side aren't fucking blabbermouths like this weasel here, Durran said, stepping forward. Jason turned and looked at Tom, but he turned away, looking back at Holland. You told them. Yes, he told, Durran said. Amazingly, all over a single beer. One single beer. Got this kid to spill everything. He took a step forward and continued. Now, where's the money? It's gone, Jason said. Durran began to laugh, turning back to Holland. Can you believe this, kid? This time he did slide the baton out, holding it down beside his leg. Listen, Jason, you're not going anywhere, and right now, I'm in charge. Answer the question, and I'll see you spend the rest of your time in relative comfort. Hell, I'll even get Cindy here so she can play with your twang to pass the time. His grin disappeared as he took another step forward. And if you don't answer the fucking question, I'll get Dutch here to turn your brain into mush, then send him and a few boys to go and pay your bitch a visit. I'm sure she'll tell us where the money is. Jason lunged at Durran, his teeth bared as he kicked off, the chair sent scuttling backwards. But before he took 2 steps, Holland's baton smashed into his middle, the wind instantly knocked from him. The baton swung a second time, a sharp crack into the back of his head as Jason doubled over. He collapsed to his knees, then fell forward as the world disappeared in a haze. Just before he lost consciousness, Jason heard Durran's voice a final time. What the hell did you hit him that hard for? Jason woke up in his cell, the sun streaming in through the window. He was still dressed, his head pounding like a weekend hangover. The door to his cell stood slightly ajar, and he could hear voices out on the tier. As he tried to sit up, pain stabbed through him like a dagger, as if stabbed in the chest. Fuckers, he whispered. After struggling to sit, Jason finally managed to pull himself up enough to slide his legs off the bed. The floor felt warm, and peering back out of the window, he wondered whether it was still morning. There was a quiet tap on his door, and as he looked up, saw Brewster with a fresh bruise blooming over one eye. What happened to you? Jason asked, reaching for a pack of cigarettes. Durran and Holland and Tom, I know. Brewster shook his head and stepped into the cell, sitting beside Jason as he lit his smoke. Brewster took one when Jason passed in the packet, the pair of them smoking for a few minutes without talking. He told him, Brewster said as he punched his butt out in the makeshift ashtray, a small plate. Yep, he told him, Jason repeated, still in shock. Do you think they know everything? Jason considered. Maybe not everything, but they know about Cindy. Brewster turned and looked at Jason. Fuck, he whispered. They'll be back. And who knows how far they'll go this time, Jason said, rubbing the back of his head. His fingers felt the stickiness, a light sting following the trail of his touch. They know how much there's waiting for them. There's no way they'll let this go. Brewster stood and patted Jason on the back. Stay safe, man. I've got a quack appointment. Screws made me sign up. He left, leaving Jason alone to ponder the days ahead. His head continued to throb, as did his chest with each breath. But none of that registered as he thought of Cindy, sitting at home alone, maybe unaware of where he was. As he was about to go and urinate, there was a faint tap on his door, and he thought Brewster had returned. Forget something? Jason asked. But it wasn't Brewster standing in the doorway. Instead, it was a screw. One Jason didn't recognize. Torrance! You got a visitor. The screw held out a slip of yellow paper, his feet remaining firmly planted on the tier.
Come on, he said, adding a wave to the paper for Jason to grab it. Jason did, staring at the slip like a bad fortune from a cookie. Where do I go? He asked. Visitor center. Head out of the gate and ask the officer to point you in the right direction, the screw offered, pointing out through the cell's window before turning and disappearing back down the tier. Jason listened as his boot heels clip-clopped along the metal floor, before fading once he reached the stairs. After taking care of his bladder, hair and teeth, Jason followed the instructions of the officer and headed out of the unit, wondering who knew he was here. As he slowly made his way out, the possibility this was a mix-up crossed his mind. But something inside him told him otherwise. The sun was high in the sky, and he was sure he'd missed both breakfast and lunch, unusual considering 2 musters would have happened during the day. A few of his previous evening's fellow travel companions were already out in the yard, some walking laps while others were kicking a ball back and forth. The other compounds surrounding Yellow's also had scatterings of prisoners, with some leaning against the fence, watching the new arrivals. "Where from, dude?" Someone from one of the closest groups called out as Jason neared the fence line, walking towards the first gate. "Salad bowl," Jason called back, trying to sound casual. "What are you in for?" another called. Jason ignored it, pretending not to hear. "Beating up little old ladies," someone else snickered, the rest of the group breaking into fits of laughter. Jason stole a quick glance at them, every eye still on him. "ID and slip," the screw manning the gate said. Jason held both up, waiting for the officer to confirm his pass. Once he did, he turned the key in the lock and swung the gate open. "Where's the visitor's center?" Jason asked as he walked through. "Head to that gate over there, follow the corridor to the end and hang a left. First door on the right. You'll have to ring the bell." Before he could ask anything else, the screw locked the gate and turned towards another gate, where more prisoners were waiting to be let out. Calls of gate and boss seemed to fill the air as Jason walked through the movement control yard, the heat coming off the cement hard enough to make him sweat. Within a few dozen yards, more prisoners joined him as they all headed to the same gate, a lonely officer standing at the ready. Once the 4 of them were close enough, he repeated what the previous screw had asked for. "ID and slips?" Everyone held theirs up and were briefly confirmed before the gate was unlocked and swung open for them. Jason walked through side by side with another crook who appeared similar in age to him. "Hi, Jason Torrance," he whispered, holding out his hand. The crook first looked at it, considered, then shook with him. "Joe Henry," he replied. "You one of the guys from Salad Bowl?" "Yeah, that's us." "Heard what happened. Sounds like that fire really tore the place up," Joe said. Jason felt a wince of pain thinking about it. "Certainly did," he whispered. "You off to visits as well?" "Visits? Nah, I wish. Don't get nearly enough of those these days. I'm off to see my weekly pain in the ass." Jason didn't follow. "Huh?" "Detective who keeps coming to see me. Thinks I can help him nail a murderer who's been running around killing cops. Guy called Jim Lawson, some hotshot from Melbourne." They neared another gate and repeated the process, Jason seeing the monotony of prison life play out before him. Once they were through, they continued their conversation. "Jim Lawson. I've heard that name before," Jason said, his brain trying to recall why he knew the name. "He's the dude that killed the Dalesford Devil back in the 50s, Joe said. Gets himself involved in a lot of cases these days." "That's right," Jason said. "Didn't he write a book or two?" Joe shrugged his shoulders. "Dunno. I'm not much of a reader." He paused beside a door. "This is me. Nice chatting, Jason Torrance. Stay safe, man," he finished, before banging on the door. Jason waved and continued on to his own, a couple of the other crooks still walking behind him. As he turned the corner, he saw the door where he was meant to go, already ajar with an officer waiting. After flashing his credentials, he was waved inside. The repetitiveness of prison life isn't just a cliché, and as Jason soon came to understand, was that way for a reason. It was for the same reason certain hamburger joints began springing up all over the place, serving the exact same food, drinks, and sides as the next. It gave people less things to think about, offering a chance for familiarity. Repetitiveness in prison worked in much the same way. There were certain things that happened that were the exact same, regardless of which prison you were sent to, possibly anywhere in the world. Prisoners needed to know what was coming, to give them a chance to be able to conform and understand routines, rules, and sequences. It meant they learnt to follow certain requirements without needing prompting, like visits. If you didn't have both your identification card and movement slip, chances were high that you would be sent back to your unit to get them. This meant less time with the visitor that had made the effort to come and see you in the first place. The freedom of choice was yours. The same went for shopping items, collection of personal things, attending the gymnasium and other places. If you wanted to access them, you had to follow the rules. The same went for strip searching. The visit center was one of the most active places for contraband smuggling into the prison. The prisoners knew that, the visitors knew that, and the officers certainly knew that. So, to get access to the center, the prisoners subjected themselves willingly to be stripped and searched when both entering and exiting the visit center. Jason sat on the first bench beside 3 other crooks as they waited their turn to get naked. There were 2 officers performing the task, with a third sitting behind a desk acting as control and lookout. He was the one that called out who went next and to which cubicle, preparing each for the officers to supervise. "Torrance, room 3. The seated screw called out, and Jason walked to the room with the big 3 painted above its entrance. Although there was a curtain hanging to one side for the sake of modesty, Jason had watched as the previous crooks were made to strip in an open room, the cubicle no bigger than a toilet stall. The officer simply stood in the doorway, gave specific instructions, then watched carefully as the crook followed each. Jason stood in the cubicle as the officer finished the crook in the room next door. He felt his stomach tighten a bit as the eye twitched slightly. Stripping wasn't fun, even worse with an audience. The glaring eyes, the snickering, the whispers, they all added to the experience. "Shirt," the officer said, finally turning his attention to Jason. He took the shirt handed to him and felt for any hidden objects. "Pants?" he asked for next. Jason following the routine with the heat rising in his cheeks. Next came the shoes, the screw carefully peering inside, banging them together in the hope of shaking any hidden items loose enough to fall out. When he didn't find anything interesting, the officer dropped the shoes with little emotion to the floor beside Jason. Once the socks and underwear were removed, and Jason stood before the prying eyes in all his naked glory, the final instructions were given. This was the part where prisoners were sent into a near dance as the eyes followed every movement carefully. Ears came first, Jason turning his head slightly and pulling each away from his head. Mouth followed, his mouth open, tongue lifted, and swishing around before he ran a finger along each gum line. Fingers followed, splaying them and holding up each first with palms up, then backs up. Pits, the screw said, Jason lifting both arms. Dick called for his knob to be lifted away from his sack, which always followed with nuts. These had to pull high enough for the officer to see beneath. Once he was ordered to turn around, Jason lifted each foot in turn and displayed the bottom of them. Finally, he bent over slightly, spread his butt cheeks and showed the officer all the way up his poop chute. The cough that followed finished the routine, and Jason was free to get dressed again. Once he was seated, this time in a room with a second door leading directly out to the visits room, he again began to wonder who was silly enough to visit him. They had agreed not to see each other for a long time. Maybe someone broke and had come to warn him. Pete, maybe? The visits room was filled with people sitting at tables spread around the open space, while the haze of 1,000 cigarettes hung heavy above. It was like peering through a bluish fog as Jason pushed through the entry door. ID! The screw at the entrance desk asked, and Jason flashed his as his eyes peered around the room, trying to find the familiar face that had come to see him. Table 22, the screw said, pointing out towards the tables by the windows. Jason's eyes darted ahead of him as he turned, slowly navigating his way through the crowds. The voices rising and falling around him seemed to echo from every corner of the room, sounding like a football crowd ready to explode with jubilation. But Jason heard none of them as his eyes ran along the line of tables, each with a small numbered stand upon it. 2 of them were empty, while 3 more had couples sitting opposite each other, the men all wearing the same uniform as himself. His eyes froze as he spotted her, sitting slightly turned from the room, her red dress almost beckoning him with its brightness. She was looking out of the window through sunglasses which made her face appear a little alien from where he stood. But as he got closer, he saw there was no hiding the bluish bruise creeping out from beside her eye, an eye he once kissed when she hit it on the pantry door. "Cindy?" Jason whispered as he reached the table. She didn't turn to him, continuing to look out of the window. A tear began to trace its way down her cheek, and he felt the sting of seeing her. "Cindy," he repeated, sitting down before her. "What happened?" "He said you need to tell them. Tell them where the money is. Otherwise they'll come back and mess my pretty face up some more." Jason looked at her, leant in a little closer until he could smell her perfume, the fruitiness eclipsing the rank smoke that hung around them. "Baby." He didn't know what to say. His emotions sudden and confused. Anger, helplessness, confusion, sorrow, love, they all floated around him, within him, like confused children running through an empty field. Cindy turned, took off her sunglasses, and glared at him. Jason expected her to curse him, unleash her own anger and rage on him for dragging her into this mess. Instead, the words surprised him. "You hang on, my love. You tell those bastards nothing. You hear me? I know just what to do." He stared at her, confusion in his twitching eye. "You know what to do?" he finally asked. "Listen," she whispered, leaning in a little. "They don't know everything. As far as I know, it's just you, Brewster, and Tom they know about. Tom came with that tall guy." She looked around the room, then stopped when she spotted something near the officer's desk. Jason looked and saw Holland standing beside it, his arms folded across his chest as he watched, a wry smile on his face. "That's him. He's the one that hit me. Came with Tom and told me to get you to talk." He felt like screaming, running to that piece of shit and smashing his head in. But then something struck him as odd. Wait, Tom was with him? She looked back at him. "Yes." "Did he say anything?" "Just that you needed to tell them where the money was. He said we'd be fine once the cash was in their hands." She reached down and took a cigarette from her packet, then chased the tip with a match. Jason noted how calm she appeared, her fingers steady as a surgeon's. What were his exact words? Cindy dragged, held it, then let the blue haze escape from the side of her mouth in a neat line. "He said, tell Jason that this will all go away once the cash is in our hands." She took another drag, then looked back to where Holland was still watching. "Our hands," Jason repeated under his breath. That prick turned. He fucking turned. "You really think they'll cut him in?" Jason didn't need to think very hard for the answer. They'll kill him, just like they'll kill us once they have it. That money is the only thing keeping anyone alive right now, and we need to keep it that way. He looked out through the window, closed his eyes and let the sun heat his face. It felt good, and he imagined himself lying in his backyard hammock, gently swinging as he sipped beers and listened to the ball game on the radio. "Do you have somewhere to go? You can't return home." Cindy nodded. "I've got somewhere. Kinda had a feeling that I might need some place to stay if the shit hit the fan." Jason smiled at her. "Good girl." "Whatever you're planning, you make sure you stay safe. You hear me?" He could see the fear in her eyes and reached down to touch her hand. Her skin felt smooth, warm beneath his touch. He longed to feel the rest of her against his body, No contact, someone called, and they both turned to see the officer at the desk stand and glare at them. A few of the other visitors also turned and stared as Jason pulled back his hand. "I promise," he said, nodding. "I promise," he repeated, as if trying to convince himself. They talked for almost an hour until an officer walked past and patted Jason on the shoulder, giving him the 5-minute warning. When the time finally came to say goodbye, neither could resist the temptation, both standing, throwing their arms around each other and locking their lips together. Jason would later say that he had never tasted anything sweeter than she did at that moment. One of the screws began to shout again as another hurried towards them. But whatever the punishment was for kissing the girl you loved, it was worth it. Jason, happy to accept it as he kissed her some more. 8. Yellow Block's compound was still teeming with activity when Jason returned from his visit. He could still feel Cindy's lips on his, and that may have been the reason he didn't notice what was happening behind him. A group of prisoners from Red Block were walking towards their own compound's gate that led out into the movement control area, the dozen or so looking ready to bust skulls. Jason had made it almost halfway back to the block's door when someone shouted something that made him look up. A few prisoners had taken their shirts off and were sunning themselves near a patch of freshly mown grass. One had sat up to grab a drink of water, and as he drank, saw something that he knew immediately to be out of place. "Where are they going?" he half called to whoever would listen. As Jason looked over to where he sat, 3 or 4 others also sat up, shielding their eyes from the sun as they looked at something behind him. He turned and immediately saw the danger. The officer who'd let them into the yard had failed to properly lock the gate again. Red Yard's gate also stood open, and the dozen or so crooks were almost marching between the compounds, each with an arm held close to their leg as if hiding something. Jason didn't need to be told what each was trying to hide in their hands, having seen palmed shivs plenty of times during the past month. The ones who'd been sunning themselves began to stand, looking around for anything they could use to defend themselves. Behind them, Jason could see faces start to appear in the windows before disappearing again. As he turned to look back at the invading goon squad, he saw more movement behind them and felt his stomach drop as more prisoners were coming through movement control, this time from Blue Block. Jason looked for the officers that should have been manning the gates, but they had vanished, leaving the yard open for anyone to utilize. The first group were now entering the compound, eyes scanning the targets before them. One of them was pointed in his direction and suddenly realized what this was. 3 of the crooks broke into a run while the others continued towards him. The 3 set upon a prisoner who'd been throwing a ball back and forth with another. He was caught by surprise, the first fist smashing him in the face as he tried to shield himself much too late. The other 2 also let fly, attacking the lonely figure with a barrage of fists that quickly turned to boots once he hit the ground. The one who'd been playing ball with him backed away, then turned and ran as 2 of the attackers made out to run at him. Once they saw the coward flee, they turned back towards Jason and resumed their marching. 5 of the crooks that had been sunning themselves suddenly stood beside Jason as they continued to watch the advancing squad, and as he turned, saw 4 more behind him. "Time to have a little fun," one of them said, making a fist and punching it into his hand. "Riot time," said another as the 9 of them started walking to meet the challenge. Suddenly aware that this was about him, Jason also began to walk, hoping to get some sort of protection by staying in numbers. There were 2 main types of weapons prisoners fashioned from anything they could get their hands on. The first kind was a stabbing weapon, one meant to punch a lot of holes into a person and turn them into a virtual sieve, bleeding out until they died. The second type of weapon is known as a slasher, used to inflict as many slices as quickly as possible on the victim. These never really killed anyone, not unless the victim was unlucky enough to have an artery nicked during the often frenzied attacks. Slashes were normally fashioned from razor blades, glass, or bits of metal. A victim could be covered in a dozen deep wounds within seconds, depending on the ferocity of the attack. What Jason saw as he walked to meet the threat head-on were a dozen men armed with slashes, a number of them already swinging their arms wildly from side to side as they engaged in combat. Blood began to spill all around him, and he could feel some of the spray as 2 crooks aimed for him. He managed to duck the first, driving his fist into the stomach of the weapon's bearer, but the second sliced across his forearm. Jason barely felt the sting, more worried about a third prisoner now heading for him. As if to ensure the first didn't re-enter the fight, he grabbed his balls, the shorts the crook was wearing offering zero protection. Once Jason felt the precious lumps in his palm, he squeezed as hard as he could, like a man trying to crush a pair of walnuts. As the crook screamed in agony, Jason pulled his head back as another shiv whistled before his face. Another swung from his right, catching the tip of its ear and almost severing it. He could feel it flap wildly, a single sinew holding it close as he dropped to the ground and rolled himself backwards. The two attackers both swung again, but neither one was fast enough. Jason used his momentum and rolled backwards onto his feet. The attackers followed, swinging wildly again as their target rose a yard or so ahead. But Jason blocked the first, swung a thumb, and jammed it into an eye socket, barely feeling the tender jelly ready to pop if he pushed a little more. The man dropped his weapon and cupped his eye as his scream of pain pierced the afternoon sky. Jason stepped forward, swung a boot, and made sure to force the final attacker back a step or two. That was all the space he needed, finally reaching down and grabbing the shiv. The crook paused for a moment when he saw Jason flash the weapon at him, suddenly all too aware of his own weaknesses. But Jason didn't hesitate, swinging the blade in short, sharp arcs, ready to slice anything dumb enough to stand in front of him. Around him, the blood continued to flow as shouts of terror, anguish, and hatred rose above the yard. Another attacker fronted him. He had time to see the Blue Blocks Brigade walking through the gate, each holding something close, just like the first lot of attackers. That was when he saw movement coming from somewhere on the other side of the yard. Most crooks were running from Yellow Block, charging the first lot of attackers like a band of cavalry soldiers. They were swinging their own weapons, brooms, mops, and one a vacuum cleaner pipe. They hit hard as they joined the battle, but it was another group that had caught Jason's attention, one involving a familiar face. Brewster was at the head of 5 others, and they were running to where 2 bald guys were beating on one of their own. They had him on the ground and were swinging and stomping wildly on the unfortunate's head and face. That was when Jason saw the Blue Block Brigade change course. He felt something scratch across his arm and had time to turn and watch a crook run a shiv back across his bicep a second time, the blood already running from the first swing. It stung, but was momentarily numbed as his desperation turned to wrath, his own weapon swinging like a helicopter blade. It caught the surprised crook in the face once, twice, crisscrossing his nose with deep trenches that seemed to turn inside out as the razor ran across the delicate skin. The crook screamed, clutching his face as the blood seeped through his fingers. Jason swung a cursory boot into his balls just to be sure, and the crook dropped to his knees. Turning back quickly to where his attention had been drawn to previously, Jason momentarily lost track of where Brewster had gone. He scanned the battlefield, bodies lying all around, while others were clutching wounds that spewed blood from multiple slices. The groans of pain and exhaustion filled the air around him, but then he heard a kind of cheer erupt somewhere beyond the main arena. His eyes turned to the new uproar just in time to see Brewster's trademark blonde curls disappear behind a wall of crooks, the Blue Blocks encircling their target. Jason half screamed his friend's name as the horror of the scene sank in, only too aware of what was happening. Those attackers didn't have slices, their enclosed fists instead thrusting back and forth. He could see a couple of them punching their shiv from above their shoulders while others came in low. They had stickers, long, thin stabbing tools normally made from nails, screws, or pointed bits of pipe. Anything long and thin that could be fashioned into an arrow-like point was suitable. Jason screamed his friend's name as he sprinted towards them, his heart pounding in his temples. The tears stung his eyes as Brewster's own screams for help rose high into the sky. As Jason continued to run, he jumped over the fallen body of his cell neighbor, the man cradling a slashed arm. But his ankle gave out as the foot hit the ground, sending him rolling into the dirt. He looked up in time to see the attackers fall aside, opening up a clear view to where his friend kneeled before them. For a moment, the scene confused Jason, because Brewster appeared to be wearing a strangely decorated shirt. When he had entered the yard, he'd been wearing a white one. But now, as Jason watched, It looked to be covered in polka dots. Something unusual in this place. But as his eyes grew wider, so did the dots, each slowly spreading, fueled by the puncture wound beneath. There were dozens of holes, maybe even 100. The 7 men staring back at Jason as they turned for home, grins across each of their faces.
"Rooster!"
Jason screamed, stumbling back to his feet and half falling again as he tried his best to stay upright. He jogged the final few yards as Brewster fell forward, face into the dirt. Jason dropped and slid towards him, grabbed his head, and gently lifted it, turning his friend onto his side. Brewster looked up at him, his face spotted with blood that was surely his own. A thin trail ran from the side of his mouth as he tried to talk, but his voice, just like his breathing, was raspy, sounding as if he was trying to speak underwater. "Brewster," Jason whispered. "Don't talk, bud. Don't talk." His own tears fell, raining in little patters on his friend's face. Brewster tried to speak again, the sound gory as more blood flowed from his mouth. "Hayes," he managed, barely audible. Jason knelt closer, holding his friends as tears stung his eyes. "Jace, I... But no words would ever fall from his lips again. His body began to spasm, the blood leaking from over 100 puncture wounds. Jason tried to say something, but his own words refused to rise, the cries choking them out as he screamed his friend's name. Around him, the others watched on as Brewster succumbed to his injuries. He died moments later, looking up into a clear blue sky as the soul disappeared from his eyes. They simply glazed over, relaxed, then turned ever so slightly as the rest of him slumped into his friend's arms. As Jason's screams filled the air, officers finally began to show, running towards them, batons in hand. The ensuing battle lasted almost 10 minutes, with bodies eventually littering the compound and movement control yard beyond. One officer was killed, a prisoner stabbing the unfortunate soul in the throat. He bled out where he dropped before any of his comrades got near enough to help him. 7 prisoners also died, most from stab wounds, although one died from a heart attack, the excitement proving too much for him as he ran from one prisoner to the next, swinging his fists and thinking the riot was just some comical relief. Jason, together with 8 other Yellow Block inmates, were dragged to what prisoners and staff called the pit. It was the prison's solitary confinement unit, holding around 36 cells. The building itself was ancient, one of the original built on the site. Despite their objections for being the ones attacked, none of the screws listened, dragging each cuffed prisoner to the unit before throwing them into individual cells. While the other 8 were led down one corridor, Jason was led down another, taken almost to the very end, then down a dark flight of stairs that curved back on themselves, as if inside a castle spire. Once they reached the bottom, one of the screws flicked a switch and a narrow corridor barely lit up ahead of them, a dozen lonely doors running down each side. The dim lamps only stretched halfway down the corridor, the light fading long before the end doors. "Welcome to the hole," one of his escorts quipped, leading Jason to one of the last doors in the line. As the cell door slammed shut, darkness consumed him entirely, with not a hint of light penetrating the room. Jason felt his cuts sting in the damp air, sure some was still weeping blood. But none of it mattered as he fought to control his grief, his friend's dying face frozen in his mind. "Stop," he whispered into the shadows as another face slowly materialized before him. It was Tom, a man he'd trusted with his life and in return had betrayed him to the very core. Jason clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together as he thought of the traitor amongst them. He screamed, smashing his fists back against the wall he was leaning against. When his breath ran out, he slowly slid down to the ground, cradled his face between his knees, and closed his eyes. With no sense of time to guide him, he tried to calm himself, thinking back to the woman who kissed him so passionately only an hour before. "Yo," the voice half whispered through the darkness. "You awake?" Jason opened his eyes, the confusion instant as the darkness withheld the markers he needed to remind himself of where he was. "Bloke!" He didn't recognize the voice, wondering at first if it was his dream reaching out to him. "Hello?" Jason called back, unsure of which way the door had sat. After sitting up a little and leaning on his arm, he tried to look around, searching for any light source. He felt before him, sweeping his arm in a long arc as he leant further forward. After a few seconds, his fingertips brushed against something. It was the opposite wall, feeling exactly like the barrier it was meant to be. "What's your name?" the voice called. Jason, trying to focus on where the sound came from, turning right and resuming the sweeping with his fingers. "Jason," he replied, pausing for the response so he could really focus on direction. "Mine's Mike." Jason turned slightly and, without thinking, began to crawl forward, maybe a little too confidently. The top of his head struck something hard, the surface not as smooth as the previous wall he'd felt. Warmth quickly spread, and when he reached up, felt the stickiness of blood between his fingers. "Fuck!" he snarled, angry with himself. "What happened? You okay?" "Yeah, just ran into the fucking wall." Jason slowly crept forward again, the burning on his head throbbing slightly. He finally felt another wall, let his fingers slide down and found the gap beneath the door. As if timing his response to help him, the voice spoke again. "Just be careful. The darkness really screws around with your sense of direction." Jason half laughed at that. "Yeah, thanks. Think I just found that out." Jason was about to ask about the feeding situation when he heard a fainter, more serious whisper drift from beneath the door. "Hey, can I ask you a question?" Jason knelt down further and pushed his face closer to the small gap. A faint breeze washed across the tip of his nose as he pushed his lips a little deeper. "Go on." "I need to get a message out. If ever you make it out of here, can you let them know Michael Banks is still held in King's Court?" Jason pulled back a little as the name felt familiar to him. He was sure he'd heard it before, but couldn't quite place it. "Yeah, for sure." He thought about it, then decided to investigate. "Why do I know that name? They told me that they fabricated an escape. I robbed a couple of banks and made off with their gold. These fuckers caught wind of it and have tried to get me to talk." Jason felt himself pull back from the door in surprise, his heart hitting another gear. These pricks would never let him go, not until he told them where the money was. He wondered whether Tom had already spilt the beans about Pete and Benji, although took comfort in the fact nobody knew of the latter's entire involvement. "How long have you been here?" Jason asked, leaning back down. He heard a rustling coming from directly across the way. "Months? Maybe years." He suddenly recalled a story about a prison escape. Had it been King's Court? The escapee had never been found, of that he was sure. He wondered about himself and whether they would keep him here as well, maybe even fake his own escape. "Is it worth it?" Jason finally asked, a little to himself then to his new acquaintance. "They've chopped off my right hand, Jason. Took it with an axe. These fuckers will do anything to get their hands on my gold." The beating in his chest quickened as he pictured Holland take his own hand. Torture. That was their next plan. He realized that the chances of him ever getting out were quickly diminishing. He needed to escape for real and not sometime in the future. It had to be now. I was supposed to get out next week. And that's when it hit him. It was thinking about this guy, this Mike Banks and his fake escape, that finally brought the truth to him, like a flat spade to the face. The fire had been set up. Just like the riot, these men were herding him like a condemned cow, leading him along to the exact place they needed him. They killed Lou, Brewster, and now had him perfectly cornered. Listening to Mike reveal his own torture, he knew there was only one answer. "We need to escape," Jason whispered under the door. A few seconds later, he heard a low chuckle coming from the opposing cell. "What? You don't ever think of escape? You think these guys will ever let you out? They've got you locked up, Jason. They'll never let you out of their sights. The only way you'll ever see the outside world again is if they take you out themselves." Jason pulled back from the door and sat himself up, the heaviness in his heart weighing on him. He began to wonder whether any of it had been worth it. It had cost two of his closest friends their lives. It had hurt his beautiful woman, put her in danger, and had possibly cost them any chance of a future. And now, it would kill him. Of that he was sure. He slid back from the door as far as he could, away from the voice, the affirmation of his fate, and the outside world. He wanted the darkness to swallow him up completely and never allow the light to shine upon him again. Mike tried to call out to him a few more times, but Jason ignored the voice, lying down in the corner of the cell, his legs pulled in close for comfort. The tears flowed freely from his eyes, falling silently to the concrete floor beneath as thoughts of love, marriage, and children floated through his mind. They were the dreams of a foolish man who never understood that true value in life had nothing to do with the size of one's bank account. It was a lesson he now learnt much too late. Jason found himself sitting in a chair, the men around him strangers. Not all strangers. Two of the faces familiar to him, yet their identity remained hidden. It took him a moment to get his bearings, looking around to get a sense of where he was. It appeared to be a barn. No, not a barn. A warehouse of some sort. The table before him was covered in empty beer bottles and filled ashtrays, the air heavy with cigarettes and piss. There was a horrible scratching in his throat, and the half bottle of beer before him looked like pure gold. He tried to reach for it, his throat spasming slightly in anticipation of the moist relief. But his hands refused to obey his command. Jason looked down and saw that his wrists were tied to the chair legs with thick rope. He tried to wiggle them, but the cord bit into his flesh, refusing to relinquish its grip. Jason looked around, feeling panic rise in him. The man sitting to his left began to laugh, picked up the bottle sitting in front of Jason and held it near his lips. "Want a drink, boy? Just tell us where the money is." He laughed, then tipped the beer out onto the table. Around them, the others joined in, each holding their own bottles, which they held up in a kind of salute. Jason watched them, their faces familiar, yet strange. Did he know them? A scream suddenly tore through the room, the rest of the men turning to where it had originated from. Other men suddenly streamed in through the doorway, each holding an array of weapons, including baseball bats, sledgehammers, and shovels. They were moving much too fast for him to get a good look at their faces, but the scene before him seemed too familiar to be a coincidence. The men fighting before him reminded Jason of the riot in the prison yard, with blood splatters raining across the room in the ensuing battle. A man suddenly walked into the room, a shotgun resting across his shoulders. It was Jimmy Telford, looking as vicious and intimidating as the day Jason first met him. He dropped the barrel of the shotgun down into his other hand, pointed the business end at one of the men standing to one side of the table, and pulled the trigger. A flame shot out from the barrel as the explosion rocked the room, the man screaming as his kneecaps disappeared in a cloud of slush that painted the floor red. Jason thought his heart was going to explode, the drumming in his chest feeling like hammer blows. He looked down at his hands again, trying to pull them free and stand at the same time, turning the chair into a kind of bouncer as he hopped in place several times. Jimmy turned back to one of the men and yelled, "Go get the kid!" Jason looked up again and saw Jimmy fire the weapon a second time, another set of kneecaps blown out of existence in a hail of screams, groans, cheers, and clapping. Finally, the others started dragging the two remaining drinking buddies down beside his chair, kneeling before Jimmy like royal subjects. One of the men had distinctive tattoos, the words crisscrossing his arms like tiny messages. "Where's the money?" was scribbled down both forearms and across his biceps. The words looked hypnotic to Jason, who stared at them as two new men walked into the room. Only when Jimmy walked past him did Jason look up to see himself standing just inside the door. But where Duck should have been standing, instead stood Cindy, dressed in a beautiful flowing red dress. As Jimmy walked past him, he glared down at Jason, the shotgun resting on top of his shoulder again. He walked to Cindy and whispered something in her ear. Her face looked almost angelic as she listened to the words. Just then, an explosion punched the silence from the room, a cloud of smoke rising before his very eyes as he saw Cindy's face contort in terror. Jason looked down, and to his horror, saw that a pistol had been fired, one resting in his own hand. He looked up again, expecting to see blood flow from her face. Instead, she turned and looked at the man standing next to her, Jason staring from across the room at himself as a thin trickle of blood seeped from where the bullet had smashed into his cheek. Cindy began to scream, throwing her arms around the wounded man. Another went running towards her, but it was Jimmy that turned back to face Jason in the ensuing chaos.
You hurt my family, you piece of shit!
He screamed as he grabbed the barrel of the shotgun with both hands, swinging it in an arc as Jason looked up screaming. As the stock smashed into his face, he heard the shriek of anguish from Cindy, the rage of Jimmy, and his own terror rising in a crescendo. With blood filling his eyes, the stock swung back around and crashed into his face a second time. As the voice shouted at him again, Jason felt the blood running from his busted nose, the boot smashing into his face again as he finally sat up, the torchlight blinding him back to reality. "Stand the fuck up," the voice repeated, strong hands suddenly gripping his arms and yanking him up. Before he had a chance to fully awaken, Jason felt himself half pulled, half pushed to his feet and dragged from the room between two officers. Distinct boot heels followed them, sounding heavy and purposeful behind him, and he knew those belonged to Holland. He could almost smell the prick back there. "Time for another chat," Holland said, as if to confirm his presence. Jason's nose felt on fire and felt sure it was broken as the blood flowed freely down into his shirt. He was sure he looked like something from a horror movie and prayed that Cindy wouldn't see him like this. They continued to drag him to the unit's exit, then down some stairs and across a courtyard. From footfalls, he was sure there were 3 of them. Holland plus the 2 dragging him. Any thoughts of escaping from them quickly left him as he was pushed through a door into another building, down a narrow flight of stairs and into a kind of cellar where he saw Torrance standing before another 2 seated people, each hidden under a blanket. A fire was crackling somewhere behind them and Jason felt the warmth of it the moment he was pushed into the room. But it was the foul smell that hit him first. Torrance stood behind the seated figures, and as Jason thought back to his dream, was sure one of them was Cindy. This is where they would torture and kill her right in front of him. He screamed in defiance, calling for Torrance to let her go, but was winded again as Holland's baton smashed into his middle. "For fuck's sake, don't hit him in the head again," Torrance said, slowly walking to where Jason had fallen. The footsteps stopped beside him as Torrance dropped to his haunches, kneeling beside Jason as the prisoner gasped for breath. "Welcome, Jace, old pal. Thought we'd have another chat. You know, to see whether you've had a change of heart." He reached down, grabbed a handful of hair and ripped Jason's face upwards. "Do you? Feel like telling us where our retirement fund is? I mean, fuck, we thought we had it coming without Michael Banks. But you've brought us the crown fucking jewels on a platter, haven't you?" Torrance stared down at him for a moment, Jason smelling the stink of whiskey on his breath. But the other smell overpowered it, the distinct aroma, almost familiar. Their eyes locked, Torrance leaving no doubt in Jason's mind as to what was about to happen. He stood again, returning to his previous position behind the chairs. He stood for a moment staring back at Jason, his teeth bared in a grin that screamed arrogance. "I brought a couple of friends along to keep you company. You know, maybe to help you with your decision." He reached down, grabbed a handful of blanket from each side and slowly pulled up. Jason stared back, his heart beating furiously as the covers lifted, revealing a bound and gagged figure on each chair. Not until the faces were finally revealed did he have any doubt one of them was Cindy. Even as the blankets rose, he saw the red flowing dress from his dream, her long slender legs beneath the smooth silk. But Cindy wasn't one of the 2. Instead, Pete and Tom, the ones sitting in the chairs. Both had been beaten, the gags tied around their faces soaked with blood. Tom had a deep cut above his right eye, the left completely closed over with a thick, purplish bruise. He was handcuffed to the chair he sat on, and as Jason's eyes looked down to them, saw what looked like a bone sticking out from his forearm. Tom was covered in sweat and blood and appeared to be crying, staring out at Jason with his one good eye. Jason looked back, shocked at seeing him here at all. He'd believed Tom would be safe until they had the money, but now knew that these pricks were as unpredictable as Jimmy had been with his temper, maybe even worse. Pete didn't appear any better, and when Jason looked closer at his friend, realized he was in far worse shape than his accomplice. Both his hands were missing, and as Jason stared, finally realized why the smell had been so familiar. It was the stink of human flesh burning. The stumps had been cauterized, one of the men using a metal plate that had been returned to the embers of the fire. Pete groaned repeatedly, the sound low and guttural, like a road carcass that hadn't quite died. "I believe you guys know each other?" Darren asked, stepping between the chairs. He grabbed a handful of hair and pulled the faces towards Jason. "Bit of an early reunion?" "Oh no, a year. But we really don't want to wait a year to get paid, Jace. See, I've got a family to support. A young son waiting for me at home. And Dutch here, he's got places to visit. Places more interesting than the halls of this godforsaken joint." He took a step forward, held his hands up in a kind of request. "So how about it, Jace? Ready to play? Ready to tell us where the coins are stashed?" "I don't know where it is!" he screamed, spittle and blood flying outwards. Holland stepped forward, his baton swinging, but Darren called out, "No! I don't need him unconscious again." Then, back at Jason. "See? I'm trying to help you here. Just tell us what you know. Tell us where Benji is so we can make this all go away." Jason's heart sank as he heard the name, knowing that the game was pretty much up. His mind raced as he tried to think of a solution, some way to make this go away. But nothing came. No grand vision of holy intervention. "Okay then," Darren said. He turned back to the chairs, pulled a revolver from his pocket and pushed the barrel into Pete's ear. "You did this," he said, then pulled the trigger as Jason began to shout his plea. Bits of brain and blood sprayed across Tom's face as he himself began to scream, doing the hopping thing as he tried to stand. Pete slumped forward, the rope tied around his middle, keeping him almost upright in the chair. "No!" Jason cried. "No?" Darren said. "No!" he shouted louder. "Kid, if you don't like this, you don't want to know what we did with that petty girl of yours. Let's just say Dutchie got both his batons wet with her juices, if you know what I mean." Holland began to laugh, the sound of it taunting Jason as he stared back in shock. And such a pretty face, too. Such a shame. Jason stared back at Darren, snot and tears mingling as he screamed his defiance. "I'll kill you, cunt!" Darren began to chuckle, clapping his hands. "Oh, bravo, kid, bravo!" And then, as anger gripped him, "Where's the fucking money?" Fuck the money! He didn't care then. The money meaning less without Cindy. Beautiful Cindy. The only girl he'd ever loved, now gone as well. But Darren calmed himself, took a deep breath, and smiled again. "No. I want the money, and I'll get it. Do you have any idea what we went through just to bring you to us? The efforts it took, like Tommy here to start the fire and to arrange a meeting for you with Benji." He put a hand into his pocket again, and Jason was sure he was about to pull the pistol out again. Tom began to scream through his gag, ripping his hands from side to side as he tried his hardest to pull free. "Calm down, Tommy boy," Darren said, pulling out a small slip of paper. All Jason could do was stare as the truth stared back at him. It had been Tom all along, even willing to murder Lou in the process. Darren walked back towards Jason and knelt once more, this time reading whatever was on the piece of paper. "Meet at Archie Gully. This is what Tom brought us from Benji when he asked to meet you once you got out. He wants to meet you at a place called Archie Gully. Does that mean anything to you?" Jason stared back defiantly, the hatred in his eyes enough to tell Darren he would never talk. The man received the message loud and clear, stood, and walked to where Tom sat, himself staring back at Jason with apologetic eyes. Jason could see him asking for forgiveness, and in the moment before the bullet ripped through his brain, saw Jason give it without a single word spoken. The sound of the revolver exploding a second time was loud enough to ring in Jason's ears for a long time after. He simply lowered his head and cried as Darren launched into another tirade. But it was Holland that ended the interrogation early, smashing his baton into the back of Jason's head again. The darkness swallowed him instantly as he collapsed to the floor, Darren's screaming words fading from the world. 9. The ringing was still in his ears as Jason slowly returned to the land of the living. Although darkness remained, he knew he was awake again, as hot urine flowed from him before he had a chance to stop it. Once he realized what was happening, he relaxed, letting it do what it needed, his bladder taking control. Once he finished, Jason sat up and pushed himself away from the puddle. He felt the wall behind him and leant back, bringing his legs up before him and resting his wrists on them, his fingers interlaced as if about to pray. But any thoughts of God left him as he thought of Cindy, her bruised and battered face staring back from the shadows. He felt his heart ache, his stomach churning with fear and anxiety as the reality continued to grab him hard. He'd lost it all. His friends had died, as had Cindy. He would die. They would keep him here until he either died from torture or he died by telling them and they killed him as a reward. The familiar shuffling of his neighbor suddenly floated through the darkness and Jason lowered himself slightly, feeling for the door. "Mike?" For a moment, no reply came. Jason was about to sit up again when the voice came to him. "You're still alive, I hear. How'd it go?" "They killed my friends. They raped my girlfriend and killed her, too." "Cunts," Mike whispered. "We'll never stop. And there's not a damn thing we can do about it." Jason knew the reality of the situation, but still allowed his mind to wander, searching for a solution. He couldn't let them win, not after what they had done. He needed revenge any way possible. "If only escape was an option," Mike whispered half-heartedly from his cell. Jason heard the words just as another thought crept into his mind. Archie Gully. That was when he began to consider if the note Benji had sent might not be an answer, albeit a very stretchy long shot, if anything at all. If Benji had suggested they meet the day of his release, that meant Darren would do anything to be at that meeting. And if Darren would do anything to be there, maybe he could use that to his advantage. Something Mike had said earlier to him suddenly returned, the words making more sense to him now. "The only way you'll ever see the outside world again is if they take you out themselves." He sat back against the wall and relaxed a little, his mind working out the finer details of the only plan he'd been able to conjure up. If it worked, he would have a single shot at seeing the outside world, if only for a final time. The only contact Jason had with anybody was the screw that brought him and Mike some food the next day. There was a very brief flash of torchlight as the trap slid open and a plate was pushed through, falling and spilling its contents into the darkness. "Enjoy, chaps!" a voice tormented, but Jason failed to recognize it, instead feeling for the lumps of bread he'd briefly seen. During his time alone, he'd discovered a toilet bowl and a sink at the far end of the cell. After feeling around, he discovered the toilet half filled with shit, clogged from previous abuse. The sink, however, worked, the running water a welcome sound as Jason first washed his hands as best he could, then drank his fill. After cleaning himself up again, his body making short work of the insignificant sustenance it had been given, Jason rested back against the wall. He knew sleep was the best escape for him, as well as being a great way to pass the time. But kept in total darkness had an almost hypnotic effect on his senses. There was no way of telling what time of day it was, and each time he did sleep, would wake with no sense of how long he'd been out for. He tried to imagine the horror that Mike next door had been through, having spent far longer in here than himself. But whatever happened, he felt much more relaxed now that he had a plan in place. While sleep came easy, the times he was awake were a lot harder, namely because his mind would wander back to memories that had caused so much pain. Thanks to Darren, he now had a significant amount of excruciating memories to keep him occupied, which is why Jason tried his best to keep his mind filled with happier times. One of these was the summer of '48, the time where he, Lou, Tom, and Brewster hung around Tom's farm, spending their days swimming down in the creek or exploring the hillsides, searching for the kind of adventures that would eventually become fond memories. It was during that particular summer that the boys had spent nearly every day hiking the nearby hills, some covered by thick woods. There were so many adventures and discoveries they'd made, but none as mind-blowing as the day they found a dead body. It had been a warm Saturday morning and all 4 boys had spent the previous evening sleeping in a tent, telling ghost stories out behind the old barn. Tom had snuck a cigarette in after stealing it from his father. The 4 of them took turns puffing on it and subsequently coughing their chests out as the scratching tobacco invaded their virgin lungs. When they woke the following morning, Tom's father asked if they would help weed one of the new vegetable patches. He would pay each lad a few pennies, then give them the afternoon off to go exploring. "Watch the shafts," he would always call after them. Some of the hills dotted with old, unused mine shafts, some covered in thin layers of undergrowth. A person could easily step the wrong way and fall to their death, never to be found again amongst the hundreds of holes. "A broke neck is what'll find you if you fall," Tom's father would say. The boys would always nod in agreement. Jason liked Harry Kaczynski, the man always telling the boys about the war and the Nazis he fought. He once showed them a pistol he claimed to have taken from the body of a general, the Ruger feeling heavy and exciting as each kid held it. The weeding hadn't been easy. The patch, a new one Henry had plotted out only the previous day. The earth was tough from weeks without rain, and by mid-morning each boy was working shirtless as sweat dripped from their brows. Pulling weeds wasn't the finest job, but everyone knew that along with the crap jobs, sometimes came great jobs, like the time Henry had allowed the boys to each drive a lap on the tractor during ploughing season. Jason had been second in line and had nervously taken the wheel as Henry sat beside him on the wheel arch. He'd never driven a tractor before, but Henry had been a calm and patient teacher, showing Jason just how to get his feet right and get the tractor going. That lap had been one of his fondest memories of Tom's father, and the one memory he clung to when old Henry died from emphysema a few years later. With the weeding deemed complete by a smiling father as the sun reached the middle of the sky, Tom thanked his dad as he handed over their wages, together with 4 bottles of ice-cold cola. Once the cash had been pocketed, the gang took their drinks and headed towards the south gate and the imaginary wilderness that lay beyond. For a kid, it wasn't hard to see. The land untouched by civilization for eternity. It must have been a dozen hills, covered in enough vegetation to compare to the darkest jungles of South America, each dotted with abandoned mine shafts that still held secrets and artifacts. It was down one of these holes the boys had once found the remnants of an old rifle. Henry Kaczynski had been especially fond of their find, restoring the old weapon as best he could before mounting it on the living room wall. Seeing the joy that gun had brought his father, Tom often sought to find the holes, volunteering to be the first to climb down and discover what secrets the darkness held. He'd packed a bag with exploration essentials and hidden it amongst some trees near one of the farm's outermost gates. It had what any explorer would need, like rope, a rusty torch, a knife, and of course, a yo-yo. Being the tallest, Lou took the lead as the boys worked their way single file up one of the less explored hills on this particular day. He grabbed himself a meaty stick that had fallen across the shallow path, and as soon as the group turned into the scrub, had begun beating the shrubbery apart, swinging the lump of wood rhythmically from side to side. The others dropped back a bit as undergrowth flew in all directions, Jason dubbing the lanky kid Haymaker. It wasn't easy work, walking through the bush of what the locals named Shutter Hill, on account of the many tourists that photographed the hill from a distance, with its distinct V-shaped top. But up close, it was a thick tangle of vines, trees, and bracken, all covering old shafts, with some dropping close to 100 feet. One wrong step could send an unfortunate person plummeting to an early grave. The boys had gotten quite good at recognizing the lay of the land, scanning for the faint depressions that indicated a shaft beneath the false surface. While some holes went straight down, dropping dozens of feet into the ground, others only dropped a few before skewing off into a sideways mystery. These were what the boys hoped to find, making it easier for the four of them to explore together.
Oi, haymaker,
Jason called to Lou as he reached the lowest part of the hill's distinctive middle.
rest up a bit.
He drank the last of his Coke, tossed the bottle into the shrub, and sat with his back against a tree.
Got any cigarettes in that bag?
He asked, looking at Tom. The youngest kid complied, pulling out a crumpled pack of Camels from his backpack and tossing them to their unofficial leader. Jason caught them single-handedly, grabbed one out before throwing them back. After firing the smoke up with a match, he sat back and let it hang from his lips, the way he'd seen Humphrey Bogart do in one of the many movies he'd seen. It felt cool, just the way one should be seen with a smoke. Lou, not one for cigarettes, began to look around the small clearing, leaving his friends to talk shit, with Brewster watching him from a distance. Jason launched into one of the many stories the boys liked him to tell, the others positive he'd be a famous author one day, just like Jules Verne. He had a knack for storytelling, pulling things from his imagination that made the others lose themselves in the day, the descriptions stealing them away to far-off lands. Brewster had been watching Lou shuffling about a near-dead tree, occasionally looking back at Jason as he'd explain a pivotal moment or some action sequence. But when he looked back to Lou that final time, the tall redhead was gone, having vanished into thin air.
He's gone,
Brewster said, sitting up, eyes darting across the shrubbery. The others also looked up, Jason pausing his story.
He's just fucking around,
Jason said, rising to his feet.
Oh, Louie, want us to come and find you? Oh, please don't jump out and scare us,
he mocked, a wide grin on his face. Tom giggled a little, as did Brewster, albeit a little nervously. The three of them walked to where Lou had been last seen, Jason exaggerating his own walk to look like an over-enthusiastic sneak. But when they reached the spot, Lou was still nowhere to be seen. Jason was about to call out again when they heard a faint groan coming from somewhere a little ahead, right from a clump of thick bracken.
Lou?
Brewster called out, stepping towards the sound. The others followed, listening as the groan grew louder.
Think he's fallen?
Brewster asked, looking back at Jason as he continued on. Before he had a chance to answer, Jason snatched out and grabbed Brewster's arm. The smaller kid looked back to where he was walking and froze, his right foot precariously suspended over a dark hole that disappeared into the emptiness below. As his horrified eyes stared down into the darkness, he knew where the Frankenstein's monster lived. Jason carefully pulled him back as Lou's groans floated up from somewhere below.
Lou?
Tom called over the edge.
You okay?
They all listened for the answer, Jason dropping to his stomach and crawling forward to get a closer look.
I think my leg's broke,
the voice groaned. The pain and agony more than conveyed his tone.
How far down are you?
Jason called, still unable to see the bottom. The hole was too wide to step over, maybe as much as 8 feet across. It looked as if there had been a lot of undergrowth above it, but as Jason looked, thought he saw something else. Some of the branches lying on or near the edges looked fairly fresh, as if they'd been snapped off from nearby trees. He reached out to a piece of cracked tree branch and saw the base of it had been cut. He picked up another piece and saw the same.
Maybe 15 to 20 feet,
Lou's voice called up.
There's something down here. Have you guys got a flashlight?
Tom ruffled through his backpack again and after a moment pulled out a rusted flashlight that had once belonged to his father. He looked at the others as he held it out, then realized he wasn't about to drop it down the hole. He handed it to Brewster, then pulled out the length of rope, dropped the bag to the ground, and reached back with the torch.
Gonna lower it down to you,
Jason shouted as he watched Tom carefully tie the package.
Okay, it's on its way down,
he shouted as Tom gave the thumbs up. Holding the back of his pants tight, both Brewster and Jason watched as Tom slowly lowered the flashlight over the edge, feeding the rope hand over hand as the rusty cylinder disappeared into the darkness. The groans had eased a little, Lou now watching as the package swung from side to side as it worked its way closer to his outstretched hand. While the darkness had at first freaked him out, it was the other sensation that had worried him more. The smell down in the hole was horrific, The kid sure he'd dropped into a pit filled with the remains of poor animals that had accidentally missed the telltale signs of the open chasm, each plunging to its death as they slid inside. The smell, combined with the shadows that surrounded him, as well as the agonizing pain that was burning in his left leg, were all intermingling into his own personal horror movie. He was ready to scream his lungs out, and probably would have already, if it weren't for the 3 boys currently standing guard around the hole. There was another sensation that had worked its way into his imagination, one he dared not acknowledge for fear of it taking hold of him, possibly pushing all the other feelings he was experiencing aside. He'd only ever had that final sensation one time as he was swimming alone at the local watering hole. The day had been hot, and he just happened to be passing the most popular swimming spot for miles around. Of course, he had to take his shirt and shorts off. What kid could resist that kind of temptation? So he'd slipped off his clothes after making sure there was no one around, and had jumped into the water. The coolness had felt so good that he swam almost to the other end of the hole by the time his senses began to play with him. There were thick trees to one side of the water, the woods leading all the way back to town. As a summer breeze began to blow through the thick branches, Lou had the unmistakable sensation that he was being watched. He paused, his legs slowly kicking to keep him afloat as his eyes darted along the water's edge, looking for any sign of life. He hadn't seen any at first, sure it had just been his imagination. But as he resumed swimming, the feeling returned, this time stronger than ever. He paused again, his eyes once more darting along the water's edge, and that was when he saw the face watching him. It was a man's face, hidden behind a thick clump of bushes. Only his head was visible and his eyes were fixed on him, like a predator about to claim its prey. Lou, only 11 at the time, instantly recognized the danger and swam back to shore. As he stepped from the water, he suddenly remembered his state and tried to cover himself as best as he could. That was when he heard the moans from where the man stood, still mostly hidden behind the bush. Lou stole a quick glance and saw that he was standing still, eyes still watching him, but yet somehow moving as well, almost as if he was running, yet not moving at all. He reached where his clothes were lying in a heap and quickly began to dress as the voice called out to him, one sounding gruff and out of breath. "Hey, boy, come here. Come here and help an old man, would ya?" But instead of acknowledging that voice, Lou had slipped on his shorts and shoes and began to run in the opposite direction, away from the voice and the trees and the eyes that followed his every step. He'd never felt that same sensation again, the memory of that day almost forgotten until he'd slipped into the darkness of the hole. "Almost got it," Lou called up as the torch lowered even closer to him. 3 feet, 2, then 1. He reached up a little more, felt the metallic cylinder with his fingertips, and let it drop into his palm. The smell was almost unbearable, but not as much as the sensation that he was being watched, probably by the dozens of animals that had perished down here over the years. After untying the rope, Lou fumbled with the torch, feeling for the switch. Once he found it, he snapped it into life, the bright beam of light temporarily blinding him, despite relieving some of his anxiety. The mine shaft appeared to be more of an air hole, the tunnel continuing in both directions. Lou shone the light down one side and saw a dead fox, its fur matted and dusty. There were other bones scattered around it, small enough to look like a rabbit carcass maybe. His heart relaxed as he saw the animals, feeling a little sorry for them. He turned and shone the light down the opposite tunnel, saw the face staring back at him and screamed, the eye sockets filled with the swirling masses of maggots and worms. In his panic to clamber away from that horrific vision, Lou dropped the torch, the light flicking off again. "Help me!" he screamed, his voice reaching breaking point as the words faded into a throaty gag. "Lou? Lou, what is it?" Jason called down, his own nerves exploding. Brewster lost all colour from his face as Tom dropped to his knees, as if trying to get closer to his friend. "There's a dead body down here! Get me the fuck out!" he screamed as the piss flowed from him, the fear gripping him like a giant claw. Lou desperately fumbled for the torch, feeling for it in the dark as all thoughts of his broken leg left him. There was no broken bone, no pain, only those eyes watching him in the dark. Soon, The corpse's hand would reach out to him and drag his sorry ass down into the pits of hell, where all the dead bodies dragged stupid kids who wandered from the path. And once they had them kids in hell, they slowly killed them, each suffering a gruesome end. "Get help," Jason said to Tom, and he turned without needing to be asked a second time. He was the quickest by far, and he ran back down the hill like the wind, not stopping for breath until he'd made it all the way home. Lou would later tell the boys that he could hear the worms writhing around in the eyes of the body. It took almost an hour for the first grown-ups to arrive, but once they did, immediately set to work to pull the boy out. It was Tom's father that arrived with two of his neighbors, a couple of bundles of rope slung over their shoulders. They tied one end to a tree. Then Henry Kosinski climbed down the hole, the light on his helmet bobbing this way and that as he descended. Once his feet were firmly planted on the ground, he looked around and saw the body lying just inside the tunnel, Lou lying on the other side, amongst the bodies of various animals. He was sobbing, the raw fear in his face, something Henry hadn't seen since the war. After tying the rope around Lou's shoulders and giving the word, the two men slowly pulled the injured kid up. Henry waited for the rope to be lowered again, inspecting the body while he waited. He knelt down and recognized the man instantly. William Tully, having disappeared the previous week after a night out at the local drinking hole. His wife had reported him missing the following morning, and the police had been unable to find him. The police that eventually turned up brought the unfortunate William Tully back to the surface and transported him to the local morgue. They were set to label the death as accidental, the fractured skull put down as having been suffered as a result of the fall. Nobody expected any other outcome, and were completely surprised when a local farmer by the name of John Gatton drove himself to the police station and confessed to the murder, saying he killed the man because of a £35 debt he owed him. Although in a full leg cast for the rest of that summer, Lou made a complete recovery, eventually pushing the horrific nightmare into the deepest corners of his mind. Each time the boys got together after that discovery, the ghost stories they shared would always involve some discarded body that had been discovered, left hidden for the unaware to stumble across. That was the last time they ventured into the hills looking for the kind of adventures young boys often searched for. As the boys grew, girls became their new interest, the group remaining close to town in order to catch the eye of some. But regardless of how much time passed between them getting together, no one ever forgot the summer they almost lost one of their own and discovered a real murder victim down a hole. 10. A couple of days after watching two of his friends executed in cold blood, Jason was visited by Holland himself, this time to beat the shit out of him directly in his cell. He came alone, armed with just his baton swinging from his belt. The prick actually whistled as he walked, some weird tune that reverberated around the hall as he slowly clopped along the concrete-lined corridor. His boot heels acted as the timing beat, the whistling notes emphasized with each step. He paused in front of Jason's door as if considering his presence, then stepped forward and began to unlock the steel door, the key grinding in the worn lock. As it clicked, then snapped, as if to announce the releasing of the locking mechanism, Holland paused again, Jason slowly rising to his feet as he waited for the door to swing open. As if for dramatic effect, the screw pushed ever so slightly on the door, letting the hinges squeal their rusty song, as if taking over from the melody that he had been whistling only moments before. His face came into view, beaming, with a bright row of pearly white teeth displayed. Jason took a step forward as Holland entered the cell, as if to meet him halfway. "The day of..." was as far as he got before Holland pulled the baton from his belt and swung it into the side of Jason's ribs in one lightning-fast motion. Jason tried his best to object, to hurry the words up faster, but they only managed to trip over each other as the baton bit into his middle, the air smashed from his lungs as his legs quit. "I didn't come here for a chit-chat, motherfucker!" Holland snarled as Jason fell to the floor, swinging his weapon again, the hickory brutally raining down with each word. He may have been a big man, but he was far from fit, and his own grunts soon rose with each swing, the officer's lungs gasping for breath like his victim. Once the baton stopped swinging, Holland stood above his prisoner for a moment, sucking in the breaths. Jason could hear the strain in those inhalations, almost hopeful the big prick would keel over from a heart attack, but that kind of luck didn't come calling in moments like these. His eyes meeting Holland's as Jason looked up. "Till next time, fucker," the screw said, reseating the baton into its holder before walking back out the door before Jason had a chance to get any words out. Surprising Jason for the second time, rather than walk back down the hall from which he came just a few minutes before, Holland first locked his cell door, then jingled with the bunch of keys for a moment before unlocking Mike's door. Jason listened as the hinges groaned in protest. Despite hearing the mumble of Holland's voice, he couldn't make out the words. But when the familiar thwacks of the baton hitting the prisoner's bare skin began to echo into the corridor, Jason understood. Holland was simply doing the rounds, maybe to give a little extra motivation to those he saw as his meal ticket, or to simply take out some personal frustration. Either way, the two copped a flogging which would certainly show the next day. Stanley Durran was sitting at his desk when Dutch Holland returned from his very brief trip to the ISO cells. The governor looked up from his morning paper as the door opened, saw the smug grin on the officer's face, and immediately knew where he'd been. "Any information given up?" he asked, reaching for his coffee cup. "Nope. Neither one wanted to talk," Holland answered, dropping heavily into the armchair by the window. "Did you give him a chance to talk?" Holland looked at him, mimicking a hurt expression. "What are you saying, Stan? You think I just visited him for kicks?" "Something tells me that's exactly why you went, although I doubt kicking was your main objective." The grin surfaced again, almost consuming Holland's face as it dawned across his face. Durran stood slowly, walked to the window and looked out across the prison yards. He interlaced his fingers behind his back as he stood, watching a group of prisoners throw a ball over in Greenblock's yard. Holland watched him, as if waiting for the lecture he knew the man was creating in his mind. He'd worked for him long enough to know when Stanley Durran was building his words. Finally, the man looked down at Holland, smiled almost sympathetically, then walked back to his desk. But rather than sit in his seat again, the man sat on the edge of the mahogany, reached for a pack of cigarettes, and pulled one out. After flipping the lighter open and chasing the tip with the flame, he snapped it closed and threw it on the desk. His first puff flew out from the sides of his mouth, while the second he inhaled deeply, before slowly releasing the blue smoke into the air where it soon built into a small, man-made cloud. He leaned forward, lying one forearm across his thigh for support. He pointed at Holland with his other hand, the cigarette held between his fingers. "How long have I known you, Dutch?" The question was purely rhetorical, just as Holland already knew, not bothering to answer. "Long enough to know that you tend to get a little too caught up with that fucking baton of yours. Now listen up, because I don't have time to keep repeating myself. We have exactly 3 fucking days to get our shit together before that Torrance kid gets out." He paused long enough to take a drag, but resumed before he fully exhaled, the smoke wafting out with each subsequent word spoken. "That's 3 fucking days to find out what he knows, get a hold of the money, and do what we need to do. Because I don't plan to hold another fucking inconvenience in our cells like that Banks prick." Holland watched and listened as best he could, a little distracted by the cigarette smoke. He wished he'd been offered one, his mouth salivating at the thought of tasting the sweet tobacco for himself. "Are you fucking listening to me, Dutch?" "Yes, of course, Stan. 3 days. I understand." "Did you take care of the bodies?" Stan asked, taking another drag. "Course. They're dog food. Put them through the mincer just like I said," Holland said, nodding. His brother owned a meat processing factory, and Holland had used the place for his own purposes on more than a few occasions. Stan stubbed the cigarette out in his heavy quartz ashtray and walked to where Holland was sitting. He sat on the small coffee table, lowering himself to Holland's eye level, staring at the man. 3 days. 3 fucking days. This time next week, I want to be sipping pina coladas on a beach in Los Cabos, living off interest. That is never going to happen if we don't get the information. I understand, Stan. I do. I'll go back. Good man, Torrance said, rising to his feet and returning to his chair. Now fuck off and let me work. I've got Jim Lawson coming in for a chat and I don't need that nosy prick here while this is going on. A man can fucking smell crime. Holland nodded, took a final look at the cigarette packet on the desk, then rose to his feet. He shook with Stan, as had been customary between the pair for their entire relationship, then walked back out, closing the door quietly behind him. Durran watched him go, then grabbed another cigarette as he shook his head. Unbeknownst to Holland, Durran didn't consider him a friend. Never had, seeing the officer as an inconvenient loose cannon. As he sat smoking another cigarette, he thought about the only other way he might get the information he needed. He'd simply let Torrance go, then have him followed until he led them to the money himself. But would he head straight there? That was the question he'd asked himself over and over again. He doubted it. The sum of the haul may be too large to just dive in and distribute. Durran wasn't stupid and understood that the best thing for all involved would be to wait. Maybe even up to a year, just like Tom had said. Waiting that long would be the smart thing to do. But what would happen once people started feeling the heat? Would they still be happy if they knew someone was onto them, maybe closing in on their stash? That would cause friction, and he had no doubt some would want their slice and split. How long could Torrance be followed for? Could he trust Holland with a task as important as that? He knew in his position, following a crook around non-stop until he found the money would be impossible. He had his own responsibilities, and if he was to go AWOL, he'd have enough of his own questions to answer. All he could do was try and get the information as best he could. If Dutch Holland needed to be a part of that, then so be it. The big lump had proven himself useful plenty of times before, and might come through again this time. Time would be the great revealer. As Jason heard the boot heels for a second time in as many hours, he immediately noticed the difference in tone between the two interactions. The first time he'd heard the clip-clop of boots, they had been slow, almost methodical, sounding intimidating as they worked their way along the echoing hallway. But this time, when he heard the footfalls, Jason knew they meant business. The sounds barely slowing from the moment they first entered the hall to when they stopped right outside his door. Again, it was a single person, and at first Jason thought it might have been food, but his hopes were quickly dashed as the door slowly swung inwards to reveal Dutch Holland once again, standing in his doorway. Just as he reached for the handle of his baton, Jason jumped to his feet, backed all the way into the darkest recesses of his cell, and held a hand up. Holland pulled out his baton, raised it high enough to build sufficient momentum on the downward swing, then froze mid-air. "Please, I'll take you to the drop-off, the day of my release. I'll take you to the spot." Jason tried, yelling the words, but given his heightened nerves, they only just managed to register slightly above a whisper. Holland stopped, holding his baton at almost chest height, like an accusatory finger pointing at his target. "You better not be fucking with me, kid. I ain't got time for fucking. I'm not. I'm supposed to meet a guy the day of my release, and he's to take me to where the money is stashed." He looked at Holland, the eyes staring back, feeling as if they were boring right through him. He knew this was a gamble, but if Benji had already sent a note about meeting at Archie Gully, then it would be the only shot he had. Jason was sure the message had been received loud and clear, watching as Holland slowly began to lower his weapon. Despite the eyes remaining steadfast, the baton had at least been lowered. But just as he felt himself relax, the chunk of wood spun around lightning fast, catching him flush under the chin. It split his skin, the warm spray of blood instant on his bare chest. "That's the Benji character, yeah? Consider the consequences if you're lying," Holland snarled before backing out through the door and locking it with a jangle of his keys. Jason tried to ride the sting of the fresh cut, the wound burning as if dipped in salt. The blood seemed to milk out of him, and he pushed a thumb against the cut as best he could, listening to the fading heel clops as they disappeared from the corridor. "You giving them what they want, Jace? You fucking nuts, man?" Mike asked from across the hall. Jason slowly felt his way along the floor until he sensed where the door was. "It's the only shot I've got. I need to get out if I'm to have any chance at all. Staying here isn't going to last forever. Sooner or later they'll get tired enough and just blow my brains out. This way I at least have a fighting chance." He whispered the words for fear that a spy had been stationed nearby to listen out for any conversation. "I hope you're right, man. I doubt they'll weather much more bullshit. I can feel that big galoot growing more frustrated with every beating he dishes out. But you, fuck, man, you're on another level with them. I mean, if the size of your stash is true, They'll stop at nothing to get their hands on it. Mike sounded as if he was himself in pain. You okay, man? Jason asked, pushing his ear a little closer to the gap under the door. Yeah. Prick caught me in the chest with that fucking railway slipper he likes to swing around. Think he might have cracked a rib. Jason could hear the man wheezing and wondered if that was really all it was. The man deserved to make it out of here as much as he did, and he wondered whether that would be possible. All he could do was wait. Wait for the gods to answer his calls for help, and wait for the wheel of time to take him where he needed to be. When boot heels came clip-clopping up the corridor for the third time, Jason wondered whether this would be the time it would end for one of them. Maybe Mike had pushed his luck too far, and Darren had given up trying to wait for the crook to give up his haul. But when the trap slid open and a plate of food was thrown at him, he breathed a sigh of relief. 2 days, motherfucker, the screw whispered through the hole in the door. For Jason, it had been the first indication of how long this nightmare had to play out since he'd arrived at King's Court. Now that he could put the rest of his time down to just a few hours, hope seemed to return with the new information. Not a lot, but enough to let him know that not everything was quite out of his reach. As he felt for the food scattered around him, Jason knew that while a glimmer of hope had turned up, there wasn't anything else he could do. Planning was completely out of the question, because he had no idea of how things would play out once the moment of his release came. Would he simply walk out of the front door and be followed? Would they drive him to the meeting themselves, so as not to risk losing him along the way? The meeting would be their number one priority, their only focus. The meeting. Jason paused, a piece of bread half in and half out of his mouth, held in mid-bite as thoughts suddenly invaded him. There was something that never felt quite right to him about the note Peter delivered to Darren about Archie Gully. How did he come to be in its possession to begin with? It had been a pretty stern agreement between all of them not to meet for at least a year, no matter the reason. The risks were just too great. And from what Jason knew, no one knew where Benji and Maddie had moved to. That part of the plan, one of its foundational secrets. Only he'd known, having buried the cash nearby. So, how did Tom get a note from Benji in the first place? Had something significant happened that forced Benji to come forward? Maybe the cops had closed in. Maybe the heat had managed to crack one of them. Pete, maybe. He was, after all, the weak link in the chain. His mouth continued chewing as he heard Mike shuffle around his cell, a groan floating out from the darkness. Maybe Benji had cracked a little and found out about the fire, the death of Lou, maybe even Brewster. Jason felt a stab in his chest as Brewster's face stared at him from inside. His final look as he gazed up at him, with blood smeared across his face, had been one of the toughest moments of his life. But deaths aside, how did Tom and Benji come together? Neither would know where to look. But then the answer came to him, almost as if logic delivered it on a silver platter. The prison itself. Benji would have heard about the fire at the salad bowl, the transfer of the prisoners to King's Court, and the subsequent transfer of some of the staff. Benji had simply connected the dots, maybe panicked about the possibilities and waited outside King's Court's walls for a familiar face. He would have seen Tom and handed him the note. He smiled in the darkness, the course of logic finally making sense. Across the hall, Mike coughed, a deep and guttural sound that screamed chest congestion. Jason dropped to the floor and scuffled forward, pressing his face into the gap beneath the door. Mike, you okay, man? He called. Chest feels like mud. Hard to breathe, the voice called back. From where he lay, Jason could hear the pneumonia-like symptoms. As he lay in the darkness, listening to the wheezes drifting out to him, he wondered whether either of them still had enough time to enjoy some sort of normality. When the screw had told Jason that he had 2 days until his eventual release, he thought that he would simply wait for the time to come in the relative peace of his cell. There would be no reason to speak with anyone else, not since he'd already confirmed he was willing to take whoever to the meeting. So when his cell door opened and Hollins stood there, flanked by 2 other screws, he wondered what the point was. But explanations weren't one of Hollins' strong suits, and thus, Jason was dragged from his cell with the usual air of confusion hanging over him. As he was led outside, the moon shone brightly overhead, and Jason knew it was the night before. the proverbial final few hours before the clock struck 0. Holland walked behind the trio, spinning his baton like a circus performer. The conceited prick even began to whistle at one point, as if on his way to some fancy stage show. Much to his surprise, Jason was taken to Torrance's own office, the other rooms all standing vacant as the procession passed them. The experience had a midnight kind of feel to it, and as if to confirm it to him, the clock hanging on one of the office's walls read 12:10 a.m. as they walked in. Torrance was sitting behind his desk, a decent-sized cloud of cigarette smoke already hanging suspended above him, its great swirling mass reminding Jason of a swarm of flies circling a corpse. Holland closed the door once the 4 of them had entered, then walked over to his usual seat by the window. Torrance remained where he was, slowly puffing on his cigarette as he watched Jason like a predator, sizing him up as the other 2 officers remained by his side. Finally, Torrance rose to his feet, walked around to Jason's side of the desk and sat on its edge, his eyes remaining steadfast on its prey. "Dutch told me you want to come clean. Show us where this meeting will take place. Is that right, Torrance?" Jason slowly nodded. Torrance leant a little forward, turning his ear towards Jason. "I'm going to have to hear the words, kid. Nodding days are over." "Yes, I'll show you. Don't just want to tell us where this Archie Gully is? Be a lot easier if we could just go and pick up this Benji for ourselves." Jason looked up, his eyes filled with a rage he tried his best to mask. "No, I'll take you myself." Torrance looked at him a moment longer before sitting back up. "Okay then. If I can't change your mind, then we'll play it your way. And you know what?" He looked back at Holland, Jason positive he just shot a wink at his partner. "I've spoken to my distinguished colleague over here and we've decided to cut you in." Jason acted surprised, doing his best to give the impression he believed them. "That's right. We're going to give you back 20%. Fuck. 80% of that stash is more than enough, and I think an even split between the 5 of us is only fair. What do you say?" He didn't need a high IQ to know Torrance was lying. The man was trying to play him and doing a piss-poor job of the act. "Sounds good," Jason replied, knowing that Torrance knew he didn't believe him. But as long as the game was there to play, Jason was happy to go along. "So, tell me, just how much do you think is really there? You know, the newsboys can't seem to agree. The numbers are so varied between the reports that it's hard to know which to believe." "I couldn't tell you. We haven't counted it." Jason tried to sound diplomatic, but it was his turn to do a piss-poor job of playing his part. "Oh, of course you haven't. Smart." He reached for his smokes, grabbed one and offered the pack to Jason. The flanked man stared at them for a moment, then reached for one. Torrance lit it and watched as Jason let the sweet taste of the tobacco roll through him like a wave. "Thanks," Jason said as he took another drag. "Tomorrow's a big day for all of us. So, to make sure it flows nice and smooth, I think we need a plan in place. You know, just to be sure." Jason nodded back at him, wishing he could reach out and slam his fist down the prick's throat. "I hear you," he said instead. "Danny here will come and bring you up for processing a little after 10. I've checked the sheets and there's only one other release pending. Once he's gone, you'll be brought up, processed, then released out the front gate. Josh here will be parked towards the back of the car park." He turned slowly toward one of the officers by Jason's side. "What sort of car do you drive again, son?" "Black Ford Anglia, sir," the kid said. "There you go," Torrance began, then turned back to the screw. "Wait, an Anglia?" He looked comically back to Holland and shot him a glare before turning back. "Can we not pay you enough, kid? Who the fuck drives an Anglia around?" He rolled his eyes, then turned back to Jason. "Okay, find the Ford Anglia," he began, enunciating the car's name. "And Josh will bring you to where Dutch and I will be waiting. From there we'll go and meet this Benji, and then on to the money." Jason simply nodded, smoking his cigarette and wishing for them all to drop dead right there on the spot. He was done with the bullshit and found the game harder to play with each passing moment. "Sounds perfect," he said when Torrance finished. "No, Jason. Perfect would be you just telling us where you buried the cash and letting us go and get it. That would be perfect." He stood and walked back to his chair, dropping into it and rubbing his forehead. "All right, we're done." He waved the three of them away like shooing a fly, the one named Josh grabbing Jason's arm and turning for the door. "No more fucking games," Darren called after him as they walked through the door. Jason didn't bother to answer back, simply following his escorts back down the hall and out into the cool night. None of them spoke during the brief walk, Jason sucking in the fresh air as best he could. The cells stank of age, shit, and dampness. The night air smelling sweet with cleanliness, and Jason was going to take every advantage he could. He stared up at the moon as they walked, remembering the time the four of them had sat out on the roof of Tom's barn and watched the full moon while lying on their backs, telling horror stories about werewolves. He smiled at that, and felt the pain rise in him again as Danny held the unit door open for him. He wondered whether this would be the last time he ever saw the moon. Maybe soon back in the company of his friends. 11. For the first time since being thrown in the hole, Jason slept soundly. Despite not having any sense of time except for that which he saw in Darren's office, he seemed to feel the sunrise far above him. He woke to Mike's continuing coughing, the sound more reminiscent of a man drowning in his own lungs. He slowly rolled over, then felt his way along the floor until his face reached the door. "Mike." It took his neighbour some time to answer. "Yeah?" he called back, although not with a voice that spoke health. It sounded weak, famished, maybe even on the edge of death itself. "Hang in there, man. I promise I'll send help." He listened for a response, but only the wheezing answered back, the fluid-filled lungs struggling to keep the man alive. Jason rolled over and felt his way back to the middle of the cell, then took care of his bathroom needs. Once finished, he carefully walked to one wall, leant back, and let himself slide down. The time had come to wait for the inevitable. If things went his way, then maybe he'd have a chance at a life, although a life without Cindy wasn't something he could willfully imagine. If things turned to shit, he'd be dead in a few short hours, probably buried somewhere out in the woods, never to be seen again. As he sat with his face pushed between his knees, there was only one truth Jason knew to be real. Whatever happened, the moment of his release was already counting down, and regardless of what followed, one way or the other, the events would play out. Within hours, all of the possibilities that he'd been imagining since starting this crazy venture will either fall by the wayside or play out for real. He was nothing more than a passenger now, no hands left to play except whatever Darren and his cronies dealt him. Soon, he would be processed, set free, and quickly recaptured to deliver the golden ticket. The cruelest bitch of all was time itself. The door cracked open and Jason winced as the light bit into his eyeballs, the brightness painful to bear despite welcoming it. "Come on, Charlie." Danny beckoned for him to follow, and as Jason stepped out from the cell, briefly paused by his neighbour's door, desperate to hear any sound. But only silence greeted him, with the man inside either dead or close to it. Whichever it was, time was not on his side. "Let's go, Charlie. Can't save him," Danny called over his shoulder, not bothering to turn. Jason briefly touched the door, then followed the officer, his eyes relaxing a little. This was the moment he'd been waiting for, hoping to have one last shot at freedom. Everything would hang on what happened during the next hour. "Charlie?" Jason asked once he caught up to Danny. "Yeah, man. Charlie, like Charlie in the Chocolate Factory." Jason looked at him puzzled. "Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. It's this new book my kid's been reading. He wins a golden ticket to go to this chocolate factory. I figured you were my golden ticket, you know. So, Charlie." Jason didn't quite roll his eyes, but quickly caught on that his screw definitely had one loose somewhere. "What's going to happen now?" he asked as they reached the unit door. "Processing should be over in a few minutes, and then you'll be free to walk out. You know what to do once you're outside." Jason's stomach tightened as he walked out into the bright sunshine, the smell of baking bread filling his nostrils. Prison kitchens always blanketed the yards with the scent of baking bread, regardless of what was actually cooking. As he dropped down the couple of stairs, his stomach growled loud enough for Danny to turn back. "Bit hungry there, Chief," he said, the condescending tone rubbing Jason the wrong way. The yard they crossed was mostly deserted, save for a couple of officers sitting on a bench near one of the gates. They looked deep in conversation, cigarettes hanging from their mouths as they looked up. Jason didn't pay them the slightest attention, unlike Danny, who gave them a mock salute.
"You pull escort duty, Hudson?"
one of the men asked. Jason didn't bother turning to see whether the question was acknowledged, no words passing between them. Once he stood in front of the gate leading to the admissions building, Jason watched as Danny unlocked it. Just as the door swung open, the officer reached across and blocked Jason's path. "Now, you remember the deal. You fuck up in any way, and Darren will make sure anyone associated with you will be cut to pieces." He leant a little forward as he whispered, but Jason didn't need convincing. He'd seen the lengths these pricks would go firsthand. A single dividing desk sat along one wall as Jason and Danny walked through the main door. There were 2 officers behind that desk, with another 2 leaning on it from the front. They both turned when the new prisoner walked in. "Name," the first called out, taking a step towards Jason. The other remained where he stood. "Jason Torrance." "Torrance, 1 second." The screw turned and looked at one of the officers behind the desk, who was busy rummaging through some paperwork. The other one reached down and picked up a paper bag off the floor, setting it down on the desk before him. "Number?" the rummaging officer said, pulling a sheet from the pile and scanning it with his reading glasses. "D032452, Jason recited. "D for dickhead," the one still leaning grumbled under his breath, finally pushing off and grabbing the paper bag. "Your shit is still at the salad bowl, so you'll have to go there if you want it. Here's a set of clothes you can wear, courtesy of the good folks of the Salvation Army who donate this kind of gear to scumbags like you." Jason frowned, then caught the bag as the screw tossed it at him and gestured towards a small room. Jason went and stripped his uniform off, then dressed in the donated threads. The pants were a little loose, the shoes a little big. But where he was going, he knew it didn't matter much. As long as he didn't have to go naked, an old wheat sack would have sufficed. Once back out in the foyer, he signed a single slip of paper, then followed as the grumbling screw led him towards another office. "Soup, discharge is here," the officer said, and Jason waited for the supervisor to do his bit. After identifying himself to the supervising officer, he watched as the man signed his discharge papers, before handing them off to the other officer. "Let's go," the soup said absently, leading Jason back out into the sunshine. They walked along the path in relative silence, this part of the prison hidden from the main yards. The fences were high enough to cast shadows before them, and for Jason, the walk felt anything but exhilarating. He imagined that any prisoner taking this walk would be filled with the kind of excitement reserved for children at Christmas. They'd be bursting with delight, ready to hit the nearest pub or strip joint to release their built-up frustrations. But for Jason, the walk felt like someone walking to the dentist's chair, dreading the destination. At one point, he felt like simply turning to the soup and asking to be returned to his cell so he could hide away in the dark and listen as Mike slowly drowned to death from his busted rib. They reached the sally port and the inner gate was opened by an officer. Once inside, another screw had Jason identify himself as the soup watched on. Once done, the final officer in the chain opened another gate, and freedom appeared before him like dawn on Halloween. Only in this version of Halloween, the monsters were real. Once through the gate, Jason turned and watched the gate close behind him. It slammed shut with a satisfying thunk, leaving Jason alone, breathing freedom from a world he no longer felt a part of. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, maybe just to experience said freedom for a final time, before giving in to the demands of the real criminals. Josh Baskin sat in the Ford Anglia his mother had given him on his 18th birthday, as a way to thank him for all the years he'd spent taking care of her. She'd developed a type of motor neuron disease when he had first started high school, and as her ability to take care of herself declined, it was left to Josh to take care of running the house, his father gone before he was born. It was more than just a car to him, and hearing Durran sling shit on it had not left him feeling part of the team. But he knew that the time for backing out from this deal had long passed. "Fucking Danny," he muttered under his breath as he sat and watched the front gates, waiting for them to open so the dumb crook could take them to the money. It had been Danny's idea to approach Durran and offer their services for any outside matters that needed taken care of. In other words, Danny wanted to kiss ass and ride the train uptown. Maybe land a soups gig, or maybe something with a much bigger payday attached to it. The gate of the Sallyport suddenly opened, and Josh sat up a little, craning his neck to watch the crook walk out. But when he saw the thick bush of red hair, sank back into the seat, continuing to curse Danny's name under his breath. It had all been going so well, hanging out with the governor and the head screw, even managing to score an invite to an afternoon barbecue here and there. But then when the murders began, and he and Danny were made to help dispose of the bodies, that was when he truly understood the shitstorm they'd gotten themselves involved in. This was not going to have a happy ending. Josh turned the radio on and began thumbing the dial, pausing each time a melody tuned in clear, then fading it back out as the song didn't resonate with his current mood. Once he traversed the entire length of frequencies, he clicked the button and killed the sound altogether. He closed his eyes, sank a little further into the seat, and wondered whether there would be better options in his future. Maybe he could simply leave, take the Ford and head up the East Coast, picking up work in bars and clubs as he went. His mother had been dead 3 years, and he had no other ties to this place. The sound of the gate opening a second time brought him back to reality, and as he sat up, looked across the parking lot. Jason Torrance was standing in the sunshine, watching as the gate closed. When he didn't move once it slammed shut again, Josh wondered whether he'd fallen asleep, or maybe forgotten about their deal. But just as he was about to honk, he saw the crook turn and scan the car park, then slowly begin to trudge towards him. The time for running had evaded him once again. Jason didn't bother speaking as he opened the door to the Anglia and slid into the passenger seat. He was nothing more than a passenger in this train, and this screw was the current chief on this ride. Josh started the car, turned for the exit, then headed out into a warm Sunday morning that would soon change the lives of all those involved. He kept his eyes closed for most of the way as Josh navigated the Ford down the road. Not even the destination was a concern to him, the countryside passing peacefully by as Jason simply laid back in his seat. The sun shone brightly on his face and the heat was making him tired. He knew that if he let it, sleep would be upon him in moments, dragging his helpless soul down into its welcoming depths. "About 2 minutes away," Josh finally said as he turned down a small country track. Jason opened his eyes and peered around, but found nothing of interest. He simply nodded, closed his eyes again, and sank back down. Only when he felt the Anglia slow and stop completely did he bother opening his eyes again. A thick wall of trees surrounded them on all sides, except a small clearing where 2 cars were already waiting, both Durran and Holland sitting on their respective hoods. As Jason opened his door, Durran slowly slid from his, dropped to the ground, and folded his arms across his chest. "Well, the man of the moment," he said as Jason opened his door and climbed out. "How was the drive? Hope the transportation didn't depress you too much." Holland laughed at that, remaining where he sat. Josh felt anger bite into him, but remained focused. Jason walked around to the front of the Anglia and waited for Durran to make the next move. This was, after all, his show, with Jason nothing more than an unwilling passenger. "Listen, kid," Durran began. "I hope there's no hard feelings with that girl of yours. I just don't want there to be any ill feelings between us, you know? Unfortunately, such a cute ass is always going to attract the wrong types." Jason did his best to ignore the bait, remaining where he stood. Holland remained where he sat, his hands spread wide across the hood, like a man sunbaking. "So, last chance. Want to just tell us where it is?" Durran said, dropping his smoke to the ground and stepping on it. Jason shook his head. "Taking us all the way then, huh? Okay then." He gestured for Jason to follow, then turned and went to the back door of his car. "Here, how about you travel in a little bit of style?" The Ford Fairlane looked brand new, the paint shining bright enough to blind anyone dumb enough to stare directly at it. Doing as he was told, Jason walked around the side of the car, then slid into the back seat. Holland slid from his own car and walked to the other side, sliding in next to Jason. Durran walked around to the driver's side while Josh was given the shotgun seat. A minute later, The four of them were headed back out towards the main road. "So, how far we talking, kid? Minutes? Hours?" "Just hang a left and drive towards Ballarat. It ain't far," Jason said, staring back out the window. He could feel Holland's eyes boring into the back of his head. Not a doubt in his mind that he would be given the privilege of killing him once it was all said and done. Would he do it quick? Jason figured the man loved using his baton enough in the cells. He would probably enjoy beating his brains out a whole lot more when out in the middle of nowhere. Archie Gully had been a special place for the four of them at one point. The area close enough to town to take advantage of, yet far enough away from prying eyes. It was an abandoned mining site, with shafts littering the nearby hills in every direction. A small shack was all that remained of the once thriving site, and it was that prime piece of real estate the boys were most interested in. The small shack was a perfect hideaway, best used for late-night parties. That was the spot where each of them had gotten drunk the very first time. Jason to such an extent he ended up vomiting across the floor after downing an entire bottle of port. It had been Lou that had picked him up and taken a passed-out Jason into one of the adjoining rooms, laying him down on an old mattress. While the hut's roof had more holes than a colander, it gave a fantastic view of the night sky during the clearer nights. If you were unfortunate enough to be caught there on a wet night, there were few spots offering protection from the elements. But the boys loved it nonetheless. Each of them had lain on that very same mattress and stared up at the stars, imagining that very spot to be where they would lose their virginity, just like the kid that had shown them the shack in the first place. Archie Hunter had been best mates with Brewster's older brother and had taken a girl considered by many to be of the easy variety down to the Gully hut and had his way with her. Archie's Gully, as it came to be known, never became the love nest the boys had hoped it would be. It hadn't given them any of their free pass into manhood, but it did create memories of a different sort, the kind of memories only teenage boys would ever fully appreciate. "Turn left here," Jason said as the car sped along the nearly deserted stretch of road. Durran wasn't one to take things slowly, either driven by that internal lust for speed so many came to embrace, or because he could smell the approaching windfall and found himself unable to keep his wad close. Either way, Jason wanted to give the prick plenty of notice to avoid finding himself wrapped around a tree. Durran slowed early enough to carefully turn into the narrow lane, almost hidden by weed that had taken over the ancient fencing on either side. Jason's stomach began to cramp as the reality of the moment was finally sinking in. This was it. Whatever plan he had, however stupid, would have to be executed within minutes. Otherwise, it would be him executed. He looked through the windscreen for any sign of life. If Benji was going to meet him here, Jason knew he wouldn't be sitting out in the open waiting for him. The narrow lane continued on for almost a mile, disappearing into the thick scrub of trees and undergrowth that seemed to go on almost to the horizon. The low-lying hills surrounded the shack on all four sides, the road winding around one hill before circling back and ending in a valley surrounded by the woods. The valley acted like a giant muffle, and Jason knew any loud sounds were trapped, with nowhere for them to escape. That's what made the shack so appealing in the first place. They could play music, shoot guns, and scream as loud as they wanted, with none of the surrounding neighbors hearing any of it. The foot of the first hill was just 100 yards further along as Jason continued watching. The others in the car sitting silently and waiting for whatever happened next. The atmosphere was as thick as the cigarette smoke itself. "Your friend better be waiting for us," Durran said as he wheeled the Ford through a deep pothole, the undercarriage scraping noisily on the rough patch of rocks. "So do I," Jason whispered absently, his eyes focused on the road ahead. Holland moved beside him, and Jason looked down to see the screw reveal the handgun he had stuffed into the waistband of his pants. "In case you want to fuck us over," he whispered, grinning widely as he spoke. Jason ignored the grin and turned back to the road as Durran turned the car towards the glinting that shone through the trees. Jason knew it was the broken front window, the wedge of light acting like a homing beacon. The clearing around the shack was completely devoid of life, looking more like a gravel pit than a clearing in the woods. The shack itself had aged remarkably well, as far as Jason could tell, appearing to have remained just as intact as it was the last time he was here. As Torrance slowed the car, Jason recounted the previous visit, a meeting between all four boys on a weekend back in the early 50s. Had it been 10 years? But there was no time for nostalgic memories as the others opened their doors, ready to claim the fortune that had been promised to them. Jason was the last to open his door, slowly stepping out into the heat of the day. Torrance took a few steps towards the shack, then turned back, his hands held wide. "So, where's your friend? Doesn't look like he's shown." Jason took a step forward and looked towards the shack. Could Benji be hiding behind it? He didn't know, and suddenly realized he didn't care. What he did need was to put his plan into action. But given the circumstances, the time, and the lack of any real planning, there had been just a single thought running through his mind: how fast each of them was. During the last part of the drive, before Holland had shown him the revolver, Jason tried to size each man up, trying to determine just how fast they would be able to move if he was to run. Holland was no doubt the slowest, his gut more than ample to ensure his running days were well past him. Torrance, on the other hand, looked quite a bit fitter, but Jason wondered whether he had the speed to keep up. Stamina may not have been an issue, but keeping up with someone a good 20 years younger was the real test. Then there was Josh, a fit man, maybe a few years younger than himself. He would definitely be capable of keeping up with him, maybe even outpacing him. But as he watched him, Jason wondered whether Josh actually had the conviction to chase him. Torrance had jazzed him about his car, and anyone could tell the words affected him. And that had been in his company. How many more words had been thrown at him when Jason wasn't around? As he stood between the car and the shack, Torrance looked around the clearing, as if to emphasize the lack of people. That was when Jason considered his options, giving the few laid out before him. If there was anything that needed doing, Torrance would tell Josh to do it, and being the one Jason considered his biggest threat, needed him gone. If he could get Torrance to send Josh somewhere so he himself could get a head start, that may be just the break he needed. "He's probably inside," Jason said. "He's not going to come out with strangers here." "What, and hide from us?" Torrance joked. He laughed a little, then looked at Josh and nodded in the direction of the shack. Jason almost laughed as Josh did as ordered, jogging towards what remained of the front door. A crow began to caw loudly overhead just as Josh disappeared into the shadows. Jason saw both Torrance and Holland look up to spot the culprit and knew this was the moment, the perfect opportunity to break free. Like a spooked gazelle, Jason broke left, aiming his sprint towards the closest clump of trees. The undergrowth of bracken and dead tree branches was the thickest at the base of the small hill there, and Jason's mind raced as fast as his legs, trying to work out the best way to lose them. He covered almost 30 yards in the blink of an eye, with neither of his pursuers making any sound. He was free, the trees now less than 20 yards from him. In a second, he would be amongst them, where he would make a beeline for the nearest ridge and cross into the next valley, where he knew the woods were much denser. Dutch was the only word Jason heard from Torrance, and in the moment before the explosion of gunfire, he remembered the big man's revelation. "In case you want to fuck us over," Holland had said, and Jason considered turning back to see where the man was, maybe to see if there was a chance he could turn and put the car between himself and the gun. But as the bullet ripped into his calf muscle, Jason's mind screamed a single word as his leg was kicked out from under him. "Fuck!" The gravel bit into his palms as he went skidding into the dirt. His knees felt on fire, but none of that mattered as Jason tried to turn and look for his pursuers. Surprisingly, Torrance was still standing in the exact spot he had been, his hands resting on his hips. Holland had taken a single step to one side, still standing to the side of the car, the pistol pointed straight at him. The echo of the gunshot continued to ring in his ear as the crow who'd taken flight began to settle again. "Yeah, that probably wasn't your smartest move, kid," Torrance said as Josh came sprinting to where the injured man was lying on the ground. Rather than reach down to grab him, Josh came running towards Jason at full speed, then swung a boot at him in the final 2 steps. Jason tried to turn away from it, but the steel cap caught him just behind the ear, sending him sprawling a second time as the pain in his calf suddenly came to life. "What the fuck you doing?" Josh asked, grabbing Jason by the arm and pulling him up. Jason tried to resist, but when he saw Holland walking towards him, knew the game was up. Whatever other plans he'd considered, nothing was going to happen now. He was as good as fucked. The 2 men dragged Jason along by the feet as blood poured from the gunshot wound. Sharp stones and bits of broken glass shredded his shirt, but Jason could do little to break free. He felt weak as the blood ran down his leg. "I warned you not to fuck with us," Torrance said as Jason was dragged past him. "Take him into the shack. I'm done playing games." "He'll be here. I promise he'll come." Jason tried, but with no response from any of his captors, wondered whether the words had even left his mouth. The doorway to the shack was quite narrow, and Josh let go just before they reached it, Holland dragging his prisoner through into the darkness alone. The front room sat empty, just as it always had. But the second room along, which looked like the main area, held the remnants of the boys' lair. One of the old timber chairs that they had used back in the day was still in relatively good shape. Holland dropped Jason's legs, slid the chair towards him, then reached down and grabbed a handful of hair. He pulled Jason up enough to drag the chair under his ass, then took a step back as he sucked air into his lungs in great gulps. "Grab some rope and tie this cunt up," Torrance said as he walked into the room. Josh did as ordered and returned a moment later, carrying a neat curl of rope. Holland snatched it from him and grabbed one of Jason's wrists, slowly tying the rope to it. Once he had the second wrist secured, he pulled both arms behind Jason and bound them to the chair's backing. Not wanting a repeat of what just happened, he also kneeled down and tied his ankles to the chair legs as the blood continued to run, building a small puddle on the dusty ground beneath. Once he was sure Jason was tied up securely, Torrance sent Josh back outside. He left, giving Jason a final glare over his shoulder as he went. Holland considered staying, staring at what he'd considered the best meal ticket to have ever crossed his path. But after glaring down at him for a minute, simply shook his head and patted Durran on the back. "Do your best," he said, before following his accomplice back out into the daylight. Now, it was just the 2 of them. Somehow the way Jason had always known it would eventually end up. As Durran walked around to Jason's front, blocking the view of the door, he held something low and by his side. The tied-up prisoner couldn't see at first what his captor was carrying, but after letting his eyes adjust to the shadows, Jason soon saw the familiar shape for what it was. Durran stopped and let the head of the baseball bat clunk down onto the timber floor. His face lost any hint of the previous goodwill he'd shown. It turned into an ashen brick, devoid of any familiar humanly qualities Jason may have recognized. The 2 men simply stared at each other, one looking up at a man he knew would end his life with a single swing of the timber, the other down at one holding a secret more valuable than any he'd ever hoped to learn. It was somewhat of a checkmate, neither party quite sure whether to commit to the final move, for fear of failing completely. It was Durran that made the first move, his voice low and tone heavy with words Jason knew to be deathly true. "One final chance to answer the question. Where's the money?" Jason returned the gaze with the best poker face he could muster, ignoring the excruciating agony running through his leg. Durran, unable to hold his frustrations in any longer, suddenly screamed and spun the baseball bat up before him and around, stepping forward at the last moment as the timber crashed into Jason's knee. The pain instantly eclipsed the bullet wound, sure his knee had been shattered. He screamed himself, unable to keep the agony inside any longer. Without waiting for an answer he knew wouldn't come, Durran repeated the act, adding extra effort as the bat wheeled behind him, holding the handle as far to the top as possible to increase the velocity of the strike. Jason's other knee exploded, the bone fragmenting into his leg. He screamed again, this time more muffled as he felt the warmth of fresh blood running freely down his leg. Durran paused, dropping the head of the bat to the floor again, as if meaning to lean on the handle. "Kid, you got balls the size of a buffalo's, but you know you're never going to win this." With that, he reached behind him and pulled out a pistol, the pearl handle looking ridiculously feminine in the man's hands. Jason looked at it, then slowly began to grin. Durran froze, staring at his captive, dumbstruck. But Jason couldn't hold back, the laugh starting low and restrained before breaking loose and echoing out through the door. "What are you laughing at?" Durran whispered. "Fuck this!" He stepped forward and brought the gun up, the barrel pointed into Jason's face. As he cocked the hammer, Jason had one final thought, just before the explosion would set him free. "Soon, I'll be by your side, sweet love." He closed his eyes and welcomed death. The crash of the gun rocked the small room, and Jason felt the spray of his own blood. He opened his eyes, expecting to see himself falling, maybe catching a final glimpse of Durran himself. But what he saw instead was Durran standing before him, his intestines protruding out from between hands, desperately trying to stuff them back to where they had been sitting only moments before. Jason looked into the shocked face of his tormentor, the mouth hanging wide open in a gasp that would never again speak words. The gurgling came from both his mouth and the massive hole in his stomach as he dropped to his knees, bloody bubbles toing and froing from his nostrils with each dying breath. Like an apparition, a shadow appeared behind Durran as he dropped to his knees, the shape stepping forward. Durran stared back at Jason, his face contorted in confusion and shock. There was a sickly thwack as something smashed down on top of his head, the spray of brains and blood showering the man still strapped to the chair. The governor seemed to fall forward under the weight of the attack, dropping face first at his victim's feet. Jason stared down as the head of Durran first jolted from side to side from the beating, then slowly began to disappear, as if melting away like a chunk of ice. He felt his stomach heave as the stink of the trauma filled the room, invading his nostrils like gory cigarette smoke. As the swinging weapon finally stopped, Jason looked up to see who had somehow saved his life. Jason was sure Benji would come closer and smile back at him through the shadows, maybe pretending to cheer a little. Instead, the stranger stepped forward, dropped to one knee before him, and grabbed either side of his face. "I never did get that temper of mine fixed," a voice whispered out to him. A voice holding no right to speak on an earthly plane. A second figure suddenly walked into the room, went to the shuttered window, and opened it, the sunshine instantly lighting the space. Jason's own jaw dropped open as he stared into the eyes of Jimmy Telford, the man's grinning face less than a foot from his own. "Jimmy?" Jason slowly whispered, the shock veiling all the pain. "The one and only, sport. Didn't think they really got me, did you?" The second figure came forward, and this time Jason felt his stomach drop to the ground in shock. Cindy dropped to her knees and flung her arms around his neck, her tears flowing down as she held him close. "I see you met my daughter," Jimmy said, rising back to his feet. Jason pulled back a little, feeling the overpowering weight of confusion crushing him. "Wait, what? Your daughter?" Jason turned to look back at Cindy, then back at Jimmy.
"James Telford is my father. I never told, and I'm sorry. But Dad said that's the way it had to be, regardless of your history."
She reached around and began to untie him. Jason, feeling his bonds finally release their hold on him. He rubbed his wrists, then felt his legs, the bone in his left knee feeling like crumbled honeycomb beneath the skin. Jimmy bent down, slid an arm under his, and helped Jason to his feet. "Think you can walk?" he asked. Despite the knee feeling as if a dog was actively biting into it, he managed to limp from the shack. Once outside, he was surprised to see Durran's accomplices kneeling just outside the door. 3 men covering them with shotguns. As they neared the kneeling pair, Jason stopped, staring down at Holland. The man continued to hold on to his arrogance. Jason reached behind Jimmy, grabbed the pistol jammed into the belt, and limped the final few steps between them. Holland began to open his mouth, maybe to offer a final pitiful attempt for mercy. But Jason never paused, lowering the pistol into the man's face, then pushing into his eyeball before pulling the trigger. The gun's rapport was loud and final. The man's brains sprayed across the ground. As his corpse fell forward face first, Josh began to cry, begging for his life to be spared. Jason stepped sideways, looked down and held the pistol at eye height. "Run and never come back," Jason snarled down at him. Josh nodded, rose, then began to run across the clearing and into the woods, tripping briefly as he crossed the threshold between dirt and foliage.
"Should have killed him,"
Jimmy said.
"He's a witness."
Then to the 2 other men standing nearby.
"Start cleaning up. You know what to do."
"Something tells me he'll keep the secret. If he manages to not fall down a mine shaft." He turned to Cindy, still standing beside him. "Jimmy Telford's daughter? That's a story I need to hear." He smiled, ignoring the pain as best he could. "And one I'm only too happy to share," Cindy answered, grabbing one of his arms, laying it across her shoulders and turning for the car. Jimmy nodded approvingly as he helped support Jason's weight.
"There's a lot you need to listen to, kid. A lot."
Jason nodded, only too aware of the questions that would need answering. "I'm all ears." 12. Murder at King's Court. Governor linked to robbery. The Daylesford Herald, December 12th, 1964. In a remarkable revelation, the governor of King's Court Prison, Stanley Durran, has been personally linked to the largest robbery in Australian history, which occurred last month. The stunning declaration was made by Detective Sergeant Frank Timms, lead investigator into the mysterious disappearance of Durran, as well as the death of Durran's number 2, David Holland. The prison officer was found dead in mysterious circumstances by an abandoned mining camp in rural Victoria. Investigators have speculated that the 2 men fought over a cash haul thought to exceed £2 million. Durran was last seen leaving his home on Sunday morning. Where's the governor? Has he taken the money and run? The Daylesford Herald, December 14th, 1964. Detective Sergeant Frank Timms has asked reporters to spread the picture of Governor Stanley Durran far and wide, in the hopes that the general public will help find the missing man, wanted for questioning into the murder of David Holland, as well as the missing proceeds of the now infamous bookie robbery last month. In a further twist, Detective Timms finally acknowledged that another prisoner, Michael Norman Banks, the man at the centre of a prison escape last year, was in fact being held in a remote section of the prison after being reported missing for well over a year. After a tip-off from another former prisoner currently being questioned, Banks was discovered severely malnourished and injured in an underground cell in a separated section of the prison. He revealed to investigators that Durran and Holland had fabricated his escape in the hope of extracting information about missing money from another robbery. The prisoner in question had been tortured and beaten repeatedly over the course of a year, even claiming to have had his hand amputated with an axe. The investigation continues. The missing millions. Governor was the robbery's mastermind. The Daylesford Herald, December 17th, 1964. Jason Torrance, a former prisoner of King's Court Prison, has made a startling revelation into the robbery that has captivated a nation. Authorities today revealed that the man at the centre of the questioning had shown how the prison's own governor had coerced him and 3 others into performing the robbery, then murdered all but him in the hope of silencing witnesses. Torrance explained how a final meeting between the men led to a heated argument that ended with Durran shooting his former partner, David Holland, and severely injuring Torrance. Both the governor and the money's whereabouts remain unknown. A new beginning. New governor takes over. Torrance released. The Daylesford Herald, December 18th, 1964. New Governor William Herbert today took over the reins of King's Court Prison. The former prison officer said he would do anything he could to stamp out the negative views people held of the facility, known for its hardline approach to the criminal society it housed. The new governor said that he planned to introduce new guidelines, courses, and counselling services for prisoners that were guaranteed to offer inmates the best chance at rehabilitation. Meanwhile, Jason Torrance, the man at the centre of the criminal investigation into last month's robbery, has been released without charge. Officers stated that given the coercion and intimidation former Governor Durham and his accomplice, David Holland, had forced on the man and his family, they were satisfied that he had no case to answer for. In a further twist of fate, officers followed up on leads into Holland's role in the matter, discovered several badly decomposed bodies buried in the backyard of the prison officer's home. 2 of these bodies have been identified as Peter Lineman and Tom Kaczynski. The latter man was another officer working under Holland and had been identified as a witness to another murder Durham had carried out while in the presence of Torrance. The investigation continues. Durham found. Former governor identified. The Daylesford Herald, January 24, 1965. In a remarkable turn of events, detectives today released a statement claiming they had found the former governor's body. Stanley Durham's badly decomposed body was found inside his Ford automobile. The vehicle had been driven deep into the Victorian Alps during the middle of one of the hottest summers on record. Officers say that a group of bushwalkers stumbled across the horrific scene, with a shotgun nestled between the legs of the former governor, with the cause of death clearly evident. Detectives who had been working effortlessly on the case for months said they were deeply satisfied with finally closing part of one of the most mysterious chapters in Australian criminal history. The proceeds of the robbery itself are still to be found, and officers remain hopeful of locating it soon. Despite taking several months, the plan Jimmy had given Jason to follow worked like a charm. It had to, because once Jimmy had handed it over, he'd made his goodbyes, Jason only too aware of the risks the man had taken to return from the grave. While the official press releases had painted a dark picture of what Jason had gone through, the investigating officers didn't play along as easily as one may have thought. They hounded Jason for months, dragging him in for questioning at odd times of the day, arriving unannounced on his doorstep. But despite all the interrogations, Jason never slipped once. He stayed the course, following the advice of his mentor, a man who lived and breathed this shit his entire life. The biggest advantage Jason had was Michael Banks. He was the golden ticket which Jason needed, the single bit of the story that corroborated everything he needed to tell the police. Michael had already been held against his will, tortured beyond belief, hidden after the pricks had staged the man's escape. Without Michael Banks, none of the story would have had the backup he needed. But once the cops found Banks in the underground cell, beaten to within an inch of his life, they had no real choice but to believe the rest of the story. Add to that the bodies in Holland's backyard, and it was just a matter of sticking to the story. A year after the robbery, Jason and Cindy took a drive in their beaten-up old Chevrolet to a small country road that led into a national park. It was as inconspicuous as one would imagine. A lonely country track that peeled off from the main road and led to nowhere in particular. Waiting for them along that nondescript track was a man, one who'd been waiting for that moment for a long time. After exchanging hugs and kisses and claps on the back, the pair took a walk into the woods, not only to reminisce about their fallen comrades, but also to remind each other of what the future needed in order to take the course they hoped for. They each carried a shovel as they walked, talking in low voices until they came to the spot they had chosen the year before. A single rosella began to sing overhead as the men began to dig, as if signalling the beginning of their new lives. A note from Jack Patterson. After writing the story about Dylan and his crazy antics during his own time at King's Court, I knew the very next story I had to tell was this one. I just had to. You may wonder just how I came to know about this story of the infamous Melbourne Cup robbery. Well, to put it simply, Jason and Cindy are my parents. I wish I could tell you about their happily ever after, but every life will eventually run out of luck. After splitting the money with Benji, Jason and Cindy moved to Queensland and started a new life together. They spent a very happy 20 years together, having me during that time. Cindy was killed in a car accident in the summer of '85. It hit Jason incredibly hard, and I think when he died of a stroke just a year later, it was brought on by a broken heart. I was returned to Victoria to live with my uncle Benji. He'd also lost his wife and was living an almost recluse's life. Some may wonder whether the robbery was ever worth it. It certainly didn't bring the luxury lifestyles many would assume so much money would bring. I guess it depends on how you look at it. For me, my parents lived a happy life for those years, only ending when a drunk driver cut across their lanes of happiness. As for Jimmy, I have no idea what happened to him. That was one part of the story my father never shared. For all I know, he could still be out there somewhere, running his empire in total secrecy. And me? I'll continue writing because I know you want to hear more. There's another tale I think you'll want to hear about. The one that spans more than just a single life. Remember Darren Jr. from Dylan's story? Remember the baton known as Mr. Knuckles? That baton has a story to tell. One I know you'll find every bit as intriguing as this one, because that piece of timber has seen some serious shit and the tales really do need telling. Are you ready to discover the hard history behind the most famous baton in prison history? This has been Brothers in Chaos, the Max series, by Simon King. A Twin Tales publishing production, read to you by Nate Gothard. Copyright 2021 by Simon King. Production copyright 2023 by Simon King.